various partners, including GIZ, is it GIZ or GIZ? GIZ, through their Water and Energy for Food program. I also recognize the Conrad Hilton Foundation, who have been supporters on a very important program that we run here at Strathmore Business School, and of course the HF Group, our very wonderful partners who you all know used to be called HFCK, now we call them the HF Group. Of course, I also want to recognize our very own SME conference chair. That is our very own Professor Ruth Kiraka, who is a veteran in our university, in our business school, and she is the conference chair who has managed to organize this, along with our wonderful team, who have done so much work to make sure that we are all here today. We also have a number of esteemed speakers. I will not mention them all by name, but I appreciate all those people who have accepted to be our speakers in this conference. I also appreciate very much the exhibitors and delegates to the SME conference. Those people with their boots on the ground, called entrepreneurs and business people, who daily try and create value and sell that value to others and make a living and create opportunities for so many people. I recognize all of you. There are those who sometimes we forget this particular hall is very clean. There are people who woke up very early in the morning and cleaned it before we got here. Those are our staff members who do the cleaning and the catering, preparing the food for us. I recognize them very much because some of you may have enjoyed some breakfast out there. And those are people sometimes we forget, but we appreciate them because without them, we would not have these wonderful facilities available for us in the condition that they are, and the wonderful snacks that we've just had. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to Strathmore University. And as was mentioned, I work at the business school with all the wonderful people who work there. The business school is just one of the 6 schools of the university, and very much aligned to what we see the university's vision, focused on service to society. The business school focused on that also. Part of that being the small business SME sector, entrepreneurship. We run programs on entrepreneurship there, and that is all part of our service to society. We have a very specific vision that states we want to spearhead Africa's transformation through all the work that we do. So again, this conference is fully aligned. So allow me just to share with you a few remarks at the beginning of this conference. Esteemed guests, partners, distinguished participants, exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure and excitement that I welcome you today to this 12th annual SME conference. It's the 12th one. And we continue in this tradition of having this annual event here at Strathmore and EXPO at Strathmore University. This year's conference is dedicated to advocating for that very important area of gender equality and empowering women, entrepreneurs, by addressing their unique challenges and creating some actionable solutions that will promote inclusivity and, of course, the resultant economic growth. Strathmore University is dedicated to supporting women and the various initiatives that they run and staying true to our commitment. We have a very interesting and very exciting project we run here, which is called the Sisters Blended Values Project, where the women, we also have what we call the Women in Tech competition, which is housed under our IBIS Incubation Center at Strathmore University. And we also have specific executive education programs, such as the Women Directors Leadership Program and the Women in Leadership Program. So we have actually focused on this area of women, developing women, entrepreneurship, and in their own leadership roles. The conference's long-term vision is to transform East Africa's business environment by fostering inclusive practices that uplift women entrepreneurs. It also focuses on women empowerment for women that will lead to broader societal benefits. including and especially enhanced community well-being and, of course, educational opportunities for more and more people. At the end of the day, my dear friends, I know we have men and women in this room. We are trying to really uplift the lives of people. There's a big, big need to create more opportunities. There are so many of our young people. In fact, it's estimated that between 20 and 30,000 undergraduates graduate every year in this country. Out of those, a large proportion of them do not get employment opportunities. So we encourage entrepreneurship very much because that's where opportunities can be created. We also have the bigger picture of the African continent, where we are acutely aware that many of our young people are looking for opportunities to get out of a continent which lacks hope and opportunities for them. And that is witnessed in the north of the continent, where many of those young people try and cross using the very dangerous rubber boats. Half of them die in the Mediterranean Ocean trying to get out. So it is important that we create as much opportunity as possible, and this conference is geared towards that bigger picture. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our partners, that is GIZ, through the Water and Energy for Food program, for believing in our dream to transform entrepreneurship and walking the journey with us this year. To our key partners, including USAID, Conrad Hilton Foundation, the HF Group, and the USAID Strategic Partnership Program, as well as corporates and SME exhibitors who continue to support the success of this vital conference. With these few words, as our MC said, welcome. Our MC said, enjoy yourselves, learn, network, so that you can be empowered to go forth and grow your businesses, create more opportunities, and alleviate the dangerous situation we sometimes face of lack of opportunities for so many young people who are the future of our country and our continent. Those viewers, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, Dr. Caesar. Very interesting remarks. I know now you know a lot about Strathmore Business School, isn't it? And the things we believe in and the things that we uphold. So now I'd like to invite Professor Ruth Kiraka. Professor Ruth is an associate professor of management, strategy, and entrepreneurship here at the university. She's also a researcher, a trainer, a consultant, a mentor, and so on and so forth. So Prof, please come on stage, and she's going to set for us context for the SME conference. She'll show you the journey of where we've come from, where we are, and of course where we're looking to go. So a round of applause for Prof. Kiraka.
Good morning. How are we doing today? I'm thoroughly excited to see all of you here because we always say, you know, you can plan an event, yeah? And this is a women conference, so when I identify with what I'm going to say, you can organize an event in your house, you cook all the nice meal and everything, and then nobody shows up, right? And then you start wondering, now what do I do with all this food? And in the Bible, it also happened, right? Where the Lord prepares a nice banquet and people do not show up. And then you end up calling other people to come. So I'm so honored that we invited you and you showed up. And I can see people are still coming. It's very, very exciting to see you here for our 12th annual SME conference. We've been doing this for that number of years. And even when we thought we could take a break, we had said 2024, maybe we'll not have a conference. Let's reflect. We started getting inquiries in January about our conference in September. So we realized, okay, I think this conference is here to stay. It has a life of its own, and we just have to keep it going because there are a lot of people who are asking about it and who want to be part of us. So my name is Ruth Kiraka, and I help to organize and coordinate the different teams that I'm working with to run this conference every year. So the theme of the conference, 2024, empowering women, building futures. Yeah? And I'm going to ask why women, but it's a focus on empowerment. Yeah? It's a focus on looking to the future. Where have we come from? Where are we going? And the person projecting, please make sure you move at my pace, right? Thanks. What is this pathway to success for women-owned enterprises? Okay. So, and that is a conversation we're going to be having for the next 2 days. I took some time to look for some images of women entrepreneurs, and I said, what does an African woman entrepreneur look like? So these were some of the images that came up. Yeah. Next slide, please. So this woman is open for business. Yeah, the first woman there, she's open for business. She is smiling. Yeah. The next one there, she's tech savvy. She's there with her tablet. She's probably placing her orders, engaging with people, etc. The third photograph there is a beautiful space. Yeah, women enterprises are beautiful spaces. They're welcoming spaces. They are places that you want to be a part of. Yeah, you can see this lady with her flowers and her plants and everything there. The bottom right, we have that lady who is running her business and her child is next to her, right? So there's this balancing act. You have your children to think about, but the business also needs to grow because you need money to feed that child. You have another lady there. She's on her phone. She's networking. She's engaging with other people. She has her computer there. She's using technology to run her business. You have the woman at the bottom right there. She is smiling. She looks confident. She looks assured. She's probably very excited that her business is doing well. And when I looked for a lot of images about women entrepreneurs, I found smiling, happy, energetic, energized looking ladies who are networking, who are confident, who are focused, who seem to know where they're going. And that is really the message in our conference for these 2 days, that we as women entrepreneurs will be those that other people are looking at and saying, wow, I want to have that kind of a business. I want to be that kind of an entrepreneur. So before I talk about specifically about our conference this year, let me just sort of give an overview of our ecosystem of entrepreneurship at Strathmore University. So at the center there, you have the enterprise. Okay? At the center there, you have the enterprise. And at the top, we have the policy dialogue, a policy component. So we have policy dialogues, we have policy research, we do quite a bit of policy research, and we have our SME conference and EXPO, which is what we're having today. So that is one of the aspects we look at, and we often look at how do we engage with government to look at policies around enterprise development, and how are we supporting policy through the research that we do, so that we have policies that are responsive to the needs of SMEs. The second one there is the culture. How do we build an entrepreneurial culture? Yeah? Not just at the university, but in the country. So in our context, in our teaching, for example, we use case studies of entrepreneurs, and those who have attended our entrepreneurship programs have encountered these. We'll have guest speakers, we'll have internships for our students, we have role models and mentors, and sometimes we'll engage with you entrepreneurs as role models, as mentors of other ladies or other people who want to be entrepreneurs, and we'll meet some of those role models and mentors even at this conference, so that when you come here, you feel that the conversation about entrepreneurship is running through the many different things that we are doing. Then we also have some support centers. We have the Kenya Small Business Development Centers, and this was launched a few years ago, and we have some development centers for enterprises that in different parts of this country, in Kisumu, in Mombasa, in Nakuru, in Kiambu, in Makueni, in Isiolo, and here in Nairobi at the business school. We have another center called iLab Africa and IBIS Africa. They do a lot of work around incubation and supporting tech companies. And the Women in Tech program is one of those. So Women in Technology is actually a specific program for them. that is run through our iLab Africa Center. We have the ISB, which is the Institute for Small Business Initiatives. We have the SEDIC, which is our Strathmore Enterprise Development and Innovation Center, and it is the one that helps to organize this conference. We have the KCIC, which is the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. So all of these are other spaces within our ecosystem that support entrepreneurs in specific areas, and not just in Strathmore or just in Nairobi, but in other counties as well. We have initiatives around access to finance, and part of what we're going to do today is talk about a little bit more about access to finance. We have programs like financing agribusiness value chains, dairy investors, private equity and venture capital, investor readiness programs, business funding, matching grants, and we'll talk about a program that we're going to be launching later today on matching funding. So again, for women, many times we say we're not able to access finance. Is that really the issue? And if it is the issue, how can we prepare you to be investor ready? We also have aspects around marketing and networking, markets and networking, access to markets, another important aspect of for entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurs will say, you know, have a product, I'm not sure where to market it. I'm not sure how to market it. I want to expand my markets. I don't know how to move outside Nairobi or outside whatever county I am in. I want to move to the region. I want to go outside Kenya. I want to go outside Africa. Yeah, I want to go international. Yeah. So we have entrepreneurs networking breakfast sessions. We have what we call captains of industry sessions, where we invite some people from industry and they come and they engage with entrepreneurs. They'll pick a particular topic where they can talk to you about maybe accessing international markets and other aspects like that. The SME conference, what we're having now is an opportunity to network and also identify markets that you can get into. We have international trade fairs as well that our entrepreneurs also get to participate in. So there are many opportunities around accessing markets and networking. In our ecosystem, we also look at technology, yeah, and this is really important because we're always saying that, you know, this is everything now, technology is at the foundation of the businesses that we are running. And I don't know how many of us, women entrepreneurs, are using technology to run our businesses, so to run them more efficiently, efficiency in placing orders, in delivering orders, in managing your accounts, in managing your people, in ensuring that, you know, you can be able to do audits and track how money is moving around. So technology-oriented centers, we have the Strathmore Energy Research Center, quite a bit of technology around the smart technologies and climate smart technologies. We have again the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, iLab and IBIS Africa. They do a lot of work around technology and they can support you with tech solutions that are specific for your enterprise. And then the sixth part is the human capital, and this is where we have programs that are aimed at capacity building for entrepreneurs and for your employees. Yeah, so we have the owner-manager program, where the owner of the business will come for the program, and we will talk about what it is that you need to be doing as an owner to grow the business and to even think about succession. We have our enterprise development program for early stage entrepreneurs. We have creative enterprises program, people who are in the creative sector, people who are in music and arts and in other aspects like that. We have the Sisters Blended Value Program, and you'll see a number of sisters. I think you can see a number of sisters in our audience this morning. We have a program that we're running specifically for them on how they can turn some of their social work into social enterprises and be able to generate revenues that can support the mission work that they do. Supply chain management programs, fleet management, family business, and then we also have coaching and mentorship, business plan competitions, ideas festivals, and some of those ideas, if they are viable, then can also attract investment, and therefore they move to the aspect of investor readiness and access to finance. So as an entrepreneur, there are so many things that you can benefit from by engaging with Strathmore. So it's not a one-off engagement. The SME conference is just 2 days to highlight many things, but please come back again and again and knock at our doors at SBS, and you'll find something that will be of value to you. Some of our past themes of our SME conferences, we've looked at aspects around innovation, the role of SMEs as engine for economic growth, role of SMEs in transforming our agricultural sector and food security. We've looked at opportunities and markets for SMEs in the African Continental Free Trade Area. As many of you will know, we have this agreement in place now that opens opportunities for doing trade within the African continent. Unlocking SMEs to increase resilience and excellence in uncertain times. And we did this during the pandemic. In 2020, at the height of the pandemic, we had an online SME conference, which was a first for us. Obviously, it was quite new and quite interesting. And the question the SMEs were asking is, how do we navigate the pandemic? And many of them have survived the pandemic, and they've come to tell us how they survived through that 2020 and 2021. In the following year, we also did something around SME growth and competitiveness through agribusiness. Agribusiness was one of the spaces that I think thrived quite a bit during the pandemic, and so it was interesting to hear how they did it. We also look at how we can engage with some of the initiatives of government, like the Big Four agenda and the role of SMEs. Now we are talking about the better, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. What is the role of SMEs in some of the government agenda items? Vision 2030 and many others. Then we had also the role of cooperatives for sustainable and inclusive SME development. And last year we did something on sustainability and climate resilience. And this was an interesting one because SMEs always ask, is there room for this conversation of climate resilience, climate mitigation, climate adaptation? Is there room for businesses, for small businesses? And they discovered there were so many opportunities, especially, and you get to see a lot of these things at the exhibitions. Businesses that you can start that support climate resilience, climate adaptation, climate mitigation. So here we are, 2024, 12th Annual SME Conference. And this year, focus on women. And when I said to the team that we work with that this year we'll focus on women, the first question I was asked was why? Why are we doing a conference only for women? And we excluding, but if you look in the audience, I think you'll see quite a number of enlightened men who are here, right? So, but why are we focusing on women? And I said, I do so much research on women. I completed one recently on access to government procurement opportunities and whether women are accessing government procurement. I've done others on access to finance. I've done others on funds like the Women Enterprise Fund. And there's some interesting, unique challenges that women face. And our dean highlighted some of the women-only programs you have, like Women in Leadership, Women Directors Program. So I said, so we have so much that we're doing for women. Let's have a conversation with the women, about the women, for the women, and with the solutions for women that are specifically targeted at women. So what are some of these challenges? Inequalities in education. Sometimes women and girls start at an economic disadvantage, without skills, essential skills and knowledge. And and as I said, that this is based on research that I've done across the country. One of the studies I did was in 37 counties, another one in 27 counties, so quite representative of what is happening in our country. So this is not just in Nairobi or just what the business school thinks. This is actually based on research. Other challenges are around the laws in our country, discriminatory practices, and especially cultural practices that undermine ownership of assets and access to financial systems for savings and investments. Others is also discrimination in trying to access business networks and markets. And sometimes the women will tell us, the places where these conversations are held, where networking is happening, is not where we are. We are at home taking care of the family, we are at home taking care of the children or the elderly, we are somewhere else just trying to make sure that our children are able to go to school. We don't have time to network, we don't have opportunities to network. And the spaces where this networking is happening, we are not invited to the table. And we always say, if they don't invite you to your table, you can have your own table and invite yourselves to your table, right? You don't have to go to somebody else's. We can be able to have our own table where we do our own networking, and this is part of our own table, right? Gendered expectations around domestic and care work that limit time, empowerment, and economic participation. And this was also interesting because sometimes women will say, you know what, I think I just want to have a small business or a micro business that just remains micro because I do not have enough time and space to manage the business and many other things that I have to manage. If it becomes too big, I won't be able to cope. So they remain small because becoming big is going to be difficult for them to manage. Although others told us, if it becomes big, my husband will take over. And we have examples of where, when the business is micro, the man even looks at it and says, "What are you doing?" Yes, yes, I can hear some yeses in the congregation. What are you doing? Yeah. There was one where the woman entrepreneur even told us that she was making juice, fresh juices at home and selling to restaurants, and the husband was saying, "You're not even going to carry that juice in my car, find a boda or something else," and so she would make her juices and then take the 5-liter jerry cans to the different restaurants. And when the business started to grow and she started to make money and she started to buy equipment, suddenly the man was like, this business, I think I need to help you to manage the money. I need to right? Gender role stereotyping by both women and men on the kinds of businesses women can or should run. We found this quite a bit with the study we did on access to government procurement. And some women would tell us that they would go to a government office, they have bidded for a job, they're expecting to get the tender, and this is a job in construction, right? So the procurement officer says, "Mama, I think you're lost. Yeah. This is for other people, it's not for women, it's for the others, right? Nyinyi amtoshi, a woman cannot run a business in construction. You can't construct a road, you can't construct offices. Who says we can't, right? Stereotyping. And so women end up getting excluded. And then family and social attitudes and expectations that undermine women's confidence and self-belief to lead businesses. I am told, imagine I can't run a business. Or if I run a business, it could only be one that I run from my house. They have been made to believe they can't do it. And sometimes that becomes, we profess that ourselves, but actually I don't think I can do it. Yeah? So lack of self-confidence, lack of self-efficacy, and therefore you never grow because you do not even believe in yourself. These are some of the conversations we want to have in these 2 days, right? And I'm sure they're going to be exciting conversations. Just from looking at the people's smiles as I talk about these things, many of us can identify with some of the things that I'm saying. So what do we hope to achieve in the next 2 days? And even looking at the ecosystem that I mentioned earlier. One is about empowerment, yeah? And you saw that is in our theme. So this conference specifically tailored to women entrepreneurs seeks to provide them with a supportive and empowering environment, yeah? Can gain confidence, access resources, learn from the experiences of other successful women. And we will hear this through the panel discussions we will have, yeah? Providing a safe space for open discussions about experiences, about challenges, and successes without the fear of being dismissed or overshadowed, yeah? You not want somebody saying, that is only for women. It's only women who have, for the men, we don't have, no. Nobody should dismiss the challenge that a woman entrepreneur faces. So this helps to boost a positive entrepreneurial mindset. And we're hoping that you will live here with that positive mindset and feeling very empowered. Visibility is another thing we hope to achieve. Highlighting the achievements of women entrepreneurs through a dedicated conference helps to elevate their visibility and recognition, yeah? And this is further enhanced through the conference exhibitions. Please make sure you visit the exhibitions during the break, and also at the end of the day, we plan to finish the conference by 3 o'clock, both today and tomorrow, so that you have about 3 hours between 3 and 6 where you can visit the exhibitions, get to see what is being done there, get to ask questions from the different entrepreneurs, buy things. We allow the exhibitors to actually carry things that they can sell. So please, I hope you have some resources on your Mpesa, because there'll be nice things that you just want to buy, okay? So we're increasing the visibility of the women, pursuing entrepreneurship, and also challenging those stereotypes that I mentioned earlier. So visit women there and find them doing businesses that women were told they shouldn't do or they can't do, okay? Networking and support. Yeah, one of the key things, again, as I said, we hope to achieve through a conference like this is an opportunity for you to network. It will be a disservice. You have done a disservice to yourself if you don't live here with at least 20 or 30 new contacts, right? So during the breaks, yeah, find some person you don't know, introduce yourself, exchange business cards, contacts, etc. Yeah? Don't live here the way you came. It will be very, very unfortunate if that happens, right? This journey is lonely enough as it is. So when we give you a chance to come together, please make use of that chance, yeah? So a platform to connect with peers who face similar challenges, find out who you can partner with, who you can collaborate with, who you can be buying from, who you can be supplying to. Yeah. So this conference, we hope that it will give you the opportunity to do that. And please take advantage of these opportunities. Learning and knowledge sharing. So we have six panel discussions, and we'll have 2 keynote speeches, but especially the panel discussions. I hope you have some place where you can be able to take notes and pick up a few things that would be, something that would be for you to learn, something that you can reflect on, something that you can follow up about later, something that you might want to read more about. Follow up even one of the speakers that you'll see here, the panelists who come here. You have them on your program, so you might even highlight, that person said something, I'd want to follow up after the conference or during the break and hear more about it. Yeah. So take this opportunity to link up with the people who may share different things during the panel discussions, ask them more questions, see how you can benefit from some of the things that they might have been saying. So these sessions are also supposed to equip you with some knowledge, some new learning, some insights that can be of value to your business. And then promoting diversity and inclusion. Yeah. And we always say that women are not a homogeneous group. And many times, and I always puzzle about this, when we have initiatives by government for women, women are put in one box. Yeah? So this is Women Enterprise Fund. This is for all women. Yeah? AGPO is for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. So the women in that context are also just one group of women. Uwezo Fund, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Again, when you think about women, it's all the women are the same. But I think it's fair to say that we are not. I mean, let's face it. The woman rep and the lady who sells you vegetables, you can't put them in the same category. True? But somehow, the initiatives seem to say, as long as you're a woman, you're all the same. Which is why you would even find, again back to my AGPO study, that a woman who is very senior in government, has the resources, is still going to fight for AGPO tenders. Diversity and inclusion. Let us appreciate there is such diversity, yeah, of women entrepreneurs. And we hope to promote that diversity even in the way we engage in conferences like this and other opportunities that we may have. And we hope that even in our own workplaces, yeah, the young, the old, different socioeconomic backgrounds, different levels of education, coming from different family contexts, there's so much diversity that we need to appreciate. And we hope that that comes through also through this conference. And then lastly, we are going to be launching a very exciting program, one that I'm thoroughly excited about, and this is the Women's Entrepreneurship Incubator Program. And this is funded by USAID, and it's going to be running for 2 years, 2024 to 2026. So we started, we're actually launching it today, so we're pretty much starting. We'll be telling you more later on. You'll see in the program where we have the launch, and at the end of that, we'll even give you a link to where you can actually start to apply, but it's for specific sectors only, so you'll have to see if you're in the sectors that are eligible, but we are going to be launching this program later on this morning. Very, very exciting program to support women with access to finance, but also the other things that I talked about, the mentorship and coaching and training and systems and the different things that you need for your business. So overall, we hope that this Women-Focused Entrepreneurship Conference will serve as a powerful platform for empowering women, promoting gender equality, fostering a supportive and inclusive environment, driving positive change in the entrepreneurial landscape where women can thrive, succeed in their business ventures. Yeah. So as you've seen from the program, we have, as I said, we'll have a keynote and the launching of the WAVE program. We'll have the panel sessions on driving innovation. If you're not very innovative in the way you think about your business and using technology, we'll have a conversation around that. Talking about overcoming challenges, strategies for success. The third panel will focus on funding and investment opportunities for women entrepreneurs, and we'll have some people coming from the financial services space talking a little bit about this. Whoever is moving the slides, kindly move to the next slides. And then the fourth panel, that is day 2, that is from tomorrow, we'll have a keynote by a lady that you absolutely love to listen from. She's the founder, Sally Mahehu is the founder of a business she called The Seasoned Woman. And she's going to tell us about being a seasoned entrepreneur, a female entrepreneur. Building blocks for sustainable growth of women-owned SMEs. Then we'll have panel 4, empowering women through digital transformation. Then you have the aspect of business branding and access to markets, which I mentioned about earlier. And then future trends and opportunities for women entrepreneurs, right? So these will be our 6 panel discussions, 3 today and 3 tomorrow, with a couple of keynote speeches. So please, when we have panel sessions, I encourage you to sit in and learn from those sessions, because the learning is part of what we hope you to get. When there are breaks, network, visit the exhibition stands as well, and learn from there. So every opportunity you have in these 2 days is an opportunity to learn something, is an opportunity to benefit from our conference. Thank you all once again, and I really look forward to engaging for these 2 days. Thank you so much for being here. God bless you.
Let's appreciate her again. Are you excited to have such a full program? You don't sound excited. Are you excited to have such a full program? Prof, we put a construction person here. We did. That's the work of my co-MC, Charles Bodo, did a fantastic job. Let's appreciate him. We celebrate the aspiration that is represented here, and the fact that everyone that has come here is aiming for greater, is aiming for more, and is aiming for higher. Is that true? And my hope is by the time that you leave after these 2 days, that the aspiration that represents people who came here by 7 will be met. One of the other things I think I want to celebrate is that in Strathmore we care about women. Not just as in the full scope of it, in view of all the contributions that you make to the different aspects and fabric of our society. So let it be known that as Strathmore, we celebrate and empower every woman that we come in touch with, as our Dean has so ably expressed through our programs and other initiatives, and we will continue to do that. It is a commitment that we uphold with great fervor. Now, I want to give a value roadmap. A value what? Roadmap. I personally believe that success is very intentional, and therefore there needs to be a choice after these 2 days. So for me to be able to imprint that roadmap in our conversation, I will say something and then you will echo it, and then I will say another thing and then you will echo it. How many would be willing to participate in such an exercise? All right, their hands that are down. So I say success, you say choice. I say insight, you say action. Is that an exercise that you're okay with? Let's try. Success, insight, and that's your value roadmap. We are all aspiring for success, but all success is a choice. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with? Exactly. So my hope is that you will be able to have a picture of the kind of success you want to have by the end of this, or continue to have, not begin. Most of you are continuing to have. That was a good place to say yes. Right? And then after that would be the element of what specific choice would you need to make to have that picture come to pass, and then what insight do you need and what action are you going to take. So once more, success, insight. All right, so we are going to go into the panel session, and I'd like to make a bit of introduction. And as I introduce them, I want us to celebrate them even as they come. I hope they are all here. Okay, good. Kindly note also that photos and videography is being taken. I think it's important to state that. And in addition to all the people that were acknowledged by our dear Dean, we also acknowledge the media. They are also present with us, doing a fantastic job. So the first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a trailblazer in the Africa's frontier technologies and creative sector. He co-founded the Association of Animation Artists Kenya in 2008 and later established 4PM, Kenya's largest WhatsApp group connecting over 500,000 people weekly to job opportunities and global scholarships. As a former distinguished county minister for communication and IT in Kisumu, he introduced groundbreaking initiatives such as the Barefoot Digital Program, which trained over 800 students, helping to position Kisumu as a leading tech hub. A globally recognized leader, he has served on the Rockefeller Fellows Fraternity and is a commissioner on the Kenya Film Commission. Also has served as a commissioner, on the Kenya Film Commission. Currently, he's a senior fellow at the Skoll World Forum and an advisory board member at the African Institute of Blockchain. Kindly, with a round of applause, help me welcome Michael Onyango. Our next panelist is a banking powerhouse with over 22 years of experience in strategic leadership and agile business transformation, currently serving as the CEO of Family Bank. She has risen through the ranks from a management trainee to leading the organization. Nancy Njau has vast experience in building high-performance teams, innovation in client solution, and driving business growth. With numerous professional certificates, she's a certified public accountant, a leadership coach, and an alumna of the prestigious business schools around the world, including Strathmore University, SIBS in Accra, and IESE in Barcelona. Kindly, with a round of applause, help me welcome Nancy Njau to the stage. All right. It is my honor to introduce a dedicated servant leader and financial expert, Sister Consolata A. Alo, who has been a driving force in nurturing leadership within the African Church. She has served as the Executive Secretary of the Next Generational Leadership Program at Tangaza University, guiding academic scholarships and leadership training. With over 2 decades of experience in financial management, project leadership, and organizational sustainability. Sister Consolata also founded Rosa Mystica Products, a social enterprise. She brings a wealth of knowledge and a passion for empowering communities. Kindly give a warm welcome to Sister Consolata A. Alo. The panel just keeps getting better. Introduction, the last one would be, and definitely not the least, we have a visionary entrepreneur, a champion for small and medium enterprises in Kenya. Lois Moirori is the founder and CEO of Seven Stone Investments, an organization that provides business development support to Kenyan SMEs. She also founded the 254 Youth Entrepreneurship Awards, a platform that recognizes and celebrates young entrepreneurs making waves in the industry. Isn't that amazing? With over 12 years of experience in the banking industry and a strong focus on fostering financial literacy, Lois is driving transformative change for SMEs across Kenya. Please welcome to the stage, Lois Moirori. All right. To help us moderate this amazing panel is an expert in family business dynamics and leadership development. Raymond Mutura is the academic director of the Family Business Executive Program at Strathmore Business School, with a wealth of experience in guiding family-owned businesses towards sustainable growth and fostering leadership transitions. Raymond has been instrumental in developing tailored programs that address the unique challenges and opportunities that are faced by family enterprises. His deep understanding of business, strategy, and governance has made him a sought-after advisor and educator. We are honored to have him lead the conversation today. Kindly join me and welcome Raymond Mutura. Come on, we can do a better job than that.
Thank you very much, MC. He told us he's called who? Oga. MC Oga. Yeah. And thank you very much, my distinguished panelists, for being here. I think looking at 2 or 3 ideas that have been mentioned in the welcoming remarks, at some point, Dr. Caesar Mwangi, our executive dean, mentioned something about a kind of a drain. I don't know whether we want to call it a brain drain. I think he mentioned, gave an example of having to get our young people going to other places. I felt I would call it a GDP drain. Yeah? So on one hand, we have a GDP drain. Our young people are going away. And then Professor Kiraka mentioned many things. But I think one of the ones that piqued my mind is this idea that many SMEs have always felt that the challenge to growth and innovation is access to finance. So I'm hoping my distinguished panelists here will be able to help us to demystify that is probably not the issue. I was just looking at the statistics of how many SMEs are there in the country, and we have an old statistics out of our National Bureau of Statistics. It's never been updated unless Professor Kiraka has a new one. We still have a 2016 statistics that says we have 7.5 million SMEs. They say that they contribute 40% of GDP countries around, and I think it mentioned that they have a 60% GDP. From an employment point of view, there are all manner of statistics, 60, 70% employment, 80 sometimes. I hope we will be able to get the updated statistics with time. But I was just trying to ask ourselves, with all this vision, how much do you think we should grow? Because this is what the panelist wants to tell us. We are at 7.5 million SMEs, and we are saying we are contributing 40% to GDP. How much should we grow by GDP, so that our team here can tell us how we can grow to that? What percent? What percent should we grow? 70. 70 going. Which other number? 80. Okay, let's have it at 80, which is quite ambitious. So the distinguished panel, we are saying we need to double GDP. And we've heard that our topic is driving innovation and growth. I just wanted you to begin by helping us reflect on what that means. Already we've been given a number, yeah? We need to double it. We need to grow by up to 80%. What does that mean from where you sit? Yeah? And also based on what you do with the women enterprises. What does that mean? Just looking at our topic, driving innovation and growth. We'll probably start with the distinguished CEO, Nancy.
Thank you very much, Raymond, for the opportunity. I'm very excited to be here, especially noting that we are having a conversation around women and women who are in business, professional women, and everyone who is a woman. And I'm not excited because I'm one of them. That's not the only reason. But I'm excited because I know that there is power in women. And women are very unique, right from the way the Creator decided to create them. They're very unique. And our uniqueness is our strength. So even as I sit here, I'm very happy to know that we're having this conversation, and a woman is able to transform and impact the society. So I'm very excited. I'm a believer of transformation and impact, and I believe by the end of this conversation, we'll have transformed. Going to the discussion of today, there is absolutely no reason why we shouldn't get what we have just said, 80%. It is possible. And I'm happy that we've not settled at 70%, because the first place that we win this battle is in our mind. So when we say we want to grow, when we say we want to innovate in terms of our business, that is where it starts and stops. So it's quite encouraging that we want to grow. In terms of innovation, I think it's a question of asking ourselves, in whichever enterprise that we are in, is how do we do things differently so that we can get much more value. I know we are engaged in enterprises, businesses, or maybe in your profession, and you're creating value. Around innovation is asking yourself, how can I create more value? What do I need to do? What new methods of doing business do I need to engage in so that I can create more impact as I continue running my business? So that's a question that you need to ask yourself. Is there something that you need to change? Because status quo will not take you where you want to go. Whatever brought you here will not take you where you want to go. Just think around, what do I innovate? Is it a new product that I need to introduce within my business? Is it a new frontier that I need to check on? Is it around my digital exposure that I need to expand? That's a conversation that we need to have. In terms of growth, we have to think about what do we need to do to increase. Simply, growth is about increase. Whatever you want to do, how do you increase? How do you increase your revenues? How do you increase your sales? How do you increase your outlets? For example, if you look at your distribution network, how do you increase it? And once you have all these conversations in place, then that growth that we so much desire, it's going to be obtained. And it's not going to be, it's not just going to happen. It's something that you have to be very deliberate. It's something that you have to be very, very intentional around it. And we have examples even in this country and beyond, where you see enterprises that started as very small enterprises, maybe micros of the micros, and now they are very big enterprises. And one of those enterprises is the one that I represent here this morning, Family Bank. It started as an idea, just like your enterprise today. How do you continue driving growth? How do you continue innovating around your business until it becomes a force to reckon with within the industry that you operate? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nancy, for those remarks. Try to demystify for us the two terms, innovation and growth. Lois, I know you've worked a lot with young people. You've worked with, you're very focused and passionate about grassroots. What would you say about these two ideas of innovation and growth? What does it mean, and for the women you're working with?
There we go. Good morning, everybody. Nice to see these lovely faces with the expectations that you have. When I heard Professor Kiraka talk about mentorship, very close to my heart, because working with young people, that is what they need. When driving innovation, we look at, we try to understand where they're coming from and their background. And I'm talking in terms of the young people that we work with. When I think about the young women, especially that we work with in the grassroots, it's interesting how they've been able to leverage on technology to drive innovation. and I don't know how many of us have a TikTok page. How many of us are on TikTok? Why are you laughing? I just joined like 2 months ago. I don't think I've even posted anything on TikTok. But working with young people, and I've seen how they've been able to leverage on technology to use the digital platforms to be able to drive their businesses, to drive their brands, and to actually communicate with their fans. They build a fan base and then create a client base at the same time when they're using these platforms on some platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. So I have actually learned from them myself. Coming from the banking industry, it is a very critical and I can say very interesting industry to work in. That jump and coming into the SME sector, myself now being the SME that I was serving when I was in the banking industry, you get to experience different challenges and you have to ask yourself, so how do I innovate? I'm very excited because I was part of the team that was organizing this event, and I'm very passionate because bringing women together and providing a networking forum like this really helps them broaden their thinking. They think outside the box. And I'm happy because we have sponsors that have come on board to support some SMEs and women-led SMEs to actually be able to showcase their products and services. And this is what we do with county governments and also with learning institutions. We support them in organizing platforms like this and even mentorship programs and workshops and of course training programs for SMEs as well. We've seen SMEs and especially women learning from one another. And I don't know if you have been able to actually walk through the exhibitions and you have seen how the SMEs themselves, the exhibitors get to learn from one another. They get to partner with one another. And that is what I love when we are organizing platforms like this for SMEs, because we see partnerships mushrooming from there. And people, our young women, especially because I work with young women and SMEs, they start to draw from one another as well. We are talking as well about social impact. And I want to give an example of a lady that I have truly followed on social media. And the reason I asked why, if some of you are on TikTok, is because there's one lady called Angie on Boards. I don't know whether you've heard about Angie on Boards. I don't know, Michael, how many has heard about Angie on Boards? Right? Aren't you fascinated by how she's been able to leverage technology to actually train women on bonds? As a banker, I learned about bonds from Angie, right? She's been able to leverage on social impact as well to be able to build her client base and also to build a fan base now that has become a dedicated follower for, sorry? I thought it was a question. She's been able to build a very strong fan base as well as a client base. Myself learning from Angie and how she's been able to utilize this and how she started her enterprise and her consultancy firm. She's a treasury bond consultant and advisor as well. But she started as a vendor on TikTok and on Instagram. She used to sell clothes, but she is a financial analyst. And she asked herself, how can I be able now to get into my passion of training women, especially on bonds? And she has been able to do that very well. And she started by training, and by training women on bonds, she's been able now to set up her own consultancy firm, and she started doing it for free. So when we talk about innovation, I cannot point it to leveraging on technology. Yes,
very
thank
good.
you.
Thank you, Lois. Lois, I think so far, Lois is telling us that among other things, one of the ideas on growth is using digital innovations. You'll probably tell us more, especially the challenges on how maybe some women may have the fear to use that type of technology. Thank you very much. Sister, you are a financial expert. I didn't know you actually set up Rosa Mystic. I know a few people who always go there to escape to study a bit. So it's impressive to know that you're doing that. And I know for you, you will speak a lot more from a social enterprise perspective. And innovation in relation to social enterprises that many of the sisters here are putting together.
Thank you, Raymond. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. Raymond, allow me to make an observation. I was a student here in Strathmore some years back, and I used to see this conference taking place every year, but I never saw any sisters participating. And now when I came today this morning, I was delighted to see a good number of sisters, and that is already a sign of growth. I'm very grateful for this partnership of Quaker Hilton and Strathmore that is bringing sisters to the light. Before I get into what you have asked me, I want to mention that as religious women, some of us are coming from a background where our founding sisters or our founding fathers came from the West with a lot of resources, and they established schools, hospitals, and many projects where we have been serving in our various apostolates. At that time, they told us that we should not be worried because there were enough funding. They told us that if you are worrying, then it means you probably did not have faith or you did not have vocation. They also told us that we should behave like birds of the air, that they don't work, but they get something to eat. And we relaxed. But over time, they have gone back, or they are going back. And they have also gone with all the resources. And now they have left us at a situation where we have to find our way out. And that is one of the reasons that we have gotten involved now in enterprising, because we discovered that the monies that they were bringing over to us were also being generated by their families who are doing businesses and getting surplus, and that was sent here. We also discovered that some of them were entitled to family inheritance, and that inheritance was brought over here. But as African women, Africa culture is reluctant in subjecting women to the inheritance, you know that? And so we have to find our way, because as women, religious specifically, we have those projects already established, and we need to establish more because a lot is happening, growth is happening, there are so many needs happening. So we discovered that we have the potential that if we start such businesses and we get these spaces like this conference, we will be able to learn more and get more skills. Now, coming down to the topic of innovation, it's so exciting because in the world of today, innovation is taking the center space. If you want to maintain your enterprise, even let's look at the benefit of technology in a very small way, even Mpesa services. You probably does not even need a serious phone to operate your business through Mpesa. You can make a call, you can transfer money, you can make your orders, and you can continue in this business even without moving spaces. And I think when we expound on that in many other innovation opportunities, we will be able to go very far. And I look forward in this discussion because I know we are going to scale up even in acquiring more skills. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sister, and for painting the picture of the past and what then needs to happen in the present. Very interesting insights there. Again, she mentioned something around innovation, using M-Pesa. And of course, as a country, we have to be aware that we are very far. We're looking at the technology that we've been able to put together for doing transfers of money between people and also between businesses. MO, as you are called, Michael Lonyango, founder and CEO of the Forgotten Bottom Millions. Yeah, I hope you have worked. You tell me you work in all the 47 counties, so I hope you're working with all the forgotten bottom. How many do we have forgotten bottoms in Kenya?
Wow. Okay, so everyone. Thank you. Yes, this is better. It's great to be amongst you here. And just for some background, it literally took pulling me to be here because I refused to come because I was telling Lois that this is a platform for women, and I felt that I was coming to take a space which ordinarily should be for women, and I felt that it was very unfair for me to be sitting here when there's very few places that women actually have access to speak to themselves. But Lois and I are in one of the groups that you've probably heard Raymond speak about, the Forgotten Bottom Millions. Very briefly, we are a social media group. We're on WhatsApp. The reason why we're set up on WhatsApp is because we ensure that anybody who has access to a smartphone can get access to all the resources that we share at no cost every single day on a whole lot of eclectic and different opportunities that allow people to get access to opportunities that ordinarily they would not know where they are, and all our opportunities are verified. But let me get a bit more into the question about how to increase our GDP. And for those who have never been in a place where I am, I normally shoot straight from the hip. I do not know how to mull over things. So let me get right and say this. I'm happy that the women in the room today, and the truth of the matter is this country is in a total mess, and for us to increase our GDP, if we're not addressing the root cause, which is thievery, then we're pretending. Yes. We can speak about all the innovation, we can speak about increasing this, increasing that, but nothing's going to happen. So let's speak about plugging the holes. Now, as women, you have a very strong soft power, which I want to appeal to you to use. Each of you have a place in your homes where you must talk with us and tell us to do what is right. And you must not accept proceeds of illicit corruption that are brought into your homes or into your institutions as gifts and as things which are so-called running your businesses or your homes. All of you seated in this room, all of you have access to one of the 7 elected representatives who were on the ballot, from MCA all the way up to governor. There are 7 people before I even go to the executive. And before we talk about the executive, the amount of corruption that happens within your counties, within the places where you are, you need to stem it. If you stem that, we'll be having a total different conversation this morning and in this room. You cannot have these MCAs, these MPs, these senators, these women reps, all of them, some of them are your cousins, some of them are your sisters, some of them are your nephews, some of them are your aunties, some of them are your uncles. Yes or no? Thank you. Call them out. Call them out. Let's stop pretending as a people. Let us deal with the real issues. We have the technologies. That is not any issue to us. As a people, and I kid you not, we are so well sought and respected across the world. Anywhere right now as I'm sitting here and speaking, whether it is in Korea this morning or whatever time zone they're in, whether it is in Brazil, whether it's in Switzerland, whether it's in America, if there's any international conference that is going on, I kid you not, there's a woman who's a Kenyan who is speaking. Yes or no? So what are we pretending about? Let us solve our issues here at home. Let us stop being thieves. And I can say this confidently. Some of us sitting in this room who are so-called doing successful SME businesses, those proceeds have come from corrupt deals. Yes or no? And you're coming here to tell us how I'm doing so well. Lois, this is the reason why I was refusing to come here. This is the reason why I was refusing to come here. So, I will tell you, as 4BM, since 2016, we have people, we have women who are currently working, who have businesses running across the world, across this country, who have received grants, who have received training at no cost, because we have a system of people that work behind the scenes, that use technology, that are able to screen out and look for these opportunities and ensure that Kenyans have access to it. Last night, when I was watching news, I was watching, there's something about somebody who was, had conned people, and people were complaining how they had lost money. And I was saying, you know, if 4BM was charging people money, people would so readily come and pay. But because we're giving people free things, people love to be conned. I don't know what it is, and especially women. Why do you love being conned? Why do you love going to a place where someone is telling you, give me 100,000, you know it is a lie, but yet that is where you're going? So I'm hoping that beyond this panel and the other panels that are going to come up here, let us not talk about theoretical things, nice papers and everything things. Let us drive into the matters, and let us hold our leaders accountable to what it is that they must do. Thank you.
Thank you, Emo. Thank you, Emo. He has already brought a thorny topic that we need to look at, ethics. Probably he'll expound more as we begin now going into the challenges that we have in getting women not to move to growth or move to innovation. Yeah. So we are waiting to hear more, because even if we've had proceeds of theft, maybe we want to change. So how do we change? Yeah. But maybe I can go back to the CEO, and I think she started talking about mindset, and I don't know what other topics and ideas she has. Of course, she's given the example of Family Bank, having started from an idea to now a big bank. I don't know how many branches you are at now. But if we were to look at this topic of mindset as a potential challenge, and specifically for women, what can we say? Maybe one of them is corruption. I don't know. We can get Mo to talk about more about corruption. But what do you see where you sit in the bank? What's this mindset problem and challenge, if you can expound it? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Raymond. And I want to pick from where Emo has said, and I agree with him. But I also want to submit to us this morning that there are successful enterprises that have been built with a lot of integrity. So it is not everyone, there are those people, it is true, and we are not ignorant of that fact. But I can tell you, you also have a space in this country to build a successful enterprise without corruption. So I think that needs to sit well, and that is a call that MO is calling us to do. So whatever we are building, let us build it ethically. Let us build it with a lot of integrity. And I want to tell, if I refer you to our social media platforms, Family Bank, you'll see success stories of women that we have supported right from when they were young. And we can tell you, we've walked the journeys with them. We can see how they are able to grow right from when they are very small enterprises, and now they are very big. And I'm inviting you because this week we are celebrating our first anniversary of our Queen Banking proposition. Queen Banking, we launched it last year, which is, we have looked at women, what are the needs that we can give to a woman, the financial needs and non-financial needs, and how do we support them to run their businesses. And some of those success stories that we are featuring on our platforms is actually to demonstrate that you can run a successful enterprise as a woman. And there are financial institutions that are ready and willing to walk the journeys with you. So number one, about mindset. You can run a successful enterprise without corruption, with a lot of integrity. And someone said, I can't remember the exact person, but there's someone who quoted and said, if you think you can, you're right. If you think you can't, you're also right. So it's a question of what is the frame of your mind. If you're opening a business, I can tell you, there is no one who opens or who starts a business to fail. We have very big plans, isn't it? We have very big plans. We see ourselves opening and running successful enterprises, employing so many people. And that is it's a very good start it's a very good space to start, because you can't be thinking about how you're going to open a business today or to start an enterprise today and close it tomorrow, isn't it? You'll not be able to move. So those big dreams are very good. And it starts with an idea, which I believe if you're here and you don't have an idea, you'll definitely get one by the time we leave here. And if you're here and you've already started, it's a question of how do I progress it forward. Number two, about mindset. It'd be very unfortunate if you think that you start an enterprise and you don't experience any challenge along the way. That is a recipe for failure. So I think it's a question of, in your mind, you know, yes, I've started this enterprise, yes, I'm going to move, but there are obstacles, there are challenges that will come. But every challenge presents an opportunity. So even as you run your business, as you run your enterprise, and you meet a challenge, don't stare at it, ask yourself, what is the opportunity here? What is this opportunity that is being presented by this challenge? I can tell you, and when we had the challenge of COVID, and I'm not talking about COVID billionaires and millionaires, I can tell you there are people who saw that as an opportunity. And remember, not the billionaires and the millionaires, but there are people who seized that opportunity, that challenge that we had, that health challenge, and they started enterprises. I have seen customers who previously were running enterprises, but during COVID, they realized that there are enterprises that are called essential services. Did you know that before COVID? We didn't know. So you realize that there are some people who all of a sudden realize, hiya, my business is not an essential service. And we have customers who innovated themselves and said, now I'm having this one line of business, but now it's being threatened by extinction through COVID. I need to think about what is this essential service that I need to provide. So we just need to have a very, very open mind. Our attitude needs to be right. Because then if you don't have that attitude, you'll give up along the way. Raymond has asked me about Family Bank. We started way back in 1984. 1984, we are celebrating 40 years. And 40 years is not a mean achievement, 40 years. And it started with one branch. Today, as we speak, we are having 95 branches across this country, serving 32 counties out of the 47. But has it been all rosy? Definitely no. We've had our ups, we've had our downs, we've had our good times, but the thing is, don't give up. And it's always good to compare yourself, again, mindset and attitude, with those people who are successful. Unfortunately, we compare ourselves with businesses that are closing. You know, you start saying, even this one started and they closed. The moment you get into that space, you are accelerating your what? Your extinction, isn't it? You're going to close. So it's mindset. Why aren't you comparing yourself with that business that opened and it's successful? Because the moment you start comparing yourself with an unsuccessful business, everything within yourself rallies itself towards you being unsuccessful. The moment you say, I have to succeed, I have to move on, it doesn't matter. This obstacle, what do I need to do? And I can tell you, and we've heard even from the panelists here, there are partners who are ready and willing to walk the journey with you. But the question is, do you even know them? Do you know them? Do you know whether they exist? Some of us, we are so confined to our business premises, we actually don't know what is happening out there. I challenge people, they say, nowadays I don't even watch news. It's so, I know some of us, it's so depressing, isn't it? But it's so toxic. And then we shut ourselves and we say, I don't want toxicity. But in the process, there are some opportunities that are coming. We've mentioned about grants. How will you know the grants that are there? If you just say, I don't even read newspapers, I don't want depression, you'll be depressed. Or your business is not working right. So what I'm saying is, let's be very open. And let us also remember, as Emo has said, we have a responsibility in this country. And as Family Bank, where we sit, we decided, fine, there's this woman. I am happy that Professor, in the introductory remarks, actually highlighted majority of the challenges that we go through. And we ask ourselves, how do we intervene? How do we make sure that then this woman is supported to deliver? Because women can. The moment a woman says, I'm going this way, regardless, they will go there. So I want to encourage us, the right mindset. Regardless of the noise that is there, they always say, even when the cloud is very dark, there is a what? A silver lining. I want to believe, even with the current situation in this country, there is something positive that we can identify and leverage on and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I actually want to go to Sister Consolata because I think you painted a very good picture. I know you're burning to comment and say something more to what Nancy has said, but I was just wondering, as you also answer or add to what she's saying, how can we move from, or what other initiative or ideas have you had or examples you've had of saying, okay, now we are dependent on ourselves. We are going to look at something within the congregation, within our talents, and put it forward. And probably encourage some of the sisters here who are looking at social enterprises, as you also comment on what Nancy has mentioned.
Thank you so much, Raymond. I want to add on what MO said and what Nancy has said. They said that we put corruption aside and thrive. But I also want to remind us that let us avoid free things. Why am I saying so? Some of us in this room, have been conned. As innovation and technology is taking us a step higher, there is also cybercrime coming with it. And those who, quote unquote, like free things, you may find, I don't know, our contacts are all over. Because anywhere you go, you have to register, you have to put your number, your ID, and all that. So I think these con men, or now they are con people, they pick our contact and they reach out to us. And they get to know what we are doing. And they engage us. And then when you feel trapped, you open up and share. And they deceive you. And they tell you that, okay, Sister Consolata, you said you are supporting the orphans? Yes. we are going to bring you containers of support for your institution. And you share this so excitedly. And then when you do that, you keep on engaging with them until they will ask you for some money, and without realizing, you will give them so that they bring you the containers, and it will never come. Another scenario you will find in your emails, you have been sent for a mail that you have received a grant. How do you receive a grant when you did not apply for it? And so I want to remind us that let us work for earn what we have worked for, and close our ears to those who come to persuade us with free things. Now, getting back to what my colleagues have said, mindset. You have a business. I told you, or it was read in the bio, that me and my companions, we revamped a business of our community. It's called Rosa Mystica Products, ROMIP. And we used to have that business since 2009. We sell fillet and tilapia to subsidize the community resources. But we used just to confine ourselves to the 10 households around Karen where we are. It was never registered, and so we were not visible. So in the last 3 years, when we learned that we could do something more, we are talking about innovation, we followed up that we needed to register the business. When you register the business, you follow all those processes through to Kenya Bureau of Standards, you get certification, then you are able even to look out now for the funding. You cannot apply for business funding or bank loans when your business is not registered. Then we come to complain that I applied to Nancy at Family Bank and I was not given because of a woman. But I think in this case, because we have not followed the right processes. So as we innovate to move out to become more visible, we should also follow all the processes that is required to have our businesses authenticated and certified. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sister. So I think there we have something basic, registration, okay? Following procedure, following what things need to be done. There's a lot, and I know I want to now address this to Luis and Michael Emo. This notion that people, and SME mainly, want to remain informal. Why do they want to remain informal? Because if they remain informal, maybe then they don't have the opportunity to get the grant. Maybe then they don't have the opportunity to walk to Family Bank. Do you want to talk to this informality? Because I know you're talking also to a lot of you're moving towards from micro, a lot of the people you're dealing with are micro. So when we are talking about growth, we are looking at them moving from micro to at least SME. So, and there is this notion in Kenya that if you become formal, the taxman appears, okay? So you better just remain informal and and you know, sometimes when you look at it, people are so informal, but Kajo asks for some money, I have to pay. Then he always comes there. So he has a payroll. He's one of your payroll members. How do we get out of this thinking of informality, of smallness, of not moving towards being open as a business? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Raymond. Allow me first to take you back to the mindset conversation. It's very interesting because I'm an entrepreneur, right? And a lot of us are SMEs. And I see why Michael, and I know the group that we're in, it's always a fight. He's our admin and it's a fight, right? I work with young people and young women to be precise. And then the women that we work with as well believe in this country, you cannot make money genuinely. And it's difficult to change that mindset. It has become so difficult, right? I'm excited when I hear, you know, and I know what Nancy has been doing in that space in trying to really push women, because a lot of their products really promote the growth of women, and I love some of your products that you're offering in the market. But again, the attitude that women have when it comes to the loan facilities, the credit facilities, when you sit with women and you have conversation around bank loans, and I'd want to take this back to you, Nancy, they're traumatized. The experiences a lot of women have when it comes to credit facilities and loans, some of them have been auctioned, right? And we know that the kind of products and services that a lot of banks, and I'm one of a person, being a former banker, I truly go back to a lot of your websites. I go to Family Bank, Housing Finance, I know they were here, KCB, and I look at the products and services that you offer. But you ask a lot of our women out here, why is it that it is hard for us to be able to approach financial institutions to work with us? They are so much drawn, and Michael talked about taking free things. They believe that loans are not going to work for us. They're not going to work for us, right? Because at the end of the day, they are seeing other women succeeding using the shortcuts. And they're actually thriving. And unfortunately, as much as we want to leverage on technology, social media has also painted a picture whereby people are thriving, right? They are thriving, but they're not showing us the struggles behind that success, right? So when you talk to young people, and especially when you're having mentorship sessions with them, they have made up their mind that they want to be entrepreneurs. They are online trying to make quick deals on Forex, right? Because they have tried. I'm an entrepreneur, and I can tell you sometimes it can be tempting, right? It can be really tempting, right? You know, you're laughing because it's true. It can be tempting. Sometimes people will come and give you a good deal, a good government deal. But you think back and you ask yourself, it has been very difficult to trying to make it out here, right? It was I remember when I was a banker, it was a bit easier because you see you have a paycheck at the end of the month, right? If you're employed. But when you're an entrepreneur, you're thinking about all the bills that you have to pay. You're thinking about rent. If you're your family, you know, if you're your wife, you know, stuff like that, you have to provide for your family. So I want to talk as an SME, right? When I got into entrepreneurship, it was very difficult. And I want to admit I was tempted at one point. When people come and give you deals, you're thinking, it has been very hard for me to break through, you know? So you'll definitely start thinking of ways to make money and make money quickly, right? To make ends meet. Young people right now, Raymond, a lot of young people, they don't want to get employed because they're seeing their colleagues who they graduated with, they're driving the Range Rovers, they're driving the TXs because they are interacting with the entrepreneurs. Yeah. This thing we call Forex, I've tried to follow through. I'm trying to really understand how people are making money. I don't know how, guys, how are people making money on, I don't know, I tried. Myself, I tried, and I think, sister, I was conned. It's so bad because it is so bad. But are you thinking like an entrepreneur? Are you thinking as an SME? Because we've tried so many businesses, and they have failed.
Yeah,
right?
Very well. Thank you very much.
We have tried.
Yeah,
so,
thank you, Luis. Thank you very much for those insights. But I think one of the things you're beginning to mention, which started being covered by Nancy when she was defining innovation. Because we are saying that when we are a good SME or we are a good business, we need to be very clear on what is our product or what is our service. And then when we are talking about innovation, of course, we are looking at, okay, so how do I improve? How do I enhance the product? How do I enhance the service? Or how do I enhance the way of delivering, etc.? But in this, and I think it goes back to the question of formality or informality, because of course we have that problem for entrepreneurs and also for employers, that the young people of today are having a challenge to consider employment or consider hard work, which is another problem. Yeah, well, that one we will discover and solve it maybe in the next conference. But for now, for those SMEs that are familiar and are aware that, look, For me to be able to make money, I need to be formal. I need to get out of informality. I need to get out of thinking the government. In fact, one of the things in the government on e-teams, for example, it's a good initiative. I know at the end of the day we may complain that the money is all going somewhere and then it will be eaten. But as an initiative, it's an interesting initiative to be able to know how much money we are making from also informality. In fact, informality will end if you look at e-teams as one of the solutions. Do you want to talk about this issue of informality, Emo?
Certainly, I do want to address it. And look, we all do things with the expectation of a benefit. So if you're telling me to move from informality to be formal, I want to look around me, I want to look at my neighbor, or I want to look at a separate business and see that business X or business Y moved from informality to formality, and because of that, they have grown by X, or this has happened. Unfortunately, we do not have those examples in place. They're not there. And it is sad that those who truly struggle to move to formality and are trying to do it the right way get hit the hardest, as opposed to the others who are so known and know how to work the system. So again, I will say that first and foremost, the great thing and what I love about all of us in this room is that, let's stop this lie where we complain that, the reason why we're in our situation is because we have bad leaders and everything else. No, we don't have bad leaders. Let me tell you, the leaders that we have look exactly like yourselves in this room. It's a fact. Because when you all vote, you vote for that person who looks like you, who will do exactly what you want done. Those crooked things, and those are people that you want there. So we've created this problem for ourselves. However, problems are also very good, because within problems, there's loads of opportunities, which is a great thing. So there are loads of opportunities in this so-called crisis situation that we seem to see ourselves in. And I'll just very quickly probably just give some opportunities straight away that young people and people who are looking towards doing business from formality to, from informality can actually think about. Did you know that every single day, as a nation, we spend over 2 billion shillings on food? Yes, that's what we spend on food. 2 billion shillings every day. So, if you're thinking about business, that's one of the first places to think of. In terms of post-harvest loss from our farms, we lose about 30 to 40%. So whatever you harvest for the farm never ever gets onto the table because of either poor storage methods or things like that, which means that if we just reduce that, we could feed 4 million more people out of that. So this gives us some ideas of areas in which our young people can start working around. It is interesting, avocados. Let me just give you a very practical example. How many rotting avocados do you normally see in the marketplace? But do you know how simple it is to make avocado oil? Do you know that it's cheaper and it's much healthier than all the oil you're buying on the store? What is stopping a young woman from having capital of only 1,000 shillings and buying avocados worth 1,000 shillings and making avocado oil and starting to sell? And over a period of 6 months, moving that into a formal business. But however, let's also be fair, we have been bombarded with multiple bills, as you've probably seen them all, to simply come and ensure that as small scale holders who are informal people, the noose is getting tighter and tighter on our necks. But that is because, again, our representatives are not taking care of us. Women, please listen to me. You are the key to the soft power of our problems. I am appealing to you. Go back to your households. Go back to your husbands. Go back to your brothers. Go back to your sons. Go back to your uncles. Those governors, those MPs, those senators, all those people, and make them do what is right. Because the country cannot continue the way it is. We are such a rich nation. Imagine with all the theft that has taken place, we're still surviving. No, think about it. How is that possible? IMF has not given us any more money. But women, I am here because you are the soft power. So if we can get the things in the household right, these are the things that Raymond are asking me about, and we're all discussing here, are very easy to solve. But we've got to get it right from within our houses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When has insisted, policies and programs is the key. I'll allow one or two questions from the audience. I know we are running out of time, and then just to ask the panelists to give us a quick response to that, and then probably do a partnership. One or two money questions from that side. We have, there's somebody there from this side. Any question from this side? Okay, then I think we can take a question from somewhere in the middle there. People on the mic? A question near the door, and then there's somebody else somewhere here in the middle. Thank you very much.
Okay, of course, there are many examples of good businesses, and I'm sure Nancy already has alluded to it. She's told us to go to the social media page, and we will see many, many interesting stories. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm happy to be here. My names are Elizabeth, and I want to thank you, Mr. Michael, for the touch on moving from informal to formal, and that, I think, for the SMEs has been a big challenge. I'm in agribusiness, I'm doing dairy farming, and I have moved now from selling my milk to cooperative, and I'm going towards processing of yogurts and other products. But one of the challenges we have as SMEs is the policies the government policies do not allow for growth. In this way, the time I stopped selling my milk from the cooperative and I started processing, I start small because I'm a small person. But when I went to the market, I find government policies that demand me to have all procedures in place. In this way, they expect me to have the machinery, they expect me to have a line, they expect me to have all the regulatory requirements met. And I want to throw this to the panelists and to ask those who are responsible in helping the SMEs to grow. How do we navigate around this? How do we grow? How does the government come in to support growth without necessarily pushing us? Mr. Michael has said that when you want to move from informal to formal, the first moment you get out, you are hit back. And that is what happened to me. I was hit back. I was asked, do you have this? Do you have this? Do you have this? And we cannot be able to get it in one day. So how can we navigate around such kind of policies that do not allow for growth? Thank you.
Panelists have heard, and then let's pick the other question somewhere in the middle, so that then we have both the questions and then we get the panelists to answer. Maybe as we get, okay, we've already gotten to the person. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wanjiko. I'm happy to be here. Thank you to our panelists. My question would be directed at the finance panelists. Just to add on to what Lois mentioned, and just also adding on from informality to formality. Very many people are shying away from that, mostly because with the SMEs and trying to just foster growth, credit in this country is extremely expensive, and it's almost unsustainable when you're starting off something. And on one hand, we're being told the worst thing you could do, to try and get capital is to go for a loan. On the other hand, and which I completely agree with all the panelists in terms of integrity, we are being told, let's not go for the free things, let's not go for the shortcuts and so on and so forth. Let's say no to illicit money. So which is which? What do we do here? Because getting credit is so risky. We end up getting auctioned. Our businesses fold before they take off. So that's really my concern.
Thank you very much.
Maybe Nancy, you can talk to this issue of capital, and probably you can mention something about how to work with government, or initiatives or ways SMEs can work with government or advocate with government so that it's not too difficult.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. For Elizabeth's question, I'm not sure I really have the authority in terms of government policies that regulate or that support MSMEs or SMEs growth. But I believe that we can have lobby groups and also advocacy just to make sure that then some of these issues and some of these hindrances are brought to the fore. And through our representatives, as MO is challenging us, let's see how we can bring those ones out so that the government can create a very good environment for us to do business. In terms of source of capital and a loan as part of source of capital, I want to submit to us that credit, which is a loan facility, remains a significant source of capital for most businesses. And I want to encourage us not to shy away from taking credit facilities from financial institutions. Why am I saying this? I can dare submit and say, majority of these successful enterprises that we see, it's highly unlikely that you will find one that has never had access to a credit facility from a financial institution. It's highly unlikely. And we've walked journeys with customers that I've seen grow, and it was I was engaging one which was quite interesting, because he was telling me since 1978, when he walked into a bank and he was given a loan, he has never slept a single day without a loan. Since 1978. How many years are those? 46 as we speak. And he told me he now has a reorder level. You know that you normally have reorder levels for your stock. He has a reorder level for credit. Then he knows, okay, oh, my loan is coming down. I'm going to clear it next year. Then he looks for what next? What else do I do? And honestly, you find that that person has grown. However, when you're taking a credit facility, and allow me to say this, the challenge that we experience is you find that somebody wants to be funded, and sometimes we do misrepresentation. Why do I say misrepresentation? You've started a business, and because you know, if I go to Family Bank today, they look at my account operations, and they see how my business is doing. So what do? We have people who actually do something we call window dressing an account. You window dress your account, so you borrow money from Lois, you put it there. It is not from your business, are you getting? You borrow money from Lois, you put it there, then you remove it, you return to Lois. Maybe you're a treasurer of a chama somewhere. You take all that money, you pass it through your account. So when you come to Family Bank, they look at your account, it is very good, and they fund you. Unfortunately, you find in that business, once I give you the money, 80% of what is in that business is a loan, 20% is your contribution. Whose business is it? Is it yours or the bank's? Who is a major shareholder in that business? Yes. You might find yourself in a challenge, because what will happen, your profits will actually be utilized to pay this, because it's a major shareholder and you have to pay. So you find yourself struggling. What am I inviting us to do? Even when we talk about integrity, it is even integrity of how honest you are and how transparent you are with your business. And more often than not, you find banks are shy away, and allow me to say that, when it is a new enterprise, banks will tell you, hey, this one, we don't fund startups. Have you ever heard something like that? Why? Because statistics have it and research has it, Prof, here, that the businesses, majority of them, they close down after what, how many years? 2 years, 1 year, they share. So you find that banks don't want. They want something that you've tried. You know how to navigate. You know your market. You know where you're sourcing. And then their purpose. Please don't divert. I can tell you, banks don't fund you to auction you. In fact, it's usually very painful. I don't know why sometimes you feel like we enjoy doing it. We hate it. It is depressing. We feel good, and we are encouraged when we see you grow and we keep funding you. In fact, the people who collect debts in banks, they are normally taken for counseling. I can tell you that one for a fact. We take them because it is not easy to see a family crying and wailing. So what am I saying? Please, let us be transparent, even as we run these businesses. This is my contribution. This is what I am making. Yeah? This is what I am making. So that at least at any particular time, you are the major shareholder in your business. Please, be the major shareholder in your business. If a funder becomes the major shareholder, chances are you'll be auctioned.
Thank you very much, Nancy. And since we've run out of time, I'll just give them 1 second to say a closing something. Please just make it 1 second, not a statement. 1 second, 1 second word. No too many statements. Thank you very much. Starting with Emo.
Great. So just very quickly, by a show of hands,
how many of you here have ever been to public participation? That's where your problem is. All policies are made by you, the public, at public participation. I see that later on this afternoon there's going to be a panel on funding and investment. I do believe that financial literacy is something which, in fact, let me put another show of hands. How many of you have ever been to a class on financial literacy? Great. So the thing is that we need to ensure that all our women, this should actually be a permanent requirement that as you leave high school, everybody should have financial literacy. And let me stop with that.
Very short and sweet.
Thank you, Raymond. Before my closing remarks, I would say, Elizabeth, follow the processes. If the government, even through advocacy, for that policy to be changed again, it will take a process. I was in a process of certification of our products, and as soon as we got certification in October last year, there was a government circular that if you don't work with if you are not compliant to e-teams, you cannot do business with some organizations. And when we got that circular from our customers, we were very confident because we were now ready to register through e-teams, and we retained our customers. As I finish, I want to remind us that there are three things. There could be many things, but there are three things that somebody may want to do business with you. One is if they know you. If they don't know you personally, they may know somebody that you know or that knows you. And so that is why this networking is important, because we are living here, going to do referrals for those that we have known. Secondly, because they like you. But why should someone like you? Maybe because of efficiency. And so if you are efficient, someone will like how you do things and they will always follow you. And the third one is because they trust you. Why should they trust you? Maybe because of consistency. If you promise, deliver. Thank you.
Okay, know you, like you, trust you. Thank you.
Statement. A quick statement. Thank you.
Will be around mentorship.
Mentorship.
I'm very passionate about it because I have mentors myself as an SME. I heard Professor Kiraka speak passionately about mentorship. Women should embrace mentorship, and women should also offer themselves to mentor young women in business. Men are very quick to mentor other men. We run mentorship programs under 254 Youth Entrepreneurship and Mentorship Program. When we call upon our men to mentor young men, the trendsetters in a different sector, men offer themselves very quickly. I'm sorry to say this because I'm a woman, and sometimes when you reach out to women, it's a very difficult conversation. Men will offer themselves very quickly. So I want to urge women who've been there and done that. There are girls struggling, upcoming SMEs struggling to really make it in business. And they're looking at the ones that have thrived in business to mentor them. So when you get that call from unis, from professor to mentor women in business, offer yourselves.
Thank you very much.
It will take you a long way. And
Thank you.
You'll be able to navigate some of the challenges that I've had Elizabeth and one lady there talk about.
So mentorship. Thank you very much. Let's embrace mentorship. Nancy?
Closing remarks. You can do it. Your business can thrive, it can grow. Just keep at it, have a plan, have a strategic plan. I can tell you, majority of these thriving organizations, they don't just grow naturally. They have a plan. They know what they want in 2 years, in 3 years, in 5 years, and that is what they track. So even in your business, kindly have a plan of how you want to grow and maintain the focus. And there is no limit to what you can become.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nancy. Thank you, Lois. Thank you, Sister Consolata. Thank you, MO. And our vision was, after we've done all that, we grow by 80% on GDP in SME.
Thank you very much.
Before you leave, wasn't that amazing? We're a bit short on time, but I believe that value has been delivered. I will call upon Dr. Caesar to come and present the gifts to our panelists. All right, let's appreciate him as he comes up. Starting with MO, loud and proud against corruption. Sister Consolata A. Alo, follow the process, break the tradition. Lois Muiru, mentor them, grow them, support them. A voice for the young generation of entrepreneurs. And last but not least, Nancy Njau, your mindset should be, you can do it. Of course, we want to appreciate Raymond Mutura for being able to navigate that conversation. So much can be said, so little time. Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much, Dr. Caesar. We appreciate you. Thank you, panelists. You can now. All right, we can now have our seats. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate them for the contribution they've made. Because of time, we'll move to the next step. We will have a video message from GIZ. If we can play that. We have a video message from GIZ, and then Kennedy Mugo, you'll be ready after that.
Not necessarily always.
was the sponsor highlight by GIZ. I will call upon
Kennedy, if you're here, and Professor Ruth, if you would, just to come and present the gift. One of our key sponsors for this annual SME. Let's appreciate them. Let's keep appreciating them. Thank you. I think 1 minute, let's see. All right. Thank you, Professor. Success? You've forgotten our value pathway. See how the whole just went silent. Success? Insight? Esther Nyamburu Amburu, please see me. I think I have something that belongs to you. To do the next sponsor highlight, I will call upon Dr. Nancy Njiraine, who is the academic and research lead for the Sisters Blended Value Project. Now, if there's an initiative that has done amazing things, it would be SBVP, and it is my distinct honor to welcome Dr. Njiraine to give a highlight on the same. Please, let's welcome her with a hand.
Thank you very much, Bona MC. It is a very beautiful view from here. I can see the wonderful participants, women majority. I can see the, I'm going to say splatter, I don't know if it's the right word, of different sisters spread across the room. And I am very, very moved by being able to see that. And I remember Sister Consolata saying a few years ago, you barely saw a sister, maybe you were the only sister in that conference. So it's really a beautiful sight to see the group of many sisters involved in this meeting. We have had such a beautiful and rich discussion so far, and it's only panel 1. Imagine what it's going to be by the time we get to panel 3, panel 5, panel 6. Thank you for the team that put this together. Thank you for Strathmore University and the Business School for enabling this to happen. So open your mind, as we've been reminded, open your thinking, open your ability to explore as we discuss the many things that we are going to discuss today. So a little bit about the Sisters Blended Value Project. So this project started just under 3 years ago, and we were asked by Conrad Hilton Foundation to look into the work that sisters are doing to in terms of income generating. And Sister Consolata elaborated it so well when she said in the earlier days it was easier for sisters to get support from their founders, but that has changed. And then of course the donor landscape, we all know that has changed. And so COVID also was a point at which the sisters felt the pain significantly, because the funding and the donations that was directed to them now was directed towards fighting COVID. So during the COVID period, it was a significant impact on the sisters especially. So in 2021, Conrad Hilton Foundation, as you can see their logo here, approached Strathmore University and said, what can we do for sisters? Can we explore how sisters are handling their income generating activities among the many other things that they're doing? And so through that baseline survey, we discovered the many challenges that sisters are going through. Similar to what has been expressed here today, the same challenges. And now for sisters, it's a different layer, because every time you see a sister doing a small business, we know them for the schools and the hospitals that they run, but as soon as they start doing the chicken farm, as soon as they start doing tailoring and fashion and dressmaking, the things that the rest of us out here do, as soon as they start doing that, we start wondering, why is a sister doing this? And so they have another layer of challenges below or above what we experience as women entrepreneurs. And also they have their calling, their vocation that they have to think about. So they are not doing business for the sake of doing business or enterprise. They're doing that so that they can benefit you and I, our communities, our society. So they have a different agenda, and hence beyond looking at SME, they're looking at a social enterprise. What is the social impact of what I am doing, of the enterprise, the business that I am doing? So they have all of those issues that they have to deal with. Then on top of that, in their formation, when you decide you have a calling to become a sister, business is the furthest thing from your mind. And then here we are saying, Sister Consolata reminded us, you have to find a way out, you have to survive. So you start income generating, you have no idea what needs to happen. So this is where we came in together with Conrad Hilton. They have a very big section or department that they call Catholic Sisters Initiative. And they said, how can we support sisters? We understand what they're having to deal with. How can we support them so that they can run these enterprises, these businesses in a successful, sustainable manner? And so we discovered, of course, the business, the baseline survey I mentioned in 2021, the different challenges. Some of them touched with what Prof was talking about and what the panelists were talking about, the different challenges that they have to deal with. And we came up with 4 recommendations that dealt with addressing their capacity, their social enterprise capacities, their abilities to understand what makes a successful enterprise. Of course, there is the issue of networking and collaborating, and so this is part of what we are doing, bringing sisters out to see what are other social entrepreneurs and SMEs doing. How can you network and connect with the other people who are doing something similar? So that was a second recommendation, and that's part of the reason why we have a lot of sisters here. The third thing that we recommended is that we will harness all of this information that we are learning together with the sisters in this journey, and we will put that in a way that can be consumed by sisters and non-sisters, those who will pass through our hands and those who are a little bit further removed, or those who we shall reach to at a later date. So how are we going to gather this knowledge and then share it? And then the fourth thing was the incubator. When we do exit back on stage, eventually as either Strathmore or others, what do we leave in the hands of the sisters? So an incubator, and Prof mentioned a women's incubator that is going to be launched this week. So something similar for sisters is part of the things that we promise to do. So that is the journey that we have been taking since end of 2021 up until now, just under 3 years. And just a little bit about the journey so far, the things that we've been able to do in that period of time. So we have been able to build capacity of over 690 sisters. And an important thing to mention here is that in order to reach sisters, it's difficult for us as Strathmore University to just show up at the door of a sister and say, oh, we have this wonderful training. We were reminded about the many con-person situations that exist. So, and be trained, it's free because Conrad Hilton has funded this. Also for us to reach, and sisters, we tried that, and sisters were not responsive because they were saying, so who is Strathmore? What is going on with Strathmore? So in order for us to reach sisters effectively, we work with an umbrella organization of sisters called AQUECA, Association of Consecrated Women of Eastern and Central Africa. AQUECA is our partner. So through that umbrella body, we are able to reach different groups of sisters. They have associations in 10 different countries that they work with. So the journey that I was going to talk about, over 690 sisters that we have touched through direct training. So they come for a long-term training where we do periods of 3 weeks, not at the same time. We'll train you for 1 week and then you go away, get a mentor and a coach. As was mentioned by Lois, it's a very important process, mentoring and coaching. So we mentor them through that journey. So that's what we do, capacity development. In terms of, and we've also, I was going to go to conferences first. So in terms of collaborative networks, so we do conferences, so such as this, how many sisters have been able to benefit from programs such as this, and how many other engagements do we have? So we also have webinars where we call sisters and say financial literature, financial literacy. I think Emo, I'm looking for him, I think he's disappeared. Emo said everybody needs financial literacy. So we give webinars to sisters based on series on finance literacy and other aspects where there is need. So for that, we've been able to reach, I think it's over 1,400 sisters through the different webinars. We've also been able to have approximately 40 outputs. So when I talk about outputs, I'm talking about case studies that we have put together that talks about the different activities that sisters are doing. So we'll go and look at the activities you have, your social enterprises, what type of impact are you having, and then we put that in a story, in a video, in a written format, and even in cases that can be taught in class. So we put those together. So we have cases and stories. We have journal papers that academics can also access as they are trying to see ways in which they can journey with Catholic sisters, and policy papers as well. We have put together some policy papers that can influence policies that can address or begin to understand the issues that sisters are dealing with. So we've had 40 outputs. And then through that process, we've been able to provide a very small amount of seed grant to 61 sisters or congregations. So a congregation is a group of sisters that come together and they have what is binding them together called a charism, and they go out and reach out to their society. So that's called a congregation. So we've been able to reach out to 61 congregations and provide a small amount of funding, and we've been able to see the impact that that small seed grant has provided. So there's been a lot that we have done with Catholic sisters in that a short period of time, and we hope that we'll continue to impact sisters. At this point, we are working in 4 countries: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Zambia. And we hope to be able to reach out to more sisters as we continue. So our appeal is that you also, if you're a policymaker, you begin to think about how can I work with the women that are different categories, and Prof emphasized the fact that we are grouped as women, but we are very many types of women within that element of being a woman. So how about sisters? They are also different, even when we call them Catholic sisters, even among them they are different. But how about we start to engage with them? If you're a policymaker, what are those policies that address issues that touch sisters? If you're an SME and you're looking to collaborate and partner, have you thought about working with a Catholic sister? So there's a lot in which we can do in terms of engaging with Catholic sisters. Please reach out to as many as they are here. We also have quite a number of them exhibiting today and tomorrow. So please go to their stand and see the kind of things that they are doing so that we can walk this journey of empowering women together. So we empower the sisters. They are going that extra step that you and I cannot do. The farthest corner of the country, a sister will reach there. Some of us will be sitting in our comfort zone and saying, I wish I could help that child in Karamojong, but we will not do anything about it. A sister will go there and do what she needs to do. So let's think about these women, these sisters who are part of us, and see how we can journey with them. So thank you very much much for all of you who are here today, and we hope that we continue to journey together. And the conference team, Prof, Eunice, and the rest of the team, thank you so much for the opportunity to partner with you, to engage with you, and we look forward to the rest of the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Njireni. I think I concur with her. The last time I was here, the room was not this packed. So it's a beautiful sight to see so many people just yearning to learn from this, from the panelists and from all the people who will speak. So now we are going to a very interesting session. Dr. Njireni has alluded to it. So I'd like to call Prof. Kiraka back on stage. This time she'll come up wearing the hat of the Principal Investigator for the Women Entrepreneurship Incubator Program. So a round of applause, and she'll tell us what next. Yeah.
Thanks, Juliet. Thanks, Nancy. Thanks to our partners from GIZ. Initiatives like this, SME conference, are made possible by the support and the partnership of our colleagues. So we have GIZ supporting us. We have the Conrad Hilton Foundation supporting the conference. And one of our really, really great partners at Strathmore is USAID. They have been funding one of our programs, which is on the Kenya Small Business Development Centers. And we are starting another engagement with USAID. I mentioned earlier about the Women's Entrepreneurship Incubator Program. And this is a super exciting program for women entrepreneurs, which we are going to launch today, and we're going to launch now. And to help do this, I am going to invite our keynote speaker, who is also from USAID, and he's going to support us with this. Her name is Marianne Smallwood. She's the Director of the Private Sector Solutions for Kenya and East Africa Office of Economic Growth. And her team is leading trade, investment, and private sector partnerships. She has worked for almost 2 decades in the international development field with a focus on climate finance, mobilization of capital, private capital for development. During her 8 years at USAID, Ms. Smallwood has served as a senior private sector advisor in USAID's Private Sector Engagement Hub and the Regional Partnerships Builder for USAID's regional mission in Asia. And prior to her time at USAID, she also worked for a large marketing US corporation, and is also a Fulbright scholar. And she has a master's degree in public policy from Tufts University. So we are so honored to have Ms. Smallwood as this. She is going to be helping us to launch this exciting program, and we are going to then get into a bit more conversation on what it's about. So please help me to welcome Ms. Smallwood.
Thank you. Warm welcome. Good morning, everyone. Excellent. So I don't want to take too much time right now. I'm standing between you and a lot of valuable panels and discussions and the expo and lunch. But thank you very much to Strathmore University and Professor Kiraka for welcoming me here. On behalf of the U.S. Embassy and USAID Africa, I'm very pleased to join you all today for this expo, which is the 12th SME conference, where we're celebrating the theme of empowering women, building futures, the path to success for women SMEs. I was inspired to learn that this was the first conference Strathmore has dedicated to empowering and uplifting women entrepreneurs through their what can be a very difficult business growth. And we at USAID believe that this initiative by Strathmore reflects a very significant commitment to fostering an inclusive and entrepreneurial ecosystem that recognizes and supports the opportunities and challenges that you, women, face in business. But before I begin the bulk of the remarks, I do want to thank Strathmore University and acknowledge the collaboration between USAID, Kenya, East Africa, and Strathmore. We believe that our partner and our partnership is a testament to the enduring relationship that our organizations have forged over the years and our commitment to working together. So together, our two organizations have made remarkable strides in empowering small and medium businesses, and a prime example of this is the work we do through the Small Business Development Center, or SBDC. The initiative is dedicated to enhancing the capacity of local entrepreneurs and provides them with essential business opportunities, development services, training, mentorship, and invaluable networking. But that all said, as we celebrate the impact of these collaborations, we are also impressed to witness the continuation of this partnership and to the commitment that Professor Kiraka mentioned that we'll talk about later, Women Entrepreneurship and Incubator Program, or WAPE. So what you've heard this morning and what we'll talk about throughout the day and then tomorrow is it's critical to understand and recognize the extraordinary potential that women entrepreneurs have in shaping not only their futures, but the change and positive impact on their families, communities, and economies. That all said, we're celebrating, we're supporting, but we must also acknowledge the toll that entrepreneurship takes and the significant barriers that you as women entrepreneurs face. Despite the strides we've made toward gender equality and your entrepreneurial spirit within, and that we see within you as entrepreneurs, you and women entrepreneurs continue to encounter obstacles, some of which we heard on the panel before I came up here, that hinder your success. And that includes limited access to finance, limited access to networks, limited access to market opportunities, and business development services. And some of these challenges and your difficulty accessing these are the things that impede your growth and the day-to-day growth of your businesses. On a broader level, consider this. According to the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, only 7% of women-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises in Kenya have formal access to finance. That's minuscule. The limited access to the finance that you are unable to access creates a precarious situation where many of these businesses and your businesses struggle not only to grow and start, but to even survive. Another report by UN Women reveals a staggering financing gap of $154 billion to $188 billion in US dollars for women-owned businesses in developing countries around the world. So when we think about it from a global perspective, there is, in total for the world, 2.1 to 2.6 trillion needed to support micro, small, medium enterprises globally. And that leaves countless enterprises, formal and informal, including those that you are all supporting here, without support that you need. But that reality check acknowledged, even as we discuss the challenges, we also need to focus and plan for and support the possibilities that lie ahead, including for entrepreneurs like you. While many entrepreneurs possess the self-efficacy needed to overcome these struggles, many others still lack the access, the support, the skills, and the resources necessary to scale these ventures, particularly as we come out of a very difficult post-COVID economic environment. So we need to address these gaps, and these gaps hinder your ambitions and economic contributions, and we need to help address them and build your confidence and your entrepreneurial mindset. So this is where transformative entrepreneurship incubation programs play a role. So by providing education, mentorship, coaching, flexible financing, and B2B connections, these programs and incubation programs can empower women entrepreneurs to not only navigate, but thrive in the complex business environment. I had the pleasure of walking through an expo earlier this morning before coming here and joining you today, and hearing about the value that mentorship, SBDC, networking has brought to some of these women-owned businesses that were started 1, 2, 3 years ago is very, very transformative and has been very valuable. So we want to continue that as part of the US government and USAID Kenya. And on that note, I do want to highlight the unwavering commitment that USAID and US government has towards ensuring women's economic security worldwide. In 2021, the US government launched the Strategy on Women's Economic Security and helped envision a future where women and girls in all of their diversity, and all of your diversity, can fully and meaningfully contribute to and benefit from economic growth and global prosperity. But closing the gap in the global workforce, the gender gap, holds potential. It's a challenge, but it could add significant contributions to the global GDP estimated around 5.3 trillion US dollars. But here in USAID Kenya Needs Africa, let's talk about what we can actually support on the ground in ways that can help you. Our USAID mission is dedicated to helping realize this vision by implementing the global women's economic security policy. But this is done in very tangible ways through the partnerships that we build, and that our Office of Economic Growth, as well as other offices in USAID Kenya, have built to help uplift the economic well-being of Kenyan women. And note, we're always looking for new partners and entrepreneurs that can help us achieve that goal. So come find us afterwards. But moving on to WAPE, or the Women's Entrepreneurship Incubator Program. So this program, which we're very, very proud to launch, is dedicated to empowering women entrepreneurs across key sectors in Kenya, specifically agriculture, textiles and apparel, healthcare, and water and sanitation. This program aims to address critical gaps in the supply chain, enhance your export capabilities, both regionally and then globally, and create more employment opportunities for Kenyans, which we so desperately need. By focusing on boosting the visibility of women entrepreneurs and fostering these essential partnerships, WAPE will seek to drive the growth of women-owned small and growing businesses. So the primary objectives of WAPE include developing tailored business services, identifying and recruiting business-owned or women-owned businesses with high growth potential, providing them with comprehensive support throughout the incubation process and beyond. It's a continuum, and it doesn't stop at a certain point. Organizing pitch and reverse pitch competitions, hosting learning events like these to promote networking and visibility, and showcasing and selling your products and your services, again, pointing to the expo outside, and dispersing and monitoring co-investment grants. Now, this is the exciting bit where money comes in. Through the impactful partnership that we will have through WAPE, we anticipate that 135 women-owned small and growing businesses will receive vital business development services via the incubator program, and additionally, 45 investment-ready women-owned small and growing businesses will be awarded matching grants to help scale their operations, securing a transformative $1.275 million in co-investment. There's going to be a launch later and an opening of applications that we very much hope to see a lot of interest in. So in terms of a call to actions, to the women entrepreneurs and the Kenyan women entrepreneurs here in the room, I salute you. I come from a family of entrepreneurs. I have family who are entrepreneurs, and I know the toll and the time and the sacrifice it takes to do what you're doing. I salute you, and you have the skills and the passion and the drive to not only stand up your businesses, but take them to the next level of success. And WAPE, the Women's Entrepreneurship Incubation Program, is one of the tools and partnerships that can help you reach that next level. Whatever your sector, ag, wash, textiles, apparel, health, this is the moment to take your business from hustle to next level enterprise. We offer everything from tailored business support to co-matching grants, and it's designed and will be designed and customized just for you. So think of WAPE as being your coach, your cheering squad, and your business toolkit all in one. So by the next SME conference here at Strathmore in 2025, I'm certain and I am hopeful that we'll be celebrating an even greater array of achievements from women entrepreneurs like you across Kenya, filled with inspiring stories of resilience, innovation, and success. And together, we can witness the transformative impact that programs like WAPE can have, showcasing how these opportunities can empower you to thrive as your own business moguls. So to Strathmore University, thank you, and we urge you to continue advancing women's entrepreneurship by enhancing support systems with tailored programs that offer practical tools, mentorship, and networking. We can all create an environment where women's entrepreneurship thrives. And together, we can help break down those barriers that challenge you and encourage and ensure that every aspiring woman who has the will and the want has also the opportunity to succeed. So as I conclude, I want to highlight the conference program for the next 2 days. It's been thoughtfully designed with your needs and your interests in mind. From the personal speeches to the insightful panels, one of which we just saw here, every moment offers an opportunity to connect, to learn, and to grow. And whether you're seeking practical advice, new strategies for your specific business, or simply the motivation and the drive to be among like-minded entrepreneurs and women to propel your business forward, there's something for everyone here. As we move through the conference, I encourage you to stay tuned until the end and throughout the end of tomorrow to continue to learn more about how we at USAID are helping to support not only entrepreneurship, but gender equality and other women's economic empowerment, including the Emerisha initiative through USAID KEA. And we're very proud to have some of our entrepreneurs that we support through Emerisha present today, who are grantees under our initiative. And can I please call attention and take the time and urge you to take the time to visit exhibitions and the vendors and entrepreneurs that are located right outside. I heard earlier this morning that there are about 70 plus entrepreneurs present there showcasing their work, their services, their talent, and their own blood, sweat, and tears. Both those entrepreneurs outside and sitting among. And I encourage all stakeholders to visit the booths, engage with these women business owners, and explore what they have to offer. This is a fantastic opportunity and collaborate with women who are really making an impact in the business world at small, medium, and larger levels here in Kenya. With that, I wish you the best as you embark on this conference. Let's make the most of this journey together and to learn. Thank you, and happy conference.
Before you take your seat, we have a culture at Stratford where we like to give our guests. So Dr. Caesar, if you may be so kind, please come and gift our key guest for that amazing speech. I feel motivated. Are you motivated? Yeah? Everything you need is here today. So I hope you leave with way more than you expected. Dr. Caesar? Take your seat, Dr. Caesar, Marianne. But now we have to celebrate. We're going to officially launch the Women Entrepreneurship Incubator Program. So please proceed to the booth to my left. Yes?
That's your right.
Oh, this is my...
No, they are right.
Oh,
your left.
Touche. So Prof. Kiraka, please also join them. Betty Mugo will also be representing USAID. Eunice Modoni, champion for SMEs. Please come with your team. Sister Paris and the others.
Karibuni sana, karibuni sana, karibuni sana.
Two sides, yes. Are you feeling the excitement? And you know, applications are going to open. The portal will be open soon. So we can have to...
Imagine if you launched your business the way we are launching this. And it's not difficult. All you need are people, a ribbon. You know, they can be found downtown. You know, River Road at that corner. I know these are not ribbons, but when you do it. So we're looking forward to having you apply for this program and joining us here at Strathmore Business School.
Countdown. Technical team, you're ready? So we'll do a countdown, and when we get to 0, you will long press this button.
No pressing before 0.
Yes. I also need to see where the confetti will come, so I don't surprise you. Yes. And there'll be some confetti, so don't be shocked. There'll be some.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. A round of applause. Wow. It's official, the Women Entrepreneurship Incubator Program is now ready for your applications and about to begin. And thank you very much for for launching this program. We assure you this is not like the other programs we've been seeing on TV and Twitter that were launched some months back. This one will actually happen. Thank you very much. You may have your seats. Thank you. waip.strathmore.edu. That's how you apply. I thought I'd seen it somewhere. Apply now on at weip.strathmore.edu. And if you love scanning things at the supermarket, you can also scan this that allows you to apply the program. Anyone who's kept chicken has an idea what an incubator is. So the people who will be joining this program are like chicken who are being prepared. Chicks, I apologize, I've not kept chicken. We were planning to take away your break. There was supposed to be a break so that we go to the expo session, because we told ourselves that when you come to a school, you expect to learn, not to take breaks. However, of the kindness of our hearts, we've offered the expo back to you. And the idea for this conference is called Conference and Expo for a reason. If we're going to talk about missing opportunities to network, opportunities for access, then here's another opportunity to not only do the thinking work of sitting here and listening to panels and contributing to panels, but going to the ground, interacting with the people who've set up, getting contacts, asking questions about how people are doing their businesses, and getting opportunities where you can help each other. Make sure you visit at least 3 booths. At least is very low, just 3 booths at least. So don't limit yourself to that. As we end, just one quick announcement. We had been informed that the washrooms are in this building at the bottom and the oval building across. We have more washrooms across the university really. So any building you enter, just ask and they'll assist you. Now, I want to request, have you guys seen at the end, at the coverage of every agricultural show and fair trade, where there's that photo of the president with a young man who's just learned how to keep pigs, where they're explaining something. You've seen it, right? Or that one where the governor is talking to some woman who is now baking cakes in an organic way. You've seen that, right? So for today, I will request that our keynote guests be accompanied by our dean and Professor Ruth Kiraka and every one of the invited speakers and panelists, so that we all join them, because we need that photo, guys. We need that photo of someone talking to one of the exhibitors. Are we all going to join them? Are we all going to join them? I told you I have kids. I can repeat myself over and over and over again. So, you're ready? So let's go ahead to the expo. It's right behind us, where we'll interact with the business people, and we should be back in the next 10 minutes. In the next? Thank you very much. Dubai Chamber. She's also served in various leadership positions as Director and Vice Chairperson at United Kenya Club and Director Consultant of BNI and President BNI Mavuno Chapter. BNI is. If you are a business person and you don't know BNI, look at the person who raised their hand and look for them afterwards. She's currently the CEO and Director of Sarma Enterprises Limited and Global Networks Investment. She's an entrepreneur with interest in building and construction, real estate, corporate speaking, coaching, consulting, and training in business networking. She received in 2022 the Africa Women Business Hero of the Year from Women in Africa. These are serious people, eh? And I've watched some of her videos. If you see her at work in like doing construction and carpentry, you won't believe it's the same person. A round of applause for Sarah. Next, I'd like to call upon Margaret Mudeu, my deski. She's a seasoned professional with an IT background and over 15 years of diverse work experience across government, non-profit management, private sector engagement, entrepreneurship, the ecosystem development, and she's a passionate advocate for youth and women's economic empowerment. She's a proven track record in leading initiatives, designing and developing programs, partnerships management, fostering entrepreneurship ecosystems, and empowering African businesses to thrive globally. She has previously worked and consulted for local and global organizations like We Connect International, 1 Million Startups, GIZ, International Trade Center, World Bank Group, UPS Foundation, Moody's Foundation, FCDO. Which one impresses you more than the other? She's a fellow of the prestigious Launch and Grow program by Santander Women in Africa and Babson Executive College, and fellow and winner of the Impact program by GIZ. A round of applause for Margaret Mudeu. So you need someone who is of a similar caliber to moderate such a panel, don't you think? And so we're going to call upon Betty Mwaura, who has a very interesting LinkedIn about her section. So whereas other people put in, buzzwords such as entrepreneurship, digital first, AI, that's the current buzzword on LinkedIn. This is Betty Mwaura's LinkedIn about her section. At age 9, I was sent to buy bread. There were 2 shops, one owned by my mom's friend, pricing cheaper, and the other one known for quality. And so, some people see quality and are willing to pay the price, and others are driven solely by cost. Betty Mwaura decided to, I have watched one of her videos, by the way. She had a job as a quality analyst at Safaricom and decided to leave all of that to go into business coaching. So she did an entire course around business coaching. She thought the people would come, and she was surprised that they did not show up. And so she's built her business, Royal International, over very many years. She's a business coach. She has experience with entrepreneurs. Let us welcome Betty Mwaura. And now, to be honest, if I keep talking, will it be fair? Yes, so I'll hand it over to the panel. Thank you very much for that. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce one final panelist who I had forgotten about. I apologize. Monica Mwaniki.
from Avocap. Monica is the co-founder, Chief Executive Officer at Avocap Asset Managers. She's a seasoned investment banker with specialists in fund management, capital markets, financial markets, and strategy formulation. She's definitely the person who you should be listening to when it comes to handling your business. Her key specialties include fixed income equities and sustainable investing, navigating global markets, managing client relationships across all asset classes, and overseeing end-to-end trade execution. She is very, very data-driven as a leader. A round of applause for Monica. Betty, take it away.
Thank you very much. Appreciated. Welcome, panelists. Karibuni sana, ladies and gentlemen. This is very interesting. We were discussing over break time, and we decided our session was the best. Our topic was the best because the first panel, they stopped discussing their topic and they were discussing challenges. It's because we can never mention women and businesses without challenges, isn't it? Can we? Any woman here who is running a business with no single challenge, we want to come and join you. I want to invest. And I'm sure all other panelists want to invest in that business. Do we all have challenges? Are they just so little and pretty like us? How can we describe them? They are mannerless. We really want to thank Strathmore, Professor Kiraka. Thank you for coming up with this SME conference, and most importantly, for giving us women an opportunity to shine. It's our time to shine, at least in this conference, and discuss our challenges. So I am very honored to moderate this session. And the ladies, we've had our own discussions on the side. They are ready, and they were telling me, we are waiting for that session so that we mentor the ladies and we speak about our challenges. I am very honored to be among them. In fact, as I was reading their profiles, I was getting a little bit intimidated and thinking, where? You know that emoji of where? These ladies. Very, very honored to be among them. So I'll just want them to, it's good you hear their voices, isn't it? I know a very good introduction has been done, but just take a minute and introduce yourself. Don't do the big introduction, just say something to the ladies and then we get to the questions.
Thank you very much, Betty. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's a ladies' event, but I can also see gentlemen. Without men, we really wouldn't be enjoying living in the world today. My name is Sarah Karinge, and I have a title that I can say I have earned it, the Queen of Networking. I really love and connect with people. I have supported so many people. I'm sure some of them are here. I invited them, and thank you very much for coming. I am in the construction sector, in the manufacturing sector, coaching, and I'm also in the water sector. So because there will be more that we'll be talking about, one thing I also love doing is coaching people, and my joy is to see people grow through me. Because when I die, I will not go with anything. But if I empower one woman, one man, that is the greatest thing that I can do to please God. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Modeu. I'm an entrepreneur and also an entrepreneurship ecosystem enabler. And my greatest joy is to be in a meeting like this where we get to interact as women, see women-owned businesses being spotlighted, highlighted, and thank you so much as Strathmore for providing this platform today, so that we can have meaningful conversations that will ensure that women succeed, which is one of the greatest passions at my company, Elevate SMEs, which supports youth-led and women-led SMEs to thrive not only locally, but also globally, because right now, the world is your oyster. The world has become a small village. We are all interconnected, and opportunities are as many as you choose to see them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Gilda Odera, as you heard. I am really, really, really happy to be here. And the reason being is that entrepreneurship runs in my DNA. No matter how much initially, and I'll talk about it later, I had to run away from it, you can't. Once the bug bites you, you can't run away from it. You just have to know how to maneuver it. And so I'm happy to be here because I know through entrepreneurship, if each and every one of us here, because I believe that's why you're here, if you ended up expanding and employing 5, 10, 15 plus people, can you imagine how this country would be? That's why I'm here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Esther Mushemi. I am the CEO of Samchi Group of Company. In the group, we are close to over 10 companies. I am an author. I've written a book called Give Me My Mountain. And in the kitchen is another one that we are going to release soon called My Springs of Water. I believe in empowering people. I believe in prosperity. And the only difference with the prosperity and the prosperity that is spoken by many people in the marketplace is I am a promoter of value-based wealth creation. It's good to have wealth, and we will note it, but I will celebrate that wealth that is backed by value. That wealth that has a journey, that has a process. I am excited to be here, and I look forward to sharing a lot more.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monica Mwaneki. I like saying I am a mother, I am a sister, I am a friend, I am a mentor, and recently I acquired a new title. I am a CEO. I'm the CEO of Avocap Asset Managers. I am passionate about investments, impacting lives, and especially of women by giving financial literacy. So I'm hoping that by the time we leave here, we'll be more empowered, overcoming our challenges, and even scaling our businesses to the next levels. I'm happy, very excited to be here, and I look forward to a beautiful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. That was amazing. And finally, my name is Coach Betty Mwaura. He read my profile, but one thing he forgot to pick from the LinkedIn profile is that finally my dad told me there was an argument, which shop is cheaper, which shop is more expensive. The one that was more expensive belonged to my dad's friend. The one that was cheaper belonged to my mom's friend. So everyone had something they were pushing for. So finally, my dad said, I was very young, I was 9. He said, listen, Mom, there is nothing cheap, there is nothing expensive. You decide. If you offer people value, they need to pay you for the value. That lady that is cheap, her things are always expired. So go to the shop, I'm telling him, to get to it. And so finally, he told me, work hard. There is always money for anything you ever need. Just don't steal. Find a way of getting that money out of the pocket in a nice way. So that was the story. So I've been doing business coaching. It's something I really, really enjoy. Though now I'm transitioning, she's gotten a new title. I might get a new one soon. I am really, really getting into AI and helping companies integrate AI into their daily work. So today we have many questions. Our topic is overcoming challenges Strategies for Success for Women-Owned Enterprises. They are nice. They've given the profiles. So what have they had to overcome to come this far? And I repeat again, Professor Kiraka, our topic is the best because we can give our own stories to explain the questions. So question number 1, I would like to shoot it to Dr. Odera. Could you kindly tell us, can you share examples of structural or systematic barriers that women-owned enterprises often encounter, and how can these barriers be dismantled or navigated?
Okay, thank you. I'm sure some of you have found yourselves, is it audible? Yeah. Some of you have found yourselves in situations where you are the only woman in the room, or wherever, whatever you're doing, you're the only woman. And if I can talk about that, the reason why I bring it up as a barrier, an example of a barrier, is that very many times as women, and I hope that will change, I'm seeing a change especially with the younger ones. When you go somewhere and you find that majority of the people are men in your business, you tend to find the women shying off or, pulling back and not reaching out to the men to talk to them. Whether it's a supplier, whether it is a competitor, whatever it is. And there's something I must say, men have a way of, and allow me to say this, gentlemen who are here, unless you as a woman breaks that barrier, they're also cautious about how they relate to you, because they don't want it to be misinterpreted by, by you. And so it's up to you and I to break that barrier, to make the men who you're doing business with comfortable, that this is a business we're doing, and you are this sort of person, which means you must be somebody who's respectable, and they see you in that way. And that helps break the first barrier. When they see Gilda is somebody I can talk to, she knows her stuff, and I think I can benefit from her. That is one way of breaking a barrier, and we know it's been a man's world. So it's up to you and I to break that barrier. That's how I'd start it off.
Thank you, Dr. And just to note, Dr. Gilda was the first female to be elected as the FKE president in 65 years. So she knows something that probably we don't know, so it would be very nice to listen to what she has to say. To add on to that, Margaret, could you kindly help us just share some of the examples of structural or systematic barriers? What have you seen in the market, and how can we navigate that?
Okay, we cannot talk about the challenges women entrepreneurs face without addressing where they stem from. And all these challenges that manifest in terms of limited access to finance or market opportunities or networks, or even shrinking in places like Dr. Gilda is saying, where you get in a room and feel very intimidated as a woman. They stem from deep-rooted systemic issues, yeah? These are conscious and unconscious biases, institutional practices that continually discriminate against women-owned businesses. And for the women, once they get into that system, they are confined to that particular mindset that, yes, I need to conform to the particular barriers that have been set there, rather than seeing how can you, as a woman-owned business, first of all, starting a business is no mean feat. Running a business, even if you've been running it for 1 year, is not something small. So everywhere you show up, yeah? Show up in that room, take up spaces, be very confident, yeah? And it's one of those ways in which we can start breaking down these barriers. And going back to the systems, the systemic challenges that we see that manifest these barriers or present these particular barriers to the women is saying, how do we start talking to the key stakeholders or involving the key stakeholders, because It's an entire ecosystem. You are there as the woman-owned business. You need to access finance. You need to sell your goods and your products. You need to transport your products from one county to another. And every step you take, you'll still encounter these barriers. Whether it's going to the bank to ask for a loan, and they'll tell you, we need a title deed for you to have, collateral so that you can access credit facilities. And I'd like to ask today, how many women here own title deeds? Wow. It's really, not a very big number. It shows that we are truly making progress in that particular way. But I would say, despite the systemic challenges that we already see as women-owned businesses, because they did not start overnight, therefore we cannot expect them to be dismantled overnight. But we can make steps. We can take very bold steps to ensure that we create, whether it's the government, to create enabling environments with the policies, if it's the women-owned businesses, to ensure that when there's a call for public participation, you show up in those rooms where matters that are being discussed that touch on your businesses, to ensure that your voice is heard. Yeah, that's what I'll say for now.
Maybe Margaret, before you pass over the mic, how do the women know? Where are people calling? Where are they being called? What are the platforms? Where will they see? Because sometimes women just see things on TV. Oh, there was public participation. Where should they be? When I was going through your profile, you sit in very many boards, you have very many organizations. How have you known that this is where I need to be? Who invites you? Where are the people who are inviting others? Where do the ladies find them?
Okay, let me start with the first part of your question where you mentioned about where the call for public participation is made. Most of them are made in the newspapers, yeah, and amplified by the various leaders that we have in the space, that there is a public participation that will be on this day at KICC or whichever place. So yeah, be on the lookout for that. And also institutions like Strathmore Business School, yeah, being in spaces like this where incredible conversations like we are having today are made so that you can get to know where is the action taking place? Where do I go to access this particular information? Yeah, so there is that, and you can either participate in person or even write so that you give your views. On the other hand, about knowing where these opportunities are, yeah, I like that today we have so many women-owned businesses that have shown up today in this room, which means you're very intentional about accessing knowledge, being part of a network where you can highlight your business and what you're doing and listen and get to network with other entrepreneurs and key stakeholders in the ecosystem so that you get to understand if it's challenges, they're not just unique to you as a woman-owned business, wherever you are. They're not just unique to us here in the room, but you'll realize talking to your peers, you're facing similar challenges. This is a place where you get to hear from seasoned women-owned businesses like Dr. Esther Mushemi, sharing her story that yes, you can create wealth using a value-based system and learn from the incredible people here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Margaret. That was good. So keep writing your questions somewhere. We will, at some point, we are going to pick 2 or 3. And then at the end of the panel, we have a lot of time. We have 1 hour. So at the end of the presentation, we'll pick a few more. So the next question goes to Dr. Esther Mushemi. And I agree with Margaret. When you go to search forums, you learn 1 or 2 things. The last time I attended a session that Dr. Mushemi was speaking, she didn't see me. I didn't talk to her. But there has been a significant change in my business because I went and repeated a sentence that she told us. So she said, she was just giving an example. Then she told us, I tell my staff, if I spend a sleepless night because of you, you will not have it easy. I could not wait for the following day for a staff meeting. It has really helped me, Dr. Mushemi. I am really grateful. So I know the ladies will pick one or two things from the examples you're going to give us. So the next question goes to you, Dr. Mushemi. What is the importance of resilience in overcoming all the setbacks in business? And could you give us strategies and examples of overcoming the setbacks that we find in business, the resilience that we need?
Thank you so much. And yes, one of us has to sleep, and the other one has to wake up and look for solutions. We can't be awake, both of us. And in the context, my staff understand when we talk like that. We always say we like to keep it real because it must be real. And so resilience is honestly part of the game. If you are not prepared to pay the price, in terms of the sacrifices you make every day, family sacrifices, social sacrifices, financial sacrifices, you might as well forget about ever becoming a successful entrepreneur. Because many are the tribulations of the entrepreneur. And you must find a way of overcoming them. You must set yourself up for success. Because, especially as women, if you keep on waiting and begging the world to give you success on a silver plate, I want to tell you and confirm to you, it will not happen. Because it is everybody to his own world, whether you are a man or a woman. And at where I am today, I've stopped even looking at myself as a woman and caring about me being a woman, and focus more on what I call today that are more interested on the agenda and not the gender. And it's about time we start looking ourselves that way. And who invites me? I don't need to be invited. If you don't invite me, I'll create a table where you desire that I invite you. And so it will be equal. And when we are equal, you either look for me, or I look for you, or we look for each other, or we remain on our lane and determine our success inequally. So I want to liberate the women and tell them, rise up as a person. We are very learned. We are very exposed. Of course, let me tell you something. We have cultural issues. You know, there's something I say. Faith is not the absence of facts. The facts will still be there as inequality. But we have to find out of ways of dealing with those facts. We go back to resilience. So, fear is one of the things that throws us into a corner and we wonder where next. But this is what I've said and what I believe in. One, fear that leads to failure is a creation of man. Are we together? Do you think God created you to be a failure? No. He loves you. I mean, you are so important. You have a lot to play in the society, isn't it? But over time, men have spoken to us about failure, isn't it? Over time, maybe your parent told you, you are good for? Aha. We went to school, and because I couldn't do maths, I was told I am good for?
Now, did we need maths to become a successful entrepreneur? I keep on one. Well, you do maths, eh? It's a good thing. But honestly, there are things we must go through, and it's important we go through, but you should not allow them to confirm to you that you are a failure. You are not. And when you fail, because sometimes you will do, because that's part of what we are calling and referring to when we talk about resilience. We are not saying that there will be no failure along the way, and in the journey there will be. But then, listen to this. It is the idea that failed. It is not you. So have the courage to look at that failure like this, and you tell it, idea. You have failed. But it's not me who have failed. So bye-bye failure, I am gone to my next success. That's how you build resilience in your life. I could talk more, but let me give a chance to somebody else.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much, Dr. Mushemi. Can already see we have notes and notes and notes. So I would want Sarah Karingi to weigh in on that question on resilience and just give us strategies of how we can overcome and become resilient as women entrepreneurs, and the men as well. Please don't feel left out, tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Betty. Yes, I would describe resilience as falling 2 times and rising 4 times, or falling 5 times and rising 10 times. What do I mean by this? You face a challenge, but you make sure you come out of that challenge, and I'll be giving you the strategies I used. I'll just give you a short story about myself, the challenges I faced, the setbacks I faced, and maybe that way you'll be able to understand. And I will show you, not that I knew even some of the things that happened to me and how I was able to deal with them. Do I say that I worked I was a public servant, then I inherited a business from my late husband. So now for 3 years, he fell sick, and then after that, he died, and of course, you know, I had to take care of him. So I really didn't have skills when it comes to entrepreneurship. So when he passed on, my children asked me, Mom, will you be able to do what Daddy was doing? In the construction sector, we were manufacturing products for construction made of woodwork, and he was very particular when it comes to finished products. So I'm there, of course, you know, you are mourning, but then I had first of all to ask myself, Sarah, you are there, I had to take a break, and I decided to sit down, and because I'm a learner, and I love reading, there's one book I came across, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and I saw one word, focus. Follow one course until successful. So I got that solution. So I sat down, and I wrote down the things that I was supposed to do, the businesses I was supposed to run, the debts I was supposed to clear. Oh my goodness, there were so many. And the loan which I was supposed to clear, which had accumulated, and I was being threatened that this property will go. But I thank God for networks. And I had to be very brave. There are times I would lock myself in the house, I cry, but sometimes I would cry in front of people with one eye closed and the other one open, to see opportunities and to listen to what could help me. So after some time, I decided now the manufacturing farm, in fact, there was no stock, and I had to talk to the employees who were also very worried because their boss was gone, and I was supposed to take care of them. Some left, so I was left with few. So what was I supposed to do? To talk to them and encourage them in as much as I was mourning, so I had to put the mourning aside and also focus on them. And so what happened next was that, as I've told you about focus, I had to follow, maybe I wrote down everything that I was supposed to do, and I would itemize what was most important. The construction sites that was supposed to, we was handling, there were 4 sites, and we also had 2 places we were building for our parents. It was actually doing much of the work. My work was only 25%. So you can imagine now I'm taking almost 100%. And along the way then my son becomes an alcoholic, and I have to deal with him. So the challenges were real many. So how did I rise up? I fell 5 times, but how did I rise up now 10 times? Number 1 is to believe and to accept. Number 1 is to accept there is a problem. after acceptance, it's just like the way the Bible tells us that accept you are a sinner and you'll be what? The ones who are Christians, they know you'll be saved. The moment you accept you are a sinner, then that is when you receive salvation. So I said, I have to make sure that I have to take care of everything, but I took some time. And so, after I wrote down whatever I wanted, along the way, I realized there were certain challenges as well because I didn't know that people would ask, and then they would also call me. So I went learning along the way. I remember there's a time where now after I had tried to, of course, strategize how to talk to customers, convince them that I would continue the work. And then when it came to construction, I called the team that was working with my late husband, and I told them, you know what? I don't know how to build. You know, the person who was building is the late Karinge, and I know I'll build. But inside my heart, I was sure I didn't know how to build. But you know what? How many people are entrepreneurs, and it's not them who are running the machines, or they are doing one business or the other. They have a team of people. So, and I kept listening. So Richard Branson says that we should always empower our employees. So I learned that from Richard Branson, that our employees should come first. So I encouraged them, and I told them, I know the person who was doing this business with you is gone, but he was not doing anything other than putting the resources together. And so afterwards, it's when I came now to Strathmore University, and I did 2 programs. I learned now how to lift myself up, manage cash flows, manage the children. I took my son to the rehab center because I knew that if I didn't take care of him, sometimes I would be so down. But I knew even if I stayed down, I'm not going to get a solution. So I focused, and then I kept praying, and after some time I got helpers. Then in 2010, one of our business was set on fire because that time it was still now rising. So you can imagine now I go back. I'm still building, and this happens. So I asked myself, now should I stop doing? But I said, I think I can manage the two because already I have now developed stronger muscles and consulting other people. So in 2010, when the business was set on fire, I sat down again, and through the networks, I was able to get good people, professionals, engineers, an electrical engineer who came. He did work when it comes to motor. The other one came and worked on the electrical works. He did the electrical works, and we were able to go back. But then what I did, I worked with what I have. Sometimes as ladies, we think, because I don't have money, I cannot continue. But at times you can just believe that things will somehow happen. So they came, they helped me. I told them, I don't have money to pay you, but give me time. So over time, we agreed on how I was going to pay them. And I finally managed to pay them after 2 years. Then a roofing expert came. After 2 years, he came and helped me to roof our business. And that is how I was able now to move forward as I continued building. So when it comes to loans, the manager who was threatening me, I decided to go to the CEO. So I woke up very early in the morning. I went, saw him, and yes, and because you know those days, secretaries used to block people from seeing their bosses, isn't it? Yes, those days, not today, because they open, the doors are open. So I went very early in the morning. By 6 o'clock, I was waiting at his office, and I told him my problem. Guess what he did? He gave me a letter. I took it to the manager, who was told to extend for me the period for paying the loan. Are we together? Thank you very much.
I think even today, if we want to see the CEO, we can see her.
Yes.
We can?
Yes. The door is open.
What are some of the channels we can use? Because I'm sure there are ladies here and gentlemen with loans that are weighing them down, they are stressing you. The phone calls. I am a business owner, I know those phone calls, you know. You remember, you have this and this asset? So how do we do that?
I'm big in networking. And I've always believed that there's power through people. So what you need to do is to find out, and I thank God for social media. Find out if I am the CEO of a certain company and you're looking for me, who are the friends or the people that you know. Find out where also those people go, maybe in golf clubs. And I've been able to get a lot of business from golf clubs. And how do I get this golf club? I know maybe probably I will be able to, someone, say like a Candy, will tell me that, assuming that Betty is the CEO of the company or the bank I want to go and see, the Candy will tell me that this person is my good friend because he, of course, takes the bag for him. And that way, then, that is what I usually do, because if I want to get connections now in a golf course, I ask, do you know someone who builds? Do you know someone who does ABCD? And this candidate is one who will help me. So what I'll do is I will ask, by the way, do you know the CEO of, say, Equity Bank? Do you know the CEO of this particular bank? And they say, yeah, he comes here, so I'll connect you to him. And that is how I make my breakthroughs. Thank you.
Wow. We are learning. Most importantly, Strathmore is here and inviting the CEOs on the stage. You shall be with them after the session. So do the necessary. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Totally appreciated. Please keep your questions. We are just about to give you an opportunity to ask. All right, so let's go to the next question. This one interests me most because it's about mentorship and networking and how what's the role of mentorship and networking in women-owned enterprises, and how can we leverage on mentorship and networking? I would have really wanted you, Sarah, to start with that question, but let's go to Dr. Gilda to cover that question first. Mentorship and networking, what's the role? Is it important? Is it important to have a mentor? Can I do it on my own? You know, because you see, I've been working for a corporate, you know, women, the way we tell ourselves, I've been working for Strathmore, I know everything, I'll go and do it. Then you find things are different. Kwa ground vituni, different. So is there a role that mentorship and networking plays, and how do we leverage on that?
Thank you. You know, if I can start by saying, for any mentorship to work, you must peel off the mask. Ladies, I think we are too good at masking. Really. You know, we stop self-sabotaging. This is Gilda. I've come up on stage. Do you see any hair on my head? But this is me. So be confident in who you are. Be vulnerable. Be authentic. I'd said I was going to talk about this, because I think one of the biggest problems we face, if I may say this, is not keeping things real. In my journey as an entrepreneur, and it's been a long span journey, I started in marketing services, where, you know, it was pioneering and below the line marketing services many years ago, moved on to internet service provision, and at that time as an ISP many years ago, before Njeri Rionge came, we were 2 women in the entire ISP space. And I had to be vulnerable. I was not a techie, but I was running an ISP. It was a family-owned business, and I went in to bring in my marketing skills and put its name up, but I had a team, just like Sarah has said. You see, sometimes I've come to realize that as women, we beat ourselves too much. We want to know everything and then feel confident in stepping out. And I say this because even in interviews that I conduct where, you know, at executive level, sometimes I conduct interviews, and you see the men coming in very confident. Or even before that, you'll talk to somebody and they say, I'm going for that job. But they don't have half of the qualifications, but they're taking a chance. And I think that's where we're different. We want everything perfect. So before I come to Gilda to mentor me, or before I as Gilda want to be a mentor, I have to put on this mask and pretend that things have been so smooth. Come on. We have to be real. If you want mentorship to work, we have to stop self-sabotaging and keeping it real. And be able to say, I don't have this sort of money. I don't even know how to do this. I started this, but it was something that was in me, but I don't know how to move from point A to B or from point B to C, and how can you help me? But you see, when it comes to mentorship, the only way mentorship works is if there is a connection. And for you to connect, it means you have things in common. You must have things in common. You see, you may see me as Gilda and say, I want her to be my mentor. But when we sit together, the chemistry is not coming together. So don't force it. Find a place where you connect. Find a person who you can connect with. And you know, mentoring, if I could say this, doesn't mean you have to be a CEO or up there to start mentoring. Start mentoring wherever you are, ladies. Peel off that mask, because I know many don't want to start where they are because they're going to discover that my business is not doing that well. Or they're going to discover that I don't know this bit that well. Do you know in mentoring sessions, sometimes your mentee even says something that gives you an aha moment? It does. And so we must peel off the mask, be vulnerable, be authentic. This is who I am. And then mentoring can take place successfully. Successfully. So we have to be able to keep it that way, be real, identify who has similar values with you. You know, the last so many weeks I've been running series on values, so you can go and follow me on Instagram, TikTok, all those things. I'm talking on values, A to Z on values. So find out, who do you relate with when it comes to values? Because that is the person who can mentor you and bring out the best in you. That's what I'd share at this point.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gilda. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So, Monica, would you like to weigh in on that? How has networking and mentorship assisted you to grow your business and to rise to the top and finally to get the title CEO?
Thank you. Thank you, Betty. I'm just going to add on what my co-panelist here has said, that mentorship is very critical at this time and age for anyone in business, for you to level up to the next level. And you have to get a mentor who can challenge you, who can look at you in the eye. We could be bosses in our offices, but there is no employee there or friend who can challenge you. And that's the space for the mentor. So you can be mentored as well as mentoring at the same time. I will speak around that mentorship and networking by trying to dilute it to the very achievable and relatable things that we do. When we talk about networking and mentoring, it might sound like this is something you need to find in a newspaper or in a certain, like it's a big thing. But it's not a big thing. It's something you start from where you are. Like she said, start from where you are. If it's networking, how many of you, of course everyone I'm sure, is in WhatsApp groups? You're in a WhatsApp group for your former high school, for your former primary school, in your neighborhood there's a WhatsApp group. Those are the people you start networking with. You could be in the same WhatsApp group with someone who would really take you to the next level just because you're in the same neighborhood. But you don't know that so-and-so is in that WhatsApp group because there is not even a chance of knowing your neighbors. You are at workplace, you don't even know the office that is in the next door or the third door. That's the first level. You try work around with where you are. If it's your former campus, your colleagues, they have now scaled to different levels or different areas. How do you tap into that? Once you are in those groups, how do you seize the moment? You know, now we're in the groups, so how do you seize that moment? I like what Sarah has said, that she is able to go even to the golf courts and get those networks. You can see how low she's going or how daring she's being. Be daring. Be daring. The worst that can happen is a no. The worst that can happen is a no. And as Dr. Mushami said, bye-bye that no, and off to the next opportunity. Let's be resilient. Actually, I'll weigh in on the resilience. I want you to look at yourself as a ball, a football, without air. Will it be played? Will it bounce? The air that we put in the ball is the resilience we are talking about. If you put small resilience, it will bounce just here, but it will not go far. If you put enough resilience, the why are you doing what you're doing? Your why has to be so clear that it is not shaken by anything, that you can bounce back, you keep bouncing. You find this challenge, you go to the next, and you're able to bounce back. I think that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies. I hope we are doing very well with time, are we? Great. We had a whole 60 minutes. We are doing very well, very well. We had a lot of time. All right, so this one, it's a question that I'm sure a lot of ladies would like to know. So how can governments and policymakers create a more supportive environment for women entrepreneurs? And I'm sure this one is actually painful. I remember Elizabeth, and hi Elizabeth, was asking about something in the morning, you know, how difficult it is to access credit, how difficult it is to set up a business, how difficult it is maybe to work with government. So how can government assist us? That's basically the simple bit of it. How can they assist us? Especially talking about the regulatory frameworks and access to resources. And this question, I would like it to go to Margaret.
Okay, thank you for that question. Yeah, so speaking of governments, I'd like to start with the story of Job. I know those that are Christians know the story of Job that is told in the Bible that says that the sons of men went to show themselves up before God, but Job was not there. And matters concerning his life, the devil was asking, if you could tempt, have you considered my servant Job? And Job was not there. And that is one intriguing thing that I asked myself. Where was he? He's also a son of God. He should have been there. Yeah, anyway, that you connect that to the government. So we know that there are a lot of empowerment initiatives that run. But these empowerments cannot produce lasting change and impact without including women in the rooms where these policies are decided, so that we can make our voices known. And as women, you know, we like to complain a lot when we meet in forums, on social media, but that's where it ends, yeah? But beyond talking about it, can we now say that we are taking the next step and go to the Ministry of Gender, go to the relevant stakeholders to ensure that we make our voices known and tell them about the challenges that we face. I remember some years back when the ASEC, Association of Startups and SME Ecosystem Enablers, was being formed. There was, you know, all these ecosystem enablers supporting different sects of SMEs across Kenya. And we would also meet in forums and talk and complain to the government. And the government would say, can you form an umbrella body where you can have a collective voice and table it before us so that we can consider, which brought forth the startup bill, which we know it today. Yeah, so these are some of the things that I'm talking about. We cannot have empowerment without having inclusion and also equality in place to ensure that not only are we making our voices known, but also making sure that the government is fully aware. The population in Kenya, we know that half of it is women, yeah? And of all the registered businesses we currently have, 30% of those businesses are women-owned. Yeah, so we play a key role as women in economic development in the national economic development, in our families, in ensuring that there's shared prosperity in our nation. But then, as a key stakeholder in this economy, well, if we cannot fully participate in this economy where we are in and constantly conforming to the systemic issues that we've seen that constantly become the barriers that limit the growth, then we are not making progress. And that said, we do have that we already have in place. And as I was having a brief discussion just before this panel, I was giving them an example of the procurement, the gender inclusive policy, especially in the government of South Africa, which is a very strict government directive that the businesses there need to empower the black people. It's called BBBEE. You can check it out. Yeah, and it's a very serious policy. I know in Kenya we already have that policy in place, but the EXPO one, but if it came out very strongly as a key government directive with consequences, then I'm sure we'd be able to see a lot of progress realized in that particular sector. So that's all I can say for now.
Fantastic. Thank you, Margaret. Probably the ladies would be wondering, so if we actually voice our concerns to the government, are they going to listen? You see, that could be something silently they are wondering about, but we'll give you the mic so that you can ask the questions. All right, this one goes to Dr. Mushemi. Dr. What's the key considerations for women who are looking to scale their businesses, and how even do they identify the opportunities for growth and scaling? So what should a lady consider? They are here, they are running their own businesses. At what point do they know I need to start scaling, and what should they consider? You said now you have 10 companies. You know, at that point I was like, wow, when I grow up. So what are some of the key considerations and the opportunities for growth?
I think I'll answer that by giving a bit of my story. And before I do that, because I was feeling like I need to share this, is about the topic we have just talked about, networkings and mentorship. I agree with what we have talked about it so far. But I also want to tell the ladies, I'm talking from a personal experience basis. Sometimes mentorship and networking is grossly exaggerated. You may delay yourself and your progress because you think you know nobody and you are waiting for networking. Please start where you are, yeah? Now, you're tumemaliza. What was your question?
Don't you worry, I'm going to repeat. What are the key, in case the ladies want to scale their businesses?
All right, scaling up. Now I know.
Now you know.
Now, scaling up. Now, I started my journey very many years ago. I'm a trained auditor, and I audited more than 10 years. I left partnership audit firm at a salaried partner level. At that point, I was earning good money. Yes, I was. But there's something I kept on struggling with. For a very long time, the one thing that keeps me going is I believe in my greatness. I believed, and I still believe, that Esther, you are created for great things. And so, when I could not go beyond the salaried partner because my mind was set on a profit-sharing partner, and waiting, I waited. I was good at my work. It never happened. So one day I decided there is no man or woman that has power and authority to limit me from achieving my purpose, my destiny, my inheritance. And so I called, yes, thank you. And so I called myself into a meeting and said, yes, this is luxurious. This gives me a door to go to the Muthaiga clubs, but it's only very short term. And so I quit and I started a shop on Koinange Street, and that's where this journey all started. I became a dukawara, gossiped by my friends and my enemies alike, but I did not allow that to distract me. And so the next thing, we are still on the journey to going to expanding. So for 10 years, when I got into telecommunication, I did nothing else. I focused on that and that and that alone. And why did I focus on that and that alone? Now, when I look back, I begin to understand why it was important to focus on one and only one. Number one, I had only 50,000 Kenya shillings left after I set up my I started with, and honestly, I had nothing else. Now 50,000 ni ya kununua airtime au kuku or whatever. So I had no option but to focus on that one thing, build on that one thing until it becomes. When I look back, the next reason why I could not do any other thing is because I did not have structures that would support me to do any other thing. Listen, I was the cashier at that shop. I was the purchasing officer. I was the accountant. I was the salesperson. Now, humanly, tell me, is it possible to do other things? If you want to grow at that point, please grow with the one that you know and the one that you can afford and the one that is possible there and then. It is not a good thing, I'll tell you, that you start today as a rune before it can see the light of the day. Madam Esther comes and tell you there is money in quails. The next day, another one. It will happen eventually. Everything will. The other thing is, I did not have staff, the staff I have today. I am here today, and I'm speaking to you today. In fact, today I came even escorted. What? Yes. Because a time has come when I can afford now to have general managers who manage all my businesses. I can afford to have finance managers who manage my finances to the extent if today I want money, I have to call my finance manager. Money is, I have all these people. Because of that, I am now able to grow. That's the reason why we can afford to have 10 companies today. My companies are managed by competent people, probably more competent than I am. So when I was doing that one company, years, I could not even afford to go for a holiday. I need to tell you that so that when next time you meet me in Dubai, you know there are times I could not afford. And I then started to have a few little more money. And the first place I invested in was in property. And you know what property we are talking about? I brought in Kayore. You know, I brought in, where is yours? I brought in kahawa sukari, you know, because this is a point I want to bring out. That's what I could afford then. Today, with respect and humility, I own property in city center. And I say with humility. Today, that's what people talk about because it's out there in the social media. I'm not the one who talked about it. It's because of that property I bought in Kahawa Sukari, and I have 3 or 4 there that I bought that 1,000 Kenya shillings. Today you know the value of that property. I was in Kahawa Wedani. I bought that property at 100,000. You know how much it costs today. What are we saying? Start at where you are, even when you want to diversify and go to the next industry. From there, I then became known, I started being known. I'm not only in telecommunication, I am also in real estate. Now you think it is big. Wapi. It started there with 10,000, 20,000, and that's where we are. After that, we invested in stock exchange. Yeah. Then, yes, thank you. And then what happens? We are now in hospitality. Why? Because we now can afford. And how can I afford? Because my banks now can support me. That's how I'm able to build a 10-story hotel on Biashara Street, not using my money, but now the banks can support me. When I started like, as a woman, again, we go to that point of capital. They could not give me money because I did not have security. The first loan I was given of 800,000 was because I had created a security of fixed deposit, and so the banks could give me money. Today, we talk like equals. Yeah. We negotiate with them. Are we together? Even the interest rate, we sit on a round table and negotiate. But it's because over time, you have developed a track record, oh my God, thank you, a track record that is recognized not only because you are a woman, but because you are a successful entrepreneur. And that's where we want to be. That's where we want to be. As I talk about this, then, so the other day, then, we are now in agriculture. I mean, this was very funny, by the way, how we started. You know, it just, I mean, let me tell you, the next billionaires are going to come from agriculture, so that's why that's why we are here. The other day, I was saying, I wish my dad would be alive today and see me in agriculture, the way I used to hate it when I was in the village. And so, this is what I want to say. You start where you are. Give the very best of where we are. Then open your eyes. I see opportunities every day. But let me tell you why I say this to you. Because I have taught my mind. I've taught my spirit, my whole being, that even as I walk aloud, I am open to seeing. And not only have I set myself to sing, I also have this thing I call the power of asking. This is also something else that women are so weak at. Learn to ask for help. Let your workers help you to grow. Invite them. Today, I tell them, and some of them are here today, I am an investor. You are the owner of the business. And when you get there, then scaling up is, I don't want to say it's automatic, but it is the when do you go to the next. It's no longer even the how. Because by the time you go to the fifth company, you have messed up along the way, you have failed along the way, and then eventually, you have proved to the world that you can make it. And when you're at that level, this is what I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. When you learn to do what is right because it is right, the world will have no choice but locate you. And when it locates you, it will accelerate you to the next level.
Wow. That's it. Nothing to add to that. So it's that time. We agreed that you have your question. So we don't have so much time. We only have time for 2 people only. And Dr. Mushemi has said we ask. She shot her hand up first and she did next. Maybe one gentleman.
Thank you very, very much for a very insightful session. My name is Christine Kahema Muthui. I'm a tax lawyer. And for me, my question to the panelists is how they've navigated running an ethical business, mostly taking into account the nature of some of the work that we do. Running an ethical business puts you out of some businesses, and it's always easier for men to navigate that route than women. Thank you very much.
Let's take all the questions and then only 3 of them.
Okay, thank you so much. What a brilliant panel. You guys, you rock. Esther, oh my God. Totally, all of you really are brilliant. We really love what you've said. I have a question, and particularly to Margaret, because you seem to have successfully navigated public participation processes. And I'm curious to know, how did you approach situations where the processes were designed to rubber stamp flawed processes? How did you manage conflicts of interest? And I think it's a follow-up to the question that she has just asked. How did you navigate the whole arena of kickbacks, transparency, and how can we as leaders and change makers use those processes for genuine transformation? My name is Ann Jogu. I am a life coach, and I run a program known as Becoming Limitless, which is a transformational program that I want to teach a younger me how to have the kind of mindset, using my life, using my successes and failures, as Gilda has said, remove the mask, to really share authentic stories of transformation, and inspired by Esther about the power of asking. Becoming Limitless is an investor-ready startup that is ready to bring on board the next partners who are willing to really build one of a company that's gonna go into Africa, because it is time for Africa. But first, we have to liberate the mindsets. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. One last one.
Thank you so much. My question is just one question. I'm Brenda from Beyond's Delivery Services. We do last mile delivery services. My question goes to our panelists today. How do I choose a mentor? You see, at times you are so like, how do I choose a mentor? I might fall in someone's hand. Maybe it's my competitor. Like a small SMEs, how do I choose a mentor? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Totally appreciated. So let's go to the question. I think question number 1 and question number 2 are one and the same thing. So how do we ethically do business around here? Margaret, you want to tackle that?
Let me say, the first time I met Dr. Esther Mushemi, I know you may not remember me now. Back in 2017, I was conducting research for one of the initiatives that I ran that is called Women Biz 360, that supports women-owned businesses to address the challenges. And in the course of doing research, I was looking at, I'm a woman of faith, so I was looking at incredible business women that had built value-based businesses, and that's when I came across Dr. Esther Mushemi. And she's talked about the power of asking. I ask. By the way, I'm never afraid of asking. Doesn't matter who it is, and that is what has gotten me even into doors and places where you'd ordinarily just shrink and say, okay, this is not my place. And when I did reach out to her and heard her story of how she's shared part of it today, how she's built a value-based business without bribes, without corruption, and I think it starts with you. Right now, as you heard what Emo was talking about in the earlier panel, we are grappling with corruption. Why? Because you think the easier way out, whether you're caught by a traffic police, the easier way out is, chukua your 1,000, you don't, just let me go, because you're in a hurry to go somewhere. But it starts with you, yeah? Deciding that as a woman entrepreneur, you're not going to bribe your way through. It doesn't matter how the hurdles are, but in the very end, it will pay off. And then you'll definitely find your tribe. You'll find other people around you that also share the same values. Amplify that, yeah? Amplify that in the spaces you're in, whether it's in social media, in forums like this where we say, yes, it's possible to run a business without cheating on tax, yeah? As a tax lawyer, because I know you experience a lot of that. Even if you have trouble, by the way, KRA listens, yeah? And I'm saying this because I know there was a time I had some tax arrears some years back. And I went to KRA. I went there myself and told them, okay, this is where we are, this is the situation, and it was about an old construction company I had run before. And they listened, and they structured, yeah? They structured that debt so that I'm able to repay it pole pole. So don't be cheated that the easier way out is the way out. If we want to build legacy businesses, change the narrative that we currently see that corruption is the way out, then it must start with us. Inspire that action, look for other people around you, and ensure that whenever you get a chance to be in those platforms, how many of us know about the National Gender and Equality Commission? You know, some of these organizations that we have in the government, find out who they are. What do they do? Because they are there to ensure that there is an equitable and enabling environment for women economic empowerment. Knock those doors and find out and talk to the people and tell them, by the way, I'm a woman in business, or we are a group of women in business that are doing this and that, perhaps in the sector that you're in. Recently, you saw a lot of noise happening on social media about some of the regulations that are going to be passed. Come together if you are women in agribusiness, that you know some of these policies are going to affect you, and go to the relevant bodies and talk about it, yeah? Otherwise, these policies will be passed out in isolation without taking into consideration the key stakeholders, who are you, the business people, at the end of the day, that will suffer the consequences. Yeah, so speak up. Yeah.
All right, thank you, thank you. This one, Sarah, can you handle? How can someone choose a mentor?
Yeah, thank you very much. I really love mentorship, I love mentoring, and I also love being mentored. One thing you should consider is, what are your values? What are your philosophies? What are your beliefs? Now, I think I talked earlier and I said I love social media. Anything I want, I don't really struggle so much. I'll go to social media, I'll go to LinkedIn, and I'll try to look at the people who align to my values, and then I engage them. And there are people who have actually come to me from LinkedIn because they want me to mentor them or to connect them to certain opportunities. So you look at them, at the person that you look at them, you go to Facebook, everywhere, make sure you listen to them. Go to even YouTube. Are these people who probably even have scandals? Because a mentor should be someone who is well aligned, someone who is ethical, just as my sister Margaret here has said. So because you see, if you go to someone who has scandals from left, right, center, definitely you start now picking some of the behaviors that we have. And unfortunately, as they said about our country, we don't have to succeed through corruption. Personally, I don't corrupt anybody. And I don't even do tenders just because I know what I want. So even when I want to build for somebody or even for myself, I make sure I look for people who I know will not cheat me. So I'll do a lot of research. When I'm connecting with, say, Betty, and I know she's a supplier, I will not have to keep on going to check to see what she's doing, because I've followed her and I've seen what she's doing. Then I'll follow who her friends are, because of course we are a copy of our friends or the people that we associate with. So for now, I think that's what you need to do. Thank you.
Maybe just a quick one on behalf. It's good you connect with them on LinkedIn, on social media. So how do you do that? Maybe someone is wondering. So do I just look for Dr. Gilda on LinkedIn, straight to her inbox and say, hi, Dr. Gilda, can you mentor me? How does it go?
That's a very good question. Yeah, now how I do it is this, and I know some of you might be shocked. I'm very daring, and as Esther says, and I really admire you, madam, is that sometimes we fear so much as women. What will Sarah say if I go to see her? I've just talked about golf clubs. We may not even be a golfer, but assuming that I know, maybe I've gone through social media and I've seen that she's a golfer, I'll just call her and tell her, you know what, I'm looking for. I am looking for asking. Ask the people who you think can help you to connect with the person that you want. And you'll find that maybe out of 5 people, maybe 1 or 2 will have a solution to what you need. Let me just a few minutes, I share with you something I did, which was very weird, because when my friends were telling me, Sarah, you must be daring. You not get it. There's this time I really wanted to go and meet the founder of Business Network International. He said to be the father of modern networking. And I said, Sarah, you have to meet this person, and he's a mentor. I want him to mentor me. So I followed him. I would see where he was moving to, and he said that was going to be in the Caribbean islands and moving in the cruise ship. And I said, I'll go to the American embassy. And guess what? I went 3 times, and I never got a visa. Every month I would go, I apply, they deny me. Second time, they deny. Third time, fourth time, I went only with faith and my what do we call it, passport. And apparently, I would go queue and I go to the same person. So when I got there, he would look at me and then the face would turn pink. Then I said, I wish it can even turn black like I am. Yeah? So because I had this dream and it was pushing me, and I said, I have to meet this person. Do you know, that man, when I saw him, I told him, listen, I've been here 3 times. I'm not going to America to stay there. I want to go, come back just to see one person. Then he was asking me, where will you be staying? I said, listen, I have money. I'm going to stay in a hotel, and I have identified the hotel. So he kept asking me all the time. I don't know whether those people who go to America have to stay with the relatives or what. I don't know. But just to cut this story short, I finally went. I had never been to America. I went from one place to another place, and I never got lost. And finally, I found myself seated in that cruise ship with that man. Guess what he did? Guess what he did? Imagine, after 2 years, and following someone, then because I knew if I go to his office, I may not find him. So there's a quote that by Rick, I think it's called Rick somebody, I can't remember the other name, which says, if you want to go fishing, go to where fishes are. If you want to go fishing, you go to where the fish are. So I had to follow him, and he mentored me for 5 good days. He never charged me anything, but from 30 minutes. So that is what you need to do. When you really want something, you get it by whatever means. Asante sana.
Betty, just a minute. Just to also add on that, on mentorship, and I'm speaking now as a person who has worked closely with a mentor, with a mentee. I'm just talking about how they identified me, just to answer your question. They reached out to me and asked me, Monica, can you be my mentor? And I asked them, what pulls you to ask me to be your mentor? And they told me what they wanted. And I identified that it was so clear in them what they wanted, and it resonated with what I do. I have about 4 mentees that I work closely with. And so what I can say is that you have to know why you need a mentor. Then look for them. Then it clicks. Once it clicks, make it a follow-up. You're the one who really needs this mentorship guidance. Like what she did, she chased. Don't wait. I'm waiting for my mentor to call me for a meeting or for a follow-up. Go be the one chasing them. When can we meet? When you meet, whatever you discussed last time that you need to do, come show that I did this, I did not succeed in this, and I have challenges in this. That gives them more energy to continue mentoring you. So it has to be very proactive, both from the mentee, pulling from the mentor. I hope that also gives you more color. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, the panel. Thank you, Professor, and thank you, Strathmore University. I wish we had a lot of time. We have done this for a lifetime. So we want to give back the mic.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Be honest with yourself. Was that applause worth what you've just experienced? Me, I didn't tell anyone to clap. I asked you to be honest with yourself. Before you leave, we'd like to gift you, as is our tradition, and I'd like to request Raymond Mutura to come and help with giving the gifts. In the meantime, so for starters, we'll start with, at the far end, with Monica Mwaneki, who's asked a very good question. What makes you want me as a mentor? What makes you want me as a mentor? Next, we'll have Esther, who's given us the paradox. Mentoring and networking are overrated, but also in the same breath, you should learn to ask. And then followed by Dr. Gilda Odera, who said, mentorship works when you peel off the masks. And she also mentioned she has confidence in her hair. Next we have Monica, who spoke passionately. Oh, sorry, Margaret Mudeu, my bad, who spoke passionately about knocking on doors. If you want to lead an ethical business, learn to go to KRA by yourself. Next, we have Sarah Karengi. And Sarah has taught us that social media is a good tool for networking and mentoring. You might end up in the US in a cruise ship. And finally, Betty Moura, who guided our conversations so well and sublimely. Thank you very much, Raymond. Thank you very much, Betty. Next, yes, you may have your seats. So before we go for our break, and I have some empathy for the next speaker, but you're a good audience. You're willing to listen. You will not walk out, right? So our next speaker is Robert Kibara, the group CEO of HF Group, who is a renowned banker with over 29 years experience, with an excellent record of accomplishment in successfully driving change, business transformation, and delivering outstanding business results. He has previously worked in leadership positions, including retail director at NIC Bank, executive director, retail and business banking at National Bank of Kenya, Standard Chartered Bank, among other executive positions at Barclays Bank of Kenya. He holds an MBA degree from STRATH University, a bachelor's degree in banking and finance from the University of Sunderland in the UK, and a postgraduate diploma from the Chartered Institute of Marketing. Let us welcome with a round of applause, Robert Kibara.
Good afternoon. The gentleman who has just been described is not me. So, first of all, before I introduce myself, I would like to pass sincere apologies from our group CEO, Mr. Robert Kibara. He is attending to one of those things that he can't get out of. As the agenda went on, I was hoping he can sneak in and arrive, but he has not been able to, but I am on standby just to tell you about HF Group. Because there was an introduction done, it is only fair I say who I am. My name is Patrick Junge. I'm the Director, Retail and Business Banking. I do a lot of work with women in business and businesses owned by women and businesses in general. I'm heavily involved in this partnership. Last year in October, we were here. And this room is packed. So I think for Strathmore, I think we need to be introducing something to do with women, because the participation, the engagements are very, very robust. So thank you so much. I had a small presentation. I don't know whether we'll have that, because I am here representing the group. So ladies and gentlemen, we just wanted to say who HF Group are. We are proud partners with Strathmore University around the journey of providing information. To the panelists that were here, there's a lot spoken, but I picked two major things. Number one, information is power. If you know, you are someone who does not know. Secondly, the world belongs to askers, those who raise up their hand and those who go for things. So we are in partnership with Strathmore, and we go out here to provide information to would-be customers, our customers, and all our partners. So just proceeding on, who is HF Group? We are known by many names. If I was to come here and say, how do you know HF Group? There is someone who will say housing finance, there is someone who will say HFCK, but this is HF Group. HF Group is a listed entity. It is represented by 4 companies. HFC is the bank, where we will be having discussions about access to financing. We have a bank assurance intermediary covering all insurance needs. What we are well known for is property development. HFDI is a company that developed the estate of Buruburu, Komarok, Ngei, and many others. To date, everyone who has come to HF has gotten the key to the house they want. And we remain steadfast in that. And then we have a foundation, which is our citizenship vehicle. If I can proceed, I am told I'm standing between lunch, so I'll be very fast. We are a Kenyan company. 44% is owned by Kenyans in the stock exchange. Britam owns 48%, and the government of Kenya and NSSF own about 7.5%. That is who we are. Next. This is who we stand for. Our purpose is enriching lives. Our vision is to be a top 10 banking group by being the most dependable and loved financial services provider. That word loved is very important to us because we want to connect with our customers and our partners. And those are our values and our mission. Next. We were known as a single product house. Today, we do all banking services. The first subsidiary that you were introduced to is HFC. All of us have known us to provide housing or financing for housing. Today we provide personal banking, commercial banking, government banking, business banking, diaspora, and obviously we are the home of home loan product offering. So this is what our legacy was as a HFC home loan, but now we are giving all the services in the banking sector. Can proceed. The property arm, you know, Dr. Esther mentioned when there was a bit of liquidity, she bought a plot, I think 50,000 somewhere. So we continue to be your partner in the property space. HF as a group has longevity in its DNA. Longevity means staying power. There was a discussion here about grit. Our relationship with our customers is not transactional. Remember, we come from a product that is, you know, nobody takes a home loan for 5 years or 3 years. So longevity is in our DNA. So our relationship with our customers are long-term. However, further to the evolution of the company, we are adding on to the proposition that we give to our clients around the property space. We have what we call landowner wealth management solution. There are a number of people who are stuck with large tracts of land, so they are wealthy but cash poor. We have solutions for them. We do affordable housing partnerships. If you want to develop your property towards affordable housing or you want consultancy around that, we do support on that. We do property advisory and sales services. If you have large tracts of land, we help you offload the properties because you are a known name in the country. Then mortgage origination and fulfillment, which is our core expertise. Next. And then we have a property, an insurance arm. We only used to give mortgage insurance only. Today we give you a full suite of all the insurance solutions that we have. I think in yesterday's paper or today's paper, there was a discussion about how domestic insurance companies are missing out on marine insurance. We are actually at advanced stage to offer these products in partnership with some of these insurance companies. So we are a one-stop shop for your financial services. Next. Focus on women. I'm trying to quickly run. This is us winning an award. We were careful to pick the right picture, not just any. Let's proceed. So for us, I think women wear different hats around the world, diverse roles and responsibilities. And to be honest, if most banks, I don't know about out there, what I can say is banks take money here from person A, and that person may be male, female, or a body corporate or a government. And they give person B. That person may be male, female, body corporate, or a government. The number one decider of that decision of giving money to person A, company A, or company B was spoken to very well here. And I like one of the comments that were made. You have something that you are doing. If you are consistent to it and you start creating value, you will attract money. And we have been known to be in real estate. But do you know people lose money in real estate? Unajua watu wanasemanga, si niko na plot. But the plot can be there, and for one reason or the other, because of lack of longevity, consistency, or change in circumstances, things don't go well. However, what we have seen consistently, statistically, from a credit perspective, women-led businesses tend to do better from a repayment perspective than the other ones. Now, it does not mean you have a blank check or a green card. No, in the spirit of going to the US, or a green card. It doesn't mean you have a green card. There is an advantage to it. So, what ladies and women businesses with different lenses, and we'll be speaking to that later. I want to highlight the lady who is raising her hands up. We all know her. Faith, yes? So I think what I want to speak to is our unique approach to doing business. Now, one of the things that we've done is that we have partnered with Athletics Kenya as a body. And what we have done is to say, how do we give dignified living standards for athletics after they retire? It's a very short career. And the reason why we picked that is because one of the people who has benefited from one of the initiatives that we are doing are some of the athletes in the country. And what we have done is we have created a program where they can begin to save for home ownership. And today, some of them are in the process of identifying property. Now, how does this relate to ladies? For us, and women. For us, what we do is to say, we will walk the journey with you step by step. And because we were able to do this with Athletics Kenya, we are at an advanced stage of isolating proposition for women only towards home ownership, because they are the same people who will run. We celebrate them in the country, but when you have seen the stories in the media, how they end up not having dwellings, or they are not able to transition their wealth to be sustainable over and above their active life of running. So if you can go to the next one, then we'll just elaborate on these things. Okay, just keep going. I just spoke to all this in one go. Oh, and they're breaking barriers, hopefully. Yeah, so this, I'd like to speak to this. So I think this captions everything. So we are doing capacity building. So if you'll see, we have very little to do with our products. What we talk about is actually the journey towards becoming who you want to be as a partner in your life journey. So for example, this particular training program, I mentioned in October last year, we were here. This year, we continue to partner with Strathmore towards providing information to our partners. Now, to give an example on why these things make a difference, there was a lot of talk of AGPO. So KRA, who we are in partnership with, for their suppliers, called a session earlier in the year, and they asked a few banks, please tell your customers that we have this session on sensitization, and we will also be calling people who supply to us. And I think it is Margaret who spoke to this. This was put in the newspaper. So the first one that we went to, the room had barely 20 people. So we went back, we told our customers, and there was a sensitization that was done. When we went back, at least there was better. Not as big as a crowd as this. But you would imagine the best paymasters is KRA. So this thing about information flow and programs that relate to getting the right information for what you're doing, I think we need more and more people participating in them. Because in that forum, there was a lot of information dissemination, and more important, the registration desk and what you do. So something else that matters is, if you then participate in these things and work with your bank, in this case, HFC, we are able to tell our clients, and whenever we get to this, we share this information with them. It becomes more powerful for the would-be participants, and we see that translating into business. I think this is the other things. If you're looking to invest in any of the excess funds that you have, we are a trusted name in the property space, and those are the properties that we are having. Next. You can just skip this. Wow, okay. They have been a bit mixed up. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, I'll close by giving a story that is actually today, is currently in the public domain, on how HF does its partnership with both clients and any other. A few years ago, we began the journey of uplifting and ensuring as many people as possible participate in the wider economy around the property development space. And what happened is, the Chinese would come, they do all these large projects, a lot of money moves around, but it ends up going. In the affordable housing space, there was a policy that was created that said 25% has to go to the local community, has to be local, Kenya. Now, 25% of a 2 billion project is 500 million. Today, the bank that is holding the hand of those individuals, and they are called Juakali artisans, when we began with them, when it rains, they close, because truly jua kali. Now today they have set up companies, they are participating in that, and they is with financing from HFC. Now, how does it tie? When they started, usually the predominant group wins. So in a Juakali grouping, there are 2 ladies and 10 men. So what happens? They get the tender of 20 million. The ladies, so they assign it according to the work, and the women in the group, because it's a very labor-intensive process, the job they are getting is to paint for now. Now the conversation has moved to the ladies who are in these groupings, can they come together, tender as a unit, and we walk the journey with them so that they can access the funding that we have earmarked for this. We announced this sometime about a year and a half ago in Gekomba. We have earmarked 4 billion to support Juakali artisans in this. And what we are seeing is that as they become formal, the conversations are changing gradually. Why does this matter? The process of health is not an instant. It is a step by step. I think everyone was mentioning that here. It's a step by step. Be open to evolution and grab the opportunities as they come. So with that, HF Group is open for business. If you can go forward, please. Next. 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 Yes. We'll give you a full suite of banking services for both you and your business needs. We give improved processing efficiency, intimate understanding of your requirements, a focus of creating great relationships with you. A relationship is not a transaction. It's very long-term in nature, and a team ready to serve and to walk the journey with you in your investment journey. And we take a constant improvement attitude to everything. This is our commitment to you as our partners. Next. I think with that, we have an annexure. We have a video of one of our customers. She owns a school in terms of what we have been able to do with her. We have won some awards in the digital space, customer experience. What I can say is what I leave on the screen is just a video playing of one of our partners who has been very happy with the services that we give them. Thank you very much. We will engage as the day goes by.
All right, good. I think there are some really amazing things that are happening that we could plug in there. I think you noticed a 10% discount for enterprise programs. So what can happen, you can scan this QR code. It will take you to a link that will have more information around that, and probably now you can continue to pursue that opportunity there. And furthermore, to the question of the programs that are offered here, if you have this particular booklet, on page 2 of it, it lists all the programs that we offer, and you would want to look into them. If you go to our website, there's a lot more detail around that particular program, what it covers, how much it is, the time period for learning, what will be required of you. And I think it's important that you plug into some of these programs just to allow you to get the information and exposure that will enable your decision making to go that next level higher. So we appreciate you looking into these programs. If you have any inquiries about it, there's usually an email there. When you send one of us is able to respond to you. So please look into these programs. They're a great investment in terms of growing your skill set and your mindset, which have already been mentioned. Is that okay? Is that okay? Yes. Good. So it's about that time. We're about to head out for lunch, and I know you're excited about that, yes? Yes? But we have a culture in Strathmore, and it's important. We usually have to issue this disclaimer every time there's eating involved. We clear after ourselves. It is part of our culture. If you've ever taken a program with us, we clear after ourselves. So what that means is you will serve, but then after you're done, there are going to be particular places that will be designated for you to take the plate and the cup that you've used and the cutlery there. So no one is going to clear after you. You're going to clear after yourself. So what's going to happen is I will ask. There are meal cards that are going to be assigned to you. I think they're ready. Somebody please signal me whether they're ready. We're good? Okay. So there are meal cards that will be assigned to you. There'll be a couple of people on this side and also a couple of people on this side. So we don't want a situation where everyone leaves at once. So we will ask first our distinguished guests to exit, those who are here with us. And then after that, I will ask, that would be now. Now would be a good time to start exiting, because I know I do not want to run this crowd impatient. You've been seated for a while. And then after that, I will ask, thank you. You can start heading out. Yeah, after that, I will ask this whole column, this one, you will exit through. All right, Mike. You will exit this column, exit through those two doors, this column, exit through those two doors. These two columns, kindly wait, just for a few minutes. If we can have some music playing, that would be good, but in a way that I can be heard, yes. Thank you so much for being patient with us. I know the program has overrun. Apologies for that. But then we also told you to take 10 minutes, you took 30.
afternoon to you all for this exclusive coming to you live from Strathmore University. As we have a conversation with Dr. Nancy here with me about a blended value project. We're going to be information. What is it all about and why is it important to have this project? As we understand, there has been a very engaging activity happening from morning, and then it's gonna take for another day tomorrow. That is for 2 days event. We shall be getting more information about that. But first, allow me to introduce my guest, Nancy. A very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, please say hello to the viewers and introduce yourself, who you are. You can just choose this camera.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. Very well. Thank you very much for your welcome and for attending this conference. We really are privileged. And my name is Nancy Giraine, Dr. Nancy Giraine. I am a faculty member here at Strathmore University, and as well as being the academic and research lead for the Sisters Blended Value Project, which we abbreviate as SBVP. So we're very happy to be bringing this project to you, and hope to be sharing some of the information and some of the things that we've been doing with sisters.
Well, thank you very much for that beautiful introduction. And I understand that this is an initiative transforming Catholic Sisters Ministry into sustainable social enterprises. Could you kindly tell us more about the project, of course, and what is it, the main goal for having this project?
Okay, thank you. So, Sisters Blended Value Project, as the name might suggest, is about blending the work that sisters do with also engaging with other activities, because now they're starting to get into what we might think of as the world outside of faith and religion. Not that they're leaving their faith and religion aside, but because they're working on income generating activities as charities, because that's based on their formation. We look at how we can blend their faith and their values therein to the other activities beyond that, income generating specifically. So Sisters Blended Value Project started much earlier than when Strathmore was involved. So maybe around 2018 or so, or 2019. There was an American institution, Miller Center, that was involved in supporting sisters who are working on social enterprises to generate income and to run their income generating activities in a successful manner. So in 2021, we were asked by Conrad Hilton Foundation to bring in the local context, because we are locally here with the sisters in Africa specifically. We are likely to understand their challenges and the issues that they need to address a little bit better. So we started off by doing a baseline survey to try and understand who are these sisters who are doing income generating activities, what are their challenges, what are their success stories, how can we be of any use to them as Strathmore University. And out of that, we found a number of issues that sisters are facing, and we grouped them into what we call 4 pillars. So those 4 pillars were centered around the goal of transforming social ministries, their charities and other ministries into sustainable social enterprises. So we are moving from charities and ministries of what they already are doing into enterprise, because that's technically the term that they should be using, because they are generating an income. So they already exist, a technical term, a social enterprise. So that's technically what they're doing. So the goal is to transform charities and ministries run specifically by Catholic sisters into sustainable social enterprises. Within that goal, we have 4 pillars that we focus on. So capacity development, which was based on the findings of the baseline survey. Sisters told us that they needed skills and capacity to be able to run their social enterprises in a professional way. This was not part of their formation, because their formation focuses on their charism, their formation focuses on spirituality and giving back to society. So issues of income generating and enterprise and entrepreneurship was very far from what they were trained to do. So they needed capacity to be able to manage and run those social enterprises, or charities as they called them at that time, into a professional organization that is sustainable long term. So that was the first goal. The second goal was the conferences or what we call network collaborations. So ensuring that sisters are connected and they're able to tap into what exists beyond the walls of what sisters are operating in, so that they can learn from others, so that they can explore and examine other opportunities that might be useful for them. So this conference is an example of how we engage sisters in collaborative networks. So we bring them together with other social entrepreneurs and other SMEs, where they can hear the issues and challenges that face other similar entrepreneurs and how they are looking at addressing some of those issues. So that's what we're doing in the second pillar, collaborative networks. The third pillar is the knowledge hub, where we gather information and share it, because we're learning a lot from our experiences with sisters, and we're saying this knowledge cannot just sit with us. We need to share it with whoever is interested. So we have been doing stories and cases. So we go to the sisters' congregations and their social enterprises, and they tell us their stories, and we capture that either in form of a written paper, a case, or a video, or just a story, any form that we can capture that information, so that then we can share that to anybody who's interested, anybody who might find that of benefit to them. So that's what we call Knowledge Hub, specifically focusing on cases that can also be used in classroom setups to say, this congregation had these challenges, this is how they addressed them, or how would you have addressed these challenges if you are in that scenario. And then journal papers. We are an academic institution, so journal papers are our forte. And so we also produce those. Technical papers also are part of that knowledge hub, where we write papers that can be used by policymakers. So as they look at issues of reworking their policies, they can be able to draw some knowledge from what we have and put together policies that are of benefit to religious women, Catholic sisters, or women in general. So that's the third hub. And the fourth hub is what we like to think of as our legacy. So one day when we step out, we want to leave something with the sisters, where we say we were able to support this journey of sustainable social enterprises. Can they do these things themselves? Can they build their own capacities among themselves? Can they put together some knowledge centers where they gather information that can be used by others? Can they be able to put together a conference that is centered around sisters and they invite others? So this is what we call the incubator, and the incubator will encompass the pillars as well as other elements of, perhaps we include financial knowledge, how they can access fundings, how they can go out and source for funding, how they can partner with different funding organizations. So that is the incubator. So those four pillars: the first one, capacity development, collaborative networks, including conferences and webinars, and the third one is knowledge gathering and sharing, or knowledge hub, and the fourth one, the incubator. So yes.
Wow, what a beautiful way in ensuring that you empower and shape the community through this project.
Sorry, what are the...
I'm saying it's a beautiful way to make sure that you empower and shape the community through all these projects that involves the sisters. Well, let's talk about on how crucial, because you mentioned about the collaboration. Please tell us, why is it important to have these collaboration networks, and how has the journey been so far?
Okay. Collaborative networks are important because this is how you gain knowledge, you learn from others. You don't have to experience the same mistakes or go through the same mistakes that others may have had. So you're not going to know what they've gone through unless you connect with them. So collaborative networks is where we bring sisters to connect with other sisters. Sisters to connect with the wider world of social entrepreneurs and SMEs. So those are important for the opportunity to learn from others. an opportunity to also connect with others. You don't have to do everything as an entrepreneur. You can collaborate with somebody to supply you an aspect or to do the marketing for you, and you don't have to. Maybe you can do the production aspect, somebody else can do the marketing aspect. But how are you going to know this unless you collaborate and you network with others? So this has been very successful. Sisters have really appreciated the opportunity to engage and to see, sometimes even just observing and to hear about other people's stories. So that has really been useful for sisters. For example, even in the SME conference and expo that's happening today and tomorrow, they are hearing all the stories and resonating with them and saying, I have experienced that, I have heard of that. Now I'm hearing from somebody who's actually experiencing that. They're talking about different ways in which they can address those. So they found that very useful. They're walking around in the expo to see who else is doing what are they making, what can I learn, how can I connect so that I buy this item from you instead of having to make it. So sisters have found that very useful. Conferences is not the only thing we do as well. We also do webinars. Webinars where sisters tell us they're struggling with a particular issue or they'd like information in a particular issue, and we set it up so that we bring in an expert online, and they talk to this expert for about an hour and a half. They ask questions and they benefit that from the comfort of their home or their offices, wherever they are. So these collaborations are very useful, and we hope that as we continue we'll find other ways to connect sisters with the wider world. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Nancy, for sharing those beautiful insights. And to be honest with you, I've been able to, attend the second session, and just hearing women talk about their stories, how the journey has been in the entrepreneur world, it's just amazing and it's empowering. Well, let's talk about now, how does this, event relate with the Sisters Are Blended Value Project? Why is it important? Because I've been able to point out, sisters who have attended the project as well. After this, are they going to empower more sisters in the community and congregation? What's the plan after this?
Okay, so the Sisters Blended Value Project is a much wider project. So it's not just this conference for today. So the conference is a 3-year project. Currently, we're in the 3rd year, and we're looking to see how we can continue in the process. So in the 3 years, we've been able to train them. Our first pillar is capacity development. And so we've been able to train the sisters. And when we train them, it's not just a one-off. They come, spend a week with us, and they go. We spread it out so that we give them a little bit, allow them to go back and try and practice or think through what they've learned. Then they come back again, then go away. And during that time when they are learning and taking time to process, we support them with the work of coaches. So the coaches come in and they help them think through what they are learning. What am I learning? How can I use it? How can I implement it? So it becomes a journey of about 6-8 months, where we spend time with them, then they spend time with coaches, and they also reflect on what they're learning together with their fellow sisters in their congregation. So in the process of all of that, this is when we bring them into the conference and expo, where they can add to their sessions in the training. So as we're doing capacity development and they're doing their coaching sessions and they come to an expo, this is adding to their capacity as well. So they take all of this and tell us how they think they can improve their social enterprises, and they bring it to a setup, to a presentation class where their fellow classmates sit together and they tell us, this is what I learned, this is how I'm going to use it. So it's what we call action learning project, or changing or transforming your knowledge into action so that it has some meaning. It's not just about coming to class, you take your notes and then you go and put them away somewhere. You tell us how you're going to make use of that knowledge. So once they have done that, they present to us, we will find some time, maybe 3-4 months later, we'll come and visit them in their social enterprises in their congregation to find out what they are doing, whether they are actually implementing, what are your successes, what are your challenges, so that the journey is continuous. And then there's always the challenge of how do you support others, how do you use your knowledge to tell others what you have learned. Of course, before we send them out, we will celebrate their success in a graduation ceremony. For this particular cohort in this year, we'll be celebrating their graduation tomorrow, and you're welcome to witness it. So they'll be graduating to as a mark to demonstrate how much time they've spent and the things that they've gone through. So yes, we'll graduate them, and they're free to go and begin to implement or continue to implement. Some of them have actually even started already, or sometimes if it's an enterprise that had been ongoing, it's just a question of what additional work do they need to do. So some of them have already been to see that they get to this point before they now continue in the journey. So it will be exciting in the months to come when we go back and visit them to see how have you been implementing what you learned.
Awesome. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow during their graduation. And as we talk about the fact that tomorrow they will be holding the graduation ceremony, I'd love to pose a question to you, Dr. Nancy. Are there any differences when it comes to carrying out these regional collaboration, networking and conferences? Because I understand you are in various parts of the country. Speaking of Uganda, Zambia, and to mention Tanzania, please tell us more.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're right when you say we are in different contexts. So we are in Kenya in 4 countries for now: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Zambia. So generally, sisters will have more or less the same demeanor, the same way of looking at you and responding to you, giving you kindness and humility. So there's that standard that you find among sisters. When it comes to perhaps social enterprise, there are just minimal differences, but some of these are based around culture. So culture perhaps in Tanzania that you'll find among all Tanzanians, not just the sisters, that perhaps the preferred language, their preferred way of learning, and in other places you go, people will tell you that Kenyans are very fast. We want to do things now, let's get it done, let's finish. And you'll find that among Kenyan sisters. But when you go to Tanzania, they want to take their time and get to know you before you jump into what you need to do. So you find those subtle differences. They're not major, they're very small. Ugandans are similar to us, to Kenyans. Tanzanians are a little bit like Zambians as well. So there's that similarity. So just small differences that are based around culture. And other than that, sisters will be similar. Language, perhaps in Tanzania you find you might want to speak a little more Swahili than English, but that's not to say that they can't engage in English, but perhaps they are more, their preference is Swahili. So we find that we might need to adjust the pace a little bit. The material, not so much. So those are just the small differences that we see.
Okay.
Yes.
And to mention you have 4 countries now which you are working with. What's the future of this project in terms? Because I understand sisters are all over globally. What's the future for these projects?
Okay, so yes, sisters are in any part of the world, and Conrad Hilton has been generous to support sisters in their different activities through their Catholic Sisters Initiative program. And in Africa, there is quite a number of sisters, when you count them individually, as well as congregations. Now we work with under the umbrella of ACWECA, Association of Consecrated Women in Eastern Central Africa, and they have representation in 10 countries. So those 10 countries are their mandate in terms of how to support them, how to work with them. And when we work with them in that collaboration, it means that they also have an an interest in us reaching out to the other countries, not just to the 4 that I have mentioned. So this is an ongoing conversation with ACWECA as an umbrella body and the associations in the local organization. For example, in Kenya, it's AOSK, Association of Sisterhoods of Kenya.
Yeah, in Kenya.
And so they help us connect with those local congregations. So ACWECA, of course, has an interest that will reach out to as many of their 10 countries, but this is an ongoing conversation with Conrad Hilton Foundation to see how far are they able to reach, because they also have their own mandate. And then this journey, we can't take it all on at the same time or all at once, so we do it in stages. So for the foreseeable future, yes, we'll still continue supporting sisters, and then perhaps in the far future, we'll see how much further we can engage, and perhaps even look at seeing how ACWECA can get some of those skills and they start to get into the different countries. So we are not there yet. So this is a conversation we are having with all the relevant stakeholders to see what else. But for the foreseeable future, we'll still work on the 4 pillars that I mentioned earlier. Yes.
Awesome. What a very insightful, project and of course conversation that you've been able to lay out to the viewers. And for those who maybe have not come across about this project, now they know and understand how important it is to the community and of course to the sisters as well. And as we wind up on the interview, being the academic and research lead of this project, what words would you be preferred to use for the parting shot, and as well as advice to the sister as they continue to carry out and have this project as well? Because I understand, as you mentioned, of course they're faced with various challenges, but they keep pressing on. Could you kindly tell them what you're looking forward to seeing them in future?
Okay, so sisters, you're very resilient. You're very hardworking, you're very committed, and you go to the ends of the world where many of us just imagine that we would like to go, but we don't take that step. So thank you, first of all, that you're able to go to the ends of the world on behalf of humanity and committing yourself, committing your lives and what you have for the sake of others. That is very commendable. And to even begin to think that now we may not have the original sources of funding, we need to do something about it. Others may have given up and said, well, we don't have funding, so let's go home and sleep, or let's stop doing this project. But sisters have decided, no, we need to continue to serve humanity, the communities in which we live. So let's think creatively. And that's how they've ended up being here in social enterprises to generate some income. And so sisters, to encourage you to continue doing this, but more so share with your fellow sisters with regards to what you're learning, what your experiences are, so that we can expand this knowledge and be able to support sisters to be able to do much more. So thank you, sisters, for those who've gone through the program and those who are likely to benefit from the program in the future days, that you continue in the work that you're doing. But this message is not just for the sisters, it's also for the wider community. Let's not just watch the sisters do the things that they do. We all have different types of expertise. Can you jump into that community that is being supported by sisters or any other community and see how you can help in kind? You might not have the financial resources at a given time, but you have some expertise, you have some other way of supporting your community. Sisters, especially if you know of any, or if you can reach out either through Strathmore and the SBVP project or any other way of engaging. Don't shy away and say, I don't have the financial resources, but I have expertise, I can support sisters in kind. Be free, reach out and see how you can collaborate, reach out and see how you can help sisters do better in terms of what they are doing. So that's part of the reason why we are here, so that you can see the work that they are doing. They don't have the training that you've had, but whatever they have, they are using. But even having said that, we have very professional sisters who are CPAs. We saw one of our panelists who's a CPA. We have a lot of sisters who have doctoral training. We have a lot of sisters who are medical doctors, lawyers, accountants, and trained in very, very professional skills. millennials. So we can collaborate with them to see how can we use the skills that you have to enhance the work of sisters. So wider community, please reach out. Sisters, thank you. Continue doing the good work that you're doing. Yes.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Nancy, for your time and for sharing those, insights to the viewers. And sisters are well known because of the work they do and by giving back to the community. And I believe through this project, they will be able to even to reach far and wide and to appreciate and work together with the people in the society and our community as well. All right, and wishing you the very best as you continue to work together with the sisters. May God bless you and give you good health as you work towards ensuring that our community are well attended. Thank you very much for your time.
You. Thank you very much, Capuchin family, and thank you to you too. And we shall see you somewhere in the journey. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to you, dear viewer, for who have been able to tune into all these conversation that was coming to you live at Strathmore University, and of course with Dr. Nancy. It has been a very engaging conversation to have this candid information about Sisters Blended Value Project, and we wish them the very best as they continue to carry out this project. May God bless you, and thank you very much to all of you, and stay tuned for tomorrow as we celebrate Capuchin TV joining the sisters and the community, and of course all the people who are coming here to have this empowering conversation for the women. May we ensure we work towards achieving one goal, and wishing you the very best, and congratulations to all who will be graduating tomorrow. My name is Maureen Kimani. God bless.
We've had is, I don't know if you've noticed this, but there are two sides of the coin. There's the positive and there's the continuous improvement side of it. I think one of the things that we've seen is on the policy side, we have a lot of work to do, right? In terms of just creating enabling policy environment for women to succeed in business. But aside from that challenging aspect of it, I think one of the opportunities that has presented itself is there's a strong stakeholder interest in women succeeding in business. How many have actually registered that? No hands are going up in the room, literally none. Professor CEOs should also go up. Okay, she says true. There's a strong stakeholder interest, and I think as that interest is cultivated and the conversation grows, there'll be greater opportunity for the women to do business. And I'll be looking forward to see what that means for the landscape as women get more and more opportunities to do business. So we are going into our third session for the day. We have a number of panelists who I hope are here. So I will take some time to introduce them. 1 minute. Okay, so for our last panel of the day, our first panelist is Dr. Teresia Njora. She's a remarkable leader, an advocate for women and youth empowerment. She is the director of Baraka Women's Center, serving over 3,000 women and youth. How many? 3,000 women and youth across the country through key resources, vocational training, and entrepreneurial support. Her dedication extends to many leadership roles, including serving as a board member of the Addiction Prevention and Rehabilitation Association of Kenya, and as chairwoman of the Josiah Women Ushanga Marketing Cooperative. Through her leadership, she has empowered thousands through education, business development, and rehabilitation support. Please help me welcome Teresia Njora. I think we can do better than that. Please help me welcome Teresia Njora. All right. Next is Rose Kamene. She's head of women banking at Family Bank with a passion for financial inclusion and empowering women entrepreneurs. Rose has been at the forefront of developing innovative banking solutions that cater specifically to women in business. Her work in fostering financial literacy and supporting the growth of women-owned businesses has transformed the lives of countless entrepreneurs. Please help me give a very warm welcome to Rose Kamene. It's a good day, right? The other panelist who will be joining us is Catherine Olaka. She's a youthful and impeccably presented Chief Human Resource Officer with 20 plus years proven track record of achieving results through people in complex and challenging roles. She has competencies in strategic management, HR integration and transformation, leadership and succession planning, change management, and organizational development. Kindly help me welcome Catherine Olaka. I agree with the impeccably. All right. Our next panelist is an exceptional entrepreneur and business leader. As the founder and CEO of Melvin Marsh International Limited, she has built one of Kenya's most recognized tea brands, Melvin's Tea, leading to its remarkable success and market expansion. Flora Mutahi is also the founder and CEO of Azizi Realtors Limited, further showcasing her expertise in real estate. With over 28 years of experience across various sectors, including manufacturing, board governance, and mentorship, she has been instrumental in championing women in business through initiatives like the Women in Manufacturing program. Flora's leadership extends to serving on boards of prestigious organizations such as All Mutual Holding PLC, SBVP Kenya, and the UN Global Compact. She has also been honored with numerous awards, including Head of State Commendation in 2022. Please help me in welcoming Flora Mutahi. Okay. Our moderator for this panel is a highly respected expert in microfinance, business consulting and training with over 20 years of experience. Esther Njeri Macharia has been instrumental in shaping the MSME sector in Kenya, both through her leadership in prominent financial institutions and her work as an entrepreneur. As the CEO of G-Try Company Limited, Esther provides strategic guidance to businesses, helping them to navigate the complexities of the business world. Her deep knowledge and expertise make her the ideal person to lead this insightful discussion. Kindly help me welcome Esther Njeri Macharia.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies. It's an honor to be able to moderate this particular session, and especially with such distinguished ladies among us. And I know we have heard about them in terms of their profile, but it will be good to start off so that we don't just see finance on board. Let's first of all just hear a little bit, one personal thing about you that can actually make you feel comfortable to be in this panel, and of course for our audience to do that. Thank you. And let's start all the way from Catherine.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Olaka, and I have spent the last close to 30 years practicing human resources, and so I like to say that I speak heartbeat, and for any business, I think it begins with the people. So I'm very delighted to be here. I have spent a lot of my time in corporate world within the region Sub-Saharan Africa and had the opportunity to travel to 27 countries within Africa. So I'm very happy to be here to talk about women and business and to spend the afternoon with you.
Thank you, Catherine. And over to you. Dr. Rose.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Teresa.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Dr. Teresia Njora. I've been in the field of women for the last 13 years. That is when we started our organization. Our organization is all about empowerment for the women and youth. And that is where the vocational skills comes, because you don't just say about the empowerment without giving people skills to work. And also after empowerment, we also try to give them jobs, and also we try to make them to become entrepreneurs. So I really love entrepreneurs, and I like to see women becoming entrepreneurs. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Teresia.
Hamujambo. Hamujambo tena. Mimi kazi yangu ni awama. Mimi niko na pe. Na nyinyi munataka pe. Halafu, si ndio? So we've just turned 1 year at Queen Banking by Family Bank. I'm head of women banking at Family Bank. Nilipewa 50 billion mumechukua tu 11 billion in 12 months. Si tumejaribu, lakini hamujamaliza, simukuje, si ndio? So I welcome you. I've been in the industry for over 30 years. I've worked with women over the last 10 years, historically dada and now queen banking. Tuko pamoja. So we are pioneering in this space, and I have seen, and I can see some of you hapa who really make me proud. Simukuje. I'm very real. We walk the talk. Sindio? Sawa karibuni, I'm Rose Kamene, and I'm really honored to be seated here with you all, listening to me, because the flowers are all yours. You guys do a wonderful job. I wish you knew. Mujipigie tu makofi tafadhali.
Thank you, Rose. Flora, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Sasa mmeambiwa story ya watu, empowerment, mko na pesa, so we can go home. Oh, we need to take tea and keep it Melvin's. All right, I'm Flora Mtahi. I have almost 3 decades being an entrepreneur. I was basically not employed. I was employed for a very short period, 9 months, and then I quit and I did the journey. So what I do say I am now, as much as I still run the brand, is I love women empowerment, like Teresia said. So I mentor women, I grow, and I'm actually now developing programs where I'll be supporting women, because like her, I just love it when women get into entrepreneurship. And I think we are naturals, and we are way better than the men. I think they just need to make way to Nakuja.
Thank you very much, Flora. Thank you. I would like to, as you can see, the kind of women that we have here, these are just women. They talk money, they are in business, but then at the same time, they have the human face behind all that. And that is why we are here to talk about funding and investment opportunities for women entrepreneurs, and especially looking at gender lens investing for a gender responsive environment, and also in terms of the procurement that is there. And we are going to start off with the first question. And this particular question, I will actually direct it to an entrepreneur, Flora. And what we are asking, can you just explain and expound this topic on gender lens investing and how it benefits women entrepreneurs? Forward to you.
Thank you very much. Let me begin by telling you a story. I started my business in 1995. Remember I told you I had no real experience. I was an auditor, nikaruka, and I said, I want to do business. What do you want to do? I don't know. Do you have a plan? No. Do you have savings? No. I mean, when I think back, my parents, I must have put them through quite a bit. So obviously now when I finally decided I want to give products to the market, what product? I knew I had to do something different. So I came out with free-flowing salt, you know, the one that comes out of your salt shaker. And I said, this is what I want to develop. So I went back home and I said, nipatie pesa. They're like, what? Which part? No. We took you to school. You really should have stayed employed, and then you get married, and you know, then their story was finished. So I tried and I couldn't get it. So I went round. I'm not a quitter. I went round town, and I looked and I went through every single bank. And they'd say, have you been in business? Do you have experience? Of course, you know the answer. Until I went to Kenya Women Finance Trust. And then they told me, yes, we have something for women. So I'm first of all thinking, okay, for women. And they said, yes, we have a fund that is supported by IFC that will give you double, you give security, but they will give you double of what your security is. These are terminologies I didn't even understand about. Me, I thought you walk into a bank, you're given money, you walk out. So to me, that is what gender lens financing is. It's looking and saying, you're either youth or you're women. Most likely, like me, I had no asset to my name. Unfortunately, neither did I have a plan, but I quickly, their program was attached to a program, so I had to learn and quickly do my own business plan. So I did that. So that is also what gender lens financing does. It prepares a woman to actually be able to lend. It actually looks at her challenges, which is usually collateral. And then, also the gender biases. When banks are looking at you, they want to look at a very hard, what do you have for me? And they know women we tend to be a bit nervous, a bit scared. We want to, to develop, cross the T's, dot the I's. So that is what, to me, gender lens financing is giving money with support and especially capacity building. And I know the second thing you're going to ask me is examples of where it's done. So the government has a brilliant program, the AGPO. you know, where the government has said 30% of government procurement will be reserved for women. Why? Because they know we are not good at tendering. In fact, when you see tender the page, you turn over, you know, so they say, listen, we'll give this to you. Now, the unfortunate thing is when they did give it to us, women did not pick it up. Because you go there, you read this complex language, you walk away. So again, this is where capacity building comes in. So government now started offering capacity building. Institutions, NGOs started giving a lot of capacity building. But there's still a bias, even from the men. I chaired the anti-counterfeit board recently. And of course, I was very interested in that figure. And I say, what is our number on AGPO? And they say, well, Mama, when we gave the tender for flowers and newspaper, they haven't come. And I'm like, why is it for flowers and newspaper? Why isn't it for anything and everything? So there's still a stereotypical bias. So these are areas that need to be addressed, and that's what the whole gender-based is. You then have private companies that have also gone back and said, in our procurement, we are going to give a certain percentage to women. If you think about it, we are born 50-50. So it should be 50 women, 50 men. But of course, the numbers are not there. So Safaricom, I know, has been very, very intentional about this. They've given the procurement, again, the training, they handhold you. When they put a tender out, they give you even a call number. They even give you a mentor to work with you so that you can supply cables and those big infrastructures. And it is possible. I have a friend called Wambui Karoya. Some of you might know her. She has actually succeeded in not even now doing the towers. She was even telling me now she's going into manufacturing infrastructure for, you know, for that space. So that's what it is, and those are the kind of examples. Unilever, I also know, have a arm for women, and you're probably going to ask, why are we concentrating in procurement? Because procurement is one of the fastest ways you can actually now bring in women into the fold to then have this muscle that they can see, yes, I can do it.
Wow, thank you, Flora. And we can actually see how it is a whole burden. When it comes to genderless investing, it's not just about money, it's about capacity building, which Flora has brought out quite well. And now with that, just looking at how all this is marrying together, and we have seen that the women are not taking this up quite well. I'll just have to ask Dr. Teresia to probably expound on this. The main barriers that the entrepreneur space in accessing funding and investment, and how can we address these barriers? And being an entrepreneur, I believe that is a good space for you.
Thank you so much. I just want to add on how women do the banking. I know even in the house we have even women who are in chamas. Si tuko na wamama wa chama. Yeah. we are bankers. Sisi ndio tulianza kuwa bank. And we have tried for a long time through merry-go-round, bringing money together in table banking. And I know that we have really done a lot. Women are risk takers when it comes to investment, especially in money, because they even trust each other. When we go to Chama, you see like 20 women putting the money together. They read to 3 people, they go with money, and they trust them, and they come back with money. And we have seen that women banking has grown, especially in the informal sector. I want to talk about the barriers. The barriers that makes women not to get money. One thing, I know it is lack of information where they can get money. I know that the banks are here, but not every women who know how they can get, can access funds from the bank. Number 2, and I know that you are going to, there are some challenges for loans, isn't it? Yes, sometimes the bureaucracy is too high. You need to have this, and you know it's not every woman who is able even to do that we call saving each and every time that you keep on saving. Like Mama Boga. Mama Boga does not even take her money, not many Mama Boga take their money to the bank. They normally do their transaction through Mpesa. There is another barrier that brings women not to take to get loans, especially
in Baraka Women, we have 4 branches. One is in Nairobi, another one in Kiambu, another one in Laikipia. Most of the women are not learned. When you tell a woman, take your phone and then go to app, you get a loan, it's not possible for her to get that loan because of illiteracy. They do not have information how to get money. Kama sio kwao tu peke yao, they cannot be able even to get money outside. Another barrier is that there is a time I tried myself. Let me talk about myself. I tried to go to the bank. I really wanted a vehicle because I do a lot of exhibitions, and I have been hiring vehicles to carry my products. But when I went to the bank, after I had gone to Mombasa, I saw the vehicle, and I was told just go and call a valuer, and I paid everything. But imagine, after waiting for long, I was told, we are sorry, we cannot give you loan. Now, I think it was still another opportunity because when I was denied that money, I went back to Mombasa. I talked to Muindi, and I told him, me, I can be able to pay. Akaniza, Mami, how much do you have? Nikamwambia, I have only 400,000. Yes, 400K. Akaniambia, now you have to add like 80,000 because of insurance. Are you going to get them? Yes, I can. And I gave them money. I was given the brand new car, and I came with it, and I've been paying without stress. Whenever I don't have money, I call them. I tell them, today we are not good, we don't have enough money. Okay, when do you want to pay? And you see. So there has been a very big gap for the women, especially for the people who are so learned, sorry to say this, with the people who are not learned, because all the women are not learned. We all go to the business, we are called for the trainings, and we open so many bank accounts. Today I open for Rose, tomorrow I will open for another one. I will have so many cards, but I will save here, tomorrow I don't have money to save somewhere else, and then after all, when I go to the bank, there must be some, but I know that nowadays they are going to give us money. So there has been that challenge. Yes, there has been that challenge. Again, when you tell women to write a business plan, and again I've said that most of women would not be able to write a business plan, not unless they hire. And when they go to hire, who knows what they have in mind? You have seen the table banking women who come together, they buy a building, they do blah, blah, blah. But when you call somebody to come and write a proposal for you, are you sure that he's going to say what you want? So at the end of the day, they miss. The government have been telling us that 30% is for the women. And I'm telling you, it is not that you just go and knock, you are allowed to come in. I heard there is money here, 30% for the women. When you go there, you are told now you go to the district level, and then from there you are told now you have to write a business plan. Yani, you go round and until you raise hands, unasema wacha ikae. Si ni ukweli? But there is one day we benefited through COVID-19. That one I think I'm going to say it later from the government. But I'm telling you that most of the women cannot be able even to access funds from the government because of that bureaucracy. There has been a very big barrier. Thank you.
Yeah, that comes out quite clearly, and we are not going to let it go. Rose tells us she has got 50 billion, and only 11 billion has been taken up. Rose, you have heard the barriers. What are you doing about them? How are you going to give out your 50 billion?
Wamama hoi. Si mumefurahi. Nataka kutusaidia. Okay, fine. The barriers has been there. Sindio? See, there is traditional banking. Let us start there. What were the challenges then? You didn't have titles. You couldn't even go abroad without your husband's permission, si ndio? Hebu tupigie hawa he for she champions na waona hapa, wapigieni makofi. We couldn't even be seated in the same room with them historically, si ndio? The banks historically also, you guys used to come. Are we now coming? Isn't that a good thing? I don't know whether it's my mic. See, now we are, is it good? Acha nipewe hii juu, sauti ni fit. See, now we are coming to you. Sindio? See, that's a change. Then traditionally, mambo ya security. Now you're being told by all the banks that change has come, that we are in a new world order. Sindio? Sasa shida yenyu, and also I can throw it back to you guys. Sindio, Teresia? Ni trainings gapi nimefanya wa mama wako? Very many. Si mnakujanga training. Tunakula chai, tunakula chapati, tunakula alafu munaenda. And you still go and borrow very expensive money. Sindio? Because you're borrowing at 10% per month. Teresia? Even 20. Aki nyini wadosi, you're the ones who should be lending us. 20% times 12 times 20 times what? 20% times 12. What was Strathmore? 240% per annum. And the bank is telling you, hata tukisema the highest that I've seen in the bank is 24. Divide, that is 2% per month. Sini ujikakamue ulete KRA pin, siyo ni standard. Mukiambu uleta new generation ID, si kupenda kwetu. Ni serikali ya Mr. Z hapo, inatuambia lazima tu, sindio? So there are some things, interest rate, we are not in control. Wakipandisha, Catherine, wakiteremusha, tunateremuka nao, sindio? Tunaanguka nayo, sindio? This is the season. So you guys, the thing is, I think we've really evolved. Honestly, been in this industry for 30 years. We no longer even have registers. We balance, ata tuna click tu pesa inajibalance, tunatoka tunaenda home. Before we used to sleep in the bank trying to balance what has come in and what has gone out. So basically what we are trying to tell you is that, one, CVPs have been launched. I will work with that, I know. Queen Banking, our CVP, it is addressing finance. It is addressing your savings and invest. Because again, wengine wana save, na hawajui kuinvest. And those are two different things. Sindio? And we have to keep harping on it, just the same way your mother told you, brush meno kila asubuhi. These days, you have to be reminded. Okay, we are reminding you again, please. There is money. Okay? And we won't stop talking about it. You see why we need you guys around. So, thank you very much. So, we'll keep reminding you until it becomes part and parcel of you. That you must know why you're in that business. Sindio? That why you started it, what is your vision, where are you going, who are you going with, what are the issues affecting you, because financial, kuna hiyo finance, access to finance, there is savings and investing, there is networking, there is now on this other side of non-financial. Na hapo ndio I am stuck with women of Kenya. Hapo kwa non-financial information education. Na wacha ile ya primary school, secondary school na university. Kuna ile ya life, character development. Muna chapwa character, unaangusha biashara. Unasahau which way you are going. Yeah? So we need to start talking about the person. First you have to know who you are. Me, I've worked with Flora and several women here. And there are women who have actualized at a young age, hapa katikati, na wengine at 60. Ushaona hata mama amewacha mzee hata at 80, and she decides, I'm tired. She actualized probably at that time and realized she's in a toxic space. So first you have to understand, where are you? Are you operating in a good environment? What drives you? Are you organized? Na hapa kuna ma sisters wengi sana, they take us to school. Unaona hata vile tumekaa, hizi ni za Kianda, hizi na Strathmore, hizi kucross, yeah? They teach us a few things about order. Me, I like calling it as it is. Because sisters Moli tuambia, if we are not orderly in our house, you will not be orderly in your business. Ukiambiwa ulete records, uko tu kila pahali umefarakarani, uko hata una KRA. These things should be on your phone. KRA, ID, ukiambiwa kuna kadil, unakimbia. The first thing they ask you is ID, PO Box, KRA, sindio? Why aren't those on your phone? Certificate of registration, you start going back and forth. Hizo vitu mtu itishwa anapatiana hapo hapo. Because kama deal imeiva, sindio? So, kaa chonjo, be ready. So, traditionally, we never used to look at you because you didn't have security. Now we are telling you there is unsecured. Now we are telling you there is digital banking. There is online. My own mother in Kangundo, uko Oshago, she joins forums where I am. Even now, it's just that I didn't send her the link. Mungemwona hapo akisema, congratulations. Na ako Oshago. Unaget? Now you are in Nairobi. I had somebody, one of the speakers asked, how many are on TikTok? Why aren't you on TikTok? See our watoto. Tunaingianga huko so that you know the trends. What is going on? Because si zamani tulikuwa na ile simu ya kuinua. The one you go and dial and like this, like this, like this. Sindio? Na call box. Huyu ni wa call box kama mimi. Munapanga line. And dating was real. We were organized because you're given a date from last term. Mutakutana ambassador at 5, saa sita, even not 5, saa sita. And the dude will be there waiting. So there are some things that have changed. Now it came from that, it came to big phones, it came to microphone is very nice, inaingianga tu hapa vizuri when I'm threatened. You get? So times are changing. Wewe kaa tu vile umeka, utakuta umepitwa na So even in the bank, things have changed from traditional to modern. We are listening to you, we are teaching you, we are networking with you in today's forum just today. Na history ya Flora wewe, newspaper na stationery. Gava, we even need to object to that. We need maandamano. Why are we being given in newspapers? Sindio? And stationery, they need to give us big things because I have seen women do big things. Today I met one who is even producing pipes. And the other one who needs the pipes. Are you getting? So when you're in these forums, also talk to each other because your next big thing is sitting right next to you. Sindio? And be ambitious and just know that times have changed. Si vile. Sindio? Teresia even here knows that akisema vitu zingine tu anasema kaa ananiangalia hivi because she knows. And some women here, kina Patricia, see we have walked this journey and we have financed. So ile story ya kukuja kwa bank, and I always like demonstrating vile munakujanga. Sindio Teresia? Munakujanga hivi. Hello. Hivo. Na upole. Sindio? Alafu ukiniangalia unaona naweza qualify ngapi? Am I the one who owns your business? Do I know what your business is? Sindio? Since wewe unajijua, unajielewa. See, you just swing and you give what God gave you. And you come and tell me, nimesikia mko na 50 billion, I'm looking at 1B. Because I have a plan. Because I know where I'm going. Sindio? Sindio? So, ebu mukuje na muache stress. Kuje.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, Rose. And it is good even to see the demonstration on exactly how you should be walking into a bank if you are looking for money, and especially money that you are going to pay back. You don't walk in as a timid person and knowing the banks have changed. Our investors have changed. Those who want to give you money have really changed. The question is, have you changed? And as we think about how you have changed, now we would like to go over to Catherine and ask, now that the banks have changed, how do entrepreneurs, how can they pitch their businesses? And to bring those businesses, those ideas, so that they can attract investment, so that even when you walk to the bank with that level of confidence, how do you talk to that banker? How do you talk to that investor? Catherine, probably you can take us through.
Thank you, and I'll just start from where my sister left in terms of how have banks changed. I am here courtesy of HF, who are part of the sponsors, HF Group. And at senior level, that is EXCO, and at general manager level, we have representation of 50-50. So we have women leading commercial units, and the head of SME is actually a female. So when you walk into the bank, you should come and say, I'd like to see a lady who would like to talk about my business. And you'll stand in front of a lady, and it will be different. So that's how the bank has changed in one way. But I'd also like to share my own personal experience as I respond to the question around how can women entrepreneurs pitch their business. In 2022, I spent 14 months, 2022, 2023, I spent 14 months in Kitale. I run a farm. I grow coffee. I do poultry and beekeeping. And so you have all read about the stories about coffee, the cartels that are there, and so on and so forth. So using corporate experience, because I've been working in corporates, I said I'm going to look for direct marketing. And so I started looking, where can I get somebody who can buy my coffee directly? So I got this guy from the US, and he said, I want to come and visit your farm. So in coming to visit my farm, I prepared for it. I prepared for the visit. I did the things that I had learned in my corporate life. I prepared, I rehearsed, I put my deck together, I had my pictures, and I had a compelling story. And the key things that the investor was looking for is just to understand how much passion do I have. And at the end of the engagement, he described me as a very brave person. Why? Because I could tell the story of my farm authentically, because I knew where I got the seedlings from. I know how I grow the coffee. I know the processes that I put in. And actually, my farm has 80% women workers and only 20% men. And so it was all about emphasizing on impact and sustainability, being confident and passionate about what you're doing, and really understanding the audience that you're going to face so that you can prepare, rehearse, and have your pitch properly. I'll close by just talking a little bit about strategy. And strategy is about how you're going to win in the marketplace. So it is important that in your pitch, you're able to cover some of the key areas around strategy. Not just about what is the unique selling proposition, but also what are you going to do about people, capacity, building, sustainability, operations, and now we're in the era of technology. So for example, on my farm, I have indexed all the trees. They're indexed, and so I can tell this is row A, B, and this plant is plant number 17, or plant number 117. And that plant has received this amount of water, this amount of fertilizer, and this amount of treatment if it is not well. So when you pitch, you must think about people, you must think about how you're going to win at the marketplace in terms of your customers, and you must think about your operations, and most importantly, how you're going to manage your finances. So that's what I'd say about pitching.
Thank you, Catherine. One of the things that is coming out quite clearly, the issue of being authentic with your story when you're selling to any financier. That is why sometimes it becomes very difficult if you're in a Me Too business, a business that you cannot tell its story. And I believe that is what is coming out very clearly from Kathleen, such that when it comes to the time of talking to your financier, when you go to Rose or any other bank, can they hear your story? The money is the end product of the story you have of people, your customers, and your market. And now as we look at that into very deep area, I'll come back to you, Flora.
Just allow me to say one thing that I forgot.
Please.
And I think it touches on to what my sister had said. When you introduce yourself, how do you introduce yourself? So at my farm, you know, in Kitale, there's the bias of women and children. And so, for example, if you're looking for a tractor and you go to look for a guy who has a tractor, he says, "Siongeangi na wanawake na ama watoto," you know. But when people come to my farm, I introduce myself and I say, "I am the farm owner." Yeah? I am the farm owner. So the way you introduce yourself, if you're the owner of the business, you introduce yourself like the owner of the business. I am the owner of this business. I began it from scratch. You know, being able to say your story authentically includes owning the space.
Do not go and say, and even for today, for the people you have met, what have you told them about your business? Nafanya kabiashara. Ni kuhustle too. Okay, so I would like to ask Program, having grown to this level, and I know you have encountered investors in quite a number of ways, how do you build strong relationships with investors? Over to you.
Thank you. Let me add one or two things that I feel. First of all, where do you find those investors? Because if I didn't come here, I would have met Kamene. Okay, I know her. But for women, I think one of our biggest problems is I'm reminding her she took my mic. No, I'm fine. Yes, it is. I feel louder, so I can also have an opinion anyway, on a light note. So number one, where do you find investors? How do you because women, we have a challenge of networking. Unajua, we come to the office at 4:35, I know you'll all be running. Have you done your homework? What have you done? Kesho tunapika nini? Tomorrow morning, it's a cycle. So it's not like we have time to go to the bars and the pubs, and I mean, women do, but I don't think we network as much as men. And again, when women network, it's not much about business. So it has to be, you have to be very intentional. You literally have to say, the same way you go out looking for a supplier when you need a supplier, when you're looking for an investor, you look at all types of investors. So you can go to the formal, the banks, then you can go and say, I want to see the people who could give me grants. You can go to the microfinances, the expensive ones she's talking about, and then call around and ask. Today, you guys, Google is your friend. Umesikia hata wako kwa TikTok. I have to look at Family Bank on TikTok. So you actually have to do a list and then be able to know where they are. How do you build relationships? I find associations are great. You know, an association of manufacturers, of of whatever, whether you're in fashion, whether you're in food and whatever, those are great places because financial institutions tend to come there. When you have finally now met somebody that you're interested in, or even the NGOs, then you start telling them, this is what I want, this is whatever. Go read their criteria and stop fearing that I didn't do well in maths and I can't do it, I can't put it together. Today there's ChatGPT that can already do the outline for you. 80% of the work is done, 20 now you start adding. This is what I want to add, this is what I want to add, this is what I want to add. You can ask somebody to do it for you, like Teresia said, but sit with that person and let them tell you. Consultants are very good at telling you, let me give you a proposal. No, let me give you a draft. You tell me, no. You listen to me and write it how I want you to write it. So really building relationships is being present, being in the room, speaking, engaging, finding out what is happening, going to all these women things. By the way, there's a lot of opportunities. But the other thing you can do, and I know banks where they'll always come and sell me something and I'll be like, actually imagine, no, this is what I want. You go, when you're ready, you come back. So have the guts to easily tell them this is not working. Like now I know there's a lot of people who support this gender. You know, when I wanted to start my business, there are a lot of institutions that support banks. But these banks, these ones, not them, not her particularly, these banks take that money and they don't literally give it to the purpose they're supposed to. For example, I know there's one called AGF. They support banks up to 75% collateral. So I can actually, all I have to do is give 25%. But majority of the banks will say, no, we don't call on that. No, we've given you 35, like it's a favor. We've given you 35 of the 75. And I'm like, where is my 75 to the T? And that's what I feel women, we don't have, whatever. We feel, we want to ask for almost for permission. I always tell women in business, you've got to be unapologetic. And when you hurt somebody, just come back and ask for forgiveness. But don't ask for permission to do business.
Thank you, PROJ. You can see building a relationship. And as we get into this, I would urge you to write your questions so that we are very soon coming to the Q&A. And the insights have come in very strongly, the issue of building a relationship. And you know, it takes time. It takes time. And most of the time I say, do not go to look for the money like an emergency. It is not an emergency. You don't run your business like an emergency. If you are planning to take some money next year, you should be preparing from now, because you need to build that relationship. And in the process of building a relationship, definitely you must prepare a business plan, you must prepare business proposals. What kind of business proposals are the financiers looking, or the investors are looking to get on your table? And this question I will actually direct it to Rose. The business proposals you are looking for from the ladies.
Semeni order. Orderly. Sindio, because you're orderly, and because you know what you do. Okay, guys, you know, sometimes and we are in a university that is very smart in business, but kizungu inaweza kuwa mi. I like keeping it very simple. What is it you're doing? What is it you want? Where is it you're going? So, once you understand those things, I think you're able to plug in. And are you doing the business because somebody else is in it? Okay? Are you doing the business because you're bored? Are you doing the business because it is the only thing that you can do? So, for whatever reason it is you're doing, do it with passion, because that time when you bring that proposal, we will be looking at those factors of authenticity, like she said, Cindy, of your vision, of your objectives. Do you have a soko? Is it unique? Can you repay the loan? Will it support what you're asking? Branis, mi usema hii pesa si ya nani? Si ya mama yangu, si ndio? Hii pesa ni ya huyu, ni ya hule, si ndio? So even as you bring your proposals and they are being reviewed, we are looking at those aspects of ability to pay, okay? But most importantly, ile number one, ni character. When wale wa madhe wa kamekam, among your peers or where you're doing business, sindio? What are you known for? What is your legacy as a person, sindio? Because banks do cross-reference. We'll find you. You are in CRB for 300, Fuliza. 300. Na unataka 1 million. So we will have that conversation. And then you start accusing us. Hapa kinachosia, na kama mtu ako CRB, tunasema kama ako tu akuje. Then atatuambia kwa nini ako CRB. And then tutatembea hiyo ya CRB tumalize, because lazima ilipwe, si ndio? If you take somebody's money, please learn to pay. Then learn to follow your shilling, because you're bringing a proposal so that you can be funded. I have been to markets, I have been with women, and I remember, I think we were in Nakuru market. And I sat with them, they didn't know who I was. Nilikuwa tu huko nikinunua tu vegetables and eating their fruits the whole day. And I watched the spending habits. And we all have them. We all have this weakness. And I keep saying, it is called a shilling today. Tomorrow it will be called 3. It will never be called 1 shilling again. Okay? When you learn to follow where your shilling is going, your ringtone yako, unalipa mtu hata ujui shilingi, unasukuma tu because you want us, your phone can't just ring to skie. You have to lecture us on something and pay a stranger 1 bob. In your business, even that 1 shilling counts. Sindio? Mumeka huko kwa nini, you have gone shopping end of month or weekly, whatever you do, you have bought unga, you have bought everything, and then now you come and you come to the workplace, na kitu ya kwanza unaoda ukiingia kwa ofisi ni chapati. Na ulinunua huu? Isn't that double spending? Hello, si uko na unga kwa nyumba? Umewacha unga mzima inaweza kukupatia 300 chapos, umekuja kununua, unanunua daily chapo, mandazi, things which you can do. So even in that business, when you're being told financials and all that, there are things they are looking at, your spending habits. When you're being told, give us your creditors and debtors, kuna kitu tunaangalia hapo tuone your to spending habits. Oh, mimi niko na Mpesa statement. Si ndio Teresia, mnatuambianga nitawaletea Mpesa statement. Mpesa iko na pesa za chama, za mazishi, na unataka to deal hapo, si ndio? Wewe kuwa nalipa na family ama Paybill, you know. Aki Paybill where we can see the cash flows that are coming through your business, si ndio? And then bank daily. If you're in business, bank daily. Women, if your business is trade, is daily income, you have no business telling me or telling Teresia or taking a mtush or taking clothes and telling them you'll pay at the end of the month. And your income is day. Sindio? So there are things we look at, how you're planning the money space, your vision, your character, unaenda wapi, is it, what is the succession plan, sindio? Because Flora amevaa 2 inches leo. Flora used to wear 6 inches. As we are coming, I'm like, Flora, I need shoes. We are going down. Tunaendanga mpaka. Yeah? One day we used to wear heels. She's told but she was a 6-inch. Yeah? Uko. Hata maisha uenda tu inakuteremsha teremka. Eventually you're trying, in fact you start hating photos. These days I really don't like them because to line tumeanza kuingia, then menopause tumesweat, wametuwekea lights. Anyways, you know. So dynamics start playing with you, sindio? So what is your succession plan? Will the business go with you, sindio? Then the other thing you need to look at is how insured, how secure is your business, sindio? Kukichomeka leo, will you into green financing also? And I'm happy you've brought that up. Because hata sisi tunaangaliwa, how many people are you lending in that space? And when we say green financing, si ati tunasema uende uangalie macadamia tree na upande na useme ati, sindio? We are coming to your businesses soon, and this is coming. When we are assessing your loan, we want to see you are producing plastic bottles, sindio? You are the producer. What is the 360 of that bottle? Where is it ending up? Are you following it through to ensure that it is not harming our environment? Please note, in future. Si tulisema mambo za pale mbele, hizo ndio zinakuja. How is your space there environmentally? Kama ni sewage inaenda pande gani along where you're sitting? So we will also be looking at, are you using solar? How are you conserving? Inaitwaje sustainability? Hizi vitu za renewable nini? Please get in there and start reading, because that is where lending is also heading. Sawa? So mambo ni matatu. Climate change, wamama, youth. Now to the men, you guys, we've lived with you all along. Your proposals are also with us. You have courage. We have worked with you all the years, so don't feel left out. What do they still need special attention? It takes time. They are busy. Even as they are looking at me now, washapika sapa. That's why we have to keep having these forums, launching women entrepreneurship incubator. There are so many things. USAID was here, nini. Tutaimba mpaka ingi. And when we grow old and we can't, because entrepreneurs, nyinyi, tukutane na nyinyi huko Oshago na hamuna slippers. Ama ziko different colors. Because you don't invest, because you're not thinking you'll ever not be able to cross the road. Unaona expressway vile zinakuja. Have you been to China? You ngevya huko, and by the way, we have a business club that also takes you there. Guys went to China recently, and others were in Europe for everything. We are addressing even the woman in agric, in trade, and in water, sanitation, and hygiene. Tafadhali, there are opportunities there. Si lazima ufanye gazeti. Sawa? Unaweza jenga hata sanitation block kama ile iko Jivanji. It is run by a women's group. And they charge 25, 35, and 20 bob. Hot shower, cold shower, with tissue, without tissue. Sawa? And they have turnovers. So wewe usijifunge, usijiweke jam. Think outside the box and then come, because these facilities are there, sindio? Yeah, they are all there, even solar, boreholes, ziko na zinaangalia kina wamama. Just yesterday, we had a donor who has given us money, but has declared that 50% of that money must go to you guys. So munanionaje? We nilikuwa tu na smile too, because everything that comes with an element of women nowadays. So nyinyi ndio mnaniangusha sasa, please. So as you bring your proposals, please be prepared, know your work very well. No, you don't have to do it yourself. I've seen women owning pharmacists and they have never stepped in a pharmaceutical class, but wameandika wa because there is an opportunity in that space, sindio? So unajipanga vizuri, you know what you're doing, where you're going, how you're going, you have good staff, not the ones that alienda wapi, huyo hata anaendanga atujui kule yuko. Instead of asking the customer, how can I help you? Please also, as you're being trained, train your people so that they can also rise with you, sindio? And give them opportunities. Our head of personal banking is here. Hata hao waoneshe kubank so that they get loans, so that they also grow and they learn how to enrich themselves, and they'll be better people, sindio? So karibuni sana, and please, I think I've addressed indirectly how the proposals should come. There are certain things we are looking at, but first, just know that it starts with you.
Yes, there's something I wanted to say that women, we tend to also, if we look at our motivation why women start business, and this is a statistic that was done, a lot of women start businesses because they want the flexibility to be able to run a home. The flexibility to be able just, not to be tied down by jobs. Men tend to start businesses because they want to be big. So when we are going to borrow, we tend to, even when we are doing our business plans, we tend to say, hey, apana, weka hiyo kidogo. Amalu say weka yote. So my challenge to you and to all of us as women is when we are doing and looking at an opportunity, stop staying below the whatever. It is an instinct. It is natural. We are naturals. We want to build slowly, slowly. Start pushing yourself. Start getting uncomfortable with being uncomfortable. And it's a muscle. The more you do, the more you whatever. So when you say, I want to start a business and I want to turn over 10 million, you say, actually, no. Today I'm sitting down, I'm going to turn over 20. Me, in fact, all the business plans I ever give, they have such a stretch target. People think I'm crazy. But it has pushed me and pushed me and pushed me. So I'll get there, maybe if I'm not getting there in 5, I'll get there. Even if I don't get there in 3 years, I'll get there in 5 years. So women, I think that's a challenge to you. Let's look at our motivation. Why do we do the businesses that we do? And prepare for them. The other one, like I think she said, is women, we've gone to enough classes. Watching in a class. Imagine, stop. It's too much. There's a lot of free. These guys, they're taking a box half the time. First, challenge yourself. What am I going to this class to gain? What don't I have before you go to that class? So that you go very specific. You can even say, I'm coming to this class at 2, I'm leaving at 4. Because you're in Guinea nimefanya. And what does that speak to? It's a risk. We are risk averse. And this is why we want to I can't do this because I haven't studied. Wameanza pharmacy and they don't have anything to do with it. Me, when I started my I had nothing to do. I didn't know manufacturing. In fact, I was a trained auditor. So guys, let's work on our motivation and our risk appetite. And I can take it like the sun will come out tomorrow. It is a muscle. The more you do, the better you get. And there are some spaces you start saying, hisi yangu is too small.
Thank you. And we can just hear exactly where we are as ladies. And sometimes we limit ourselves in terms of getting financing. We are thinking too small. By the time you get to the door of either a bank or an investor, most of the time you have looked at yourself on the mirror for so long to just say, am I worth the money? Can you just start saying, I am worth the money, I'm worth that investing, and on top of that, I'm ready to change my life. And with that, I would like to welcome questions from the audience. So let's have questions. We'll take about 3 questions first, then we answer those ones, then we'll look at the time that we have left. Questions. The first ones that come up. Yes, we have a question right here.
Check mic.
So hi, my name is Liz Derito. I'm a marketing technologist who has a marketing agency, and mine is a question that has been bothering me all day. I'd want to know, as an SME when you're starting off, I know one of the key things that we need are good staff, good employees. You can imagine the fact that we're in the creative business, we are hiring very young guys, the Gen Zs, especially being in tech. So I just want to know, what would you say are some of the ways that you can attract good talent? Because as you said, if we are going to run businesses that we are not truly averse, or we don't know, we are not in that industry, that means we'd have to hire very good and qualified people. Where do we start? Where are we starting from? How do you get these guys? Because also as an SME and you're starting out, you can imagine we do not have those budgets to pay very competitive rates.
Thank you for that question. Let's get another 2 questions. Yes, right there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jerio. I run an agri-tech. Yeah, to the bankers, my business is based on commission. It doesn't matter what the turnover is. But I've realized in most cases when I apply for a loan, there's this thing of the monthly income, which for commission guys will not have. For example, this month I may make 2 million, and then in another 2 months I make 1 million. And there's a gap in between to feel what you people want. So in this case, you're always looking at a certain figure to qualify me for this loan. I don't know how that is gonna work. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. One last question, then we can answer.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, all. I come from Kisumu County. Me, I had registered as an hotel business, but later on I realized that in a hotel you must buy things first. So I started planting dragon fruits, whereby it is very much productive. It brings a lot of money. But the only challenge is now that I didn't register as a agro-business woman. So I don't know how you will assist me there to get money so that I can facilitate, because the business is doing so well, but at least it needs a lot of money.
Okay, thank you. We have your questions.
And
So-
I would like to, there's a question that was asked by a young man, which I told you about earlier, who has 2 daughters. He said that there was an incubation program. Applications went out of the 63 were female, and he was informed that women only show up when it's specific to them. So maybe you can speak to that. Is that true? And how can women take advantage of such opportunities?
Thank you. And thank you for all those questions. I'll distribute the questions. Catherine, this is your area in terms of how do we attract good talent? And yet we don't have the resources to pay this talent. Over to you, being the HR.
I was smiling because I have a Gen Z in my house. Both my kids are Gen Zs. And so when the Gen Zs went to the streets, I was like, thank God now other people can experience them, right? Because they're very, very, very different from us. I studied sociology at my undergraduate, and one of the things we covered was generational gap. And I used to tell myself, I will not have a generational gap with my kids. I will be bumper to bumper with them. But do you know, it just naturally happens like that. So coming to the workplace or at your business, I think the first thing is to recognize that sometimes the business owner and the team leaders in that business are of a different generation with the people that you're hiring. Especially if you're in marketing, if you're doing stuff to do with the creatives and stuff like that. Most likely, they'll be of a different generation. What we have seen, therefore, is to really begin to understand these generations and what are the core things that would attract them. And for the Gen Zs, for example, they are very purpose-driven. So you, as a business owner, must step back and actually begin to define what are the strategic foundations of my business? What is the purpose? What are the values? what are the norms and practices that we have in this organization. So that takes me directly into one of the other things that Gen Zs are looking for is the flexibility. Okay, so they're like, tell me what I need to deliver, and I'm gonna deliver it. But don't tell me to be here at 8 and leave at 5. Okay, I want to do a gig and go away. So changing your flexibility to results, orientation, and how you manage the people, I think is also something that you can look at. And last but not least, I just want to talk about culture. Because Gen Zs, when you call them for interview, they also have their questions, right? They have, and the questions are 17. They are not 3. You know, they're gonna ask you, so around here, around here, I observed this. When I was at the reception, I saw this. So they want to know, what kind of culture are you gonna be having? So to just answer a little bit around culture, you've got to really think about what is your management philosophy? How do you manage people around here? Are we work-oriented or employee-oriented? You've got to think about your customers. What is our stance around customers? In this company, the phone rings once. In this company, we are available for our customers. Or we shut down at 5 on Friday and we don't serve customers until Monday. Those are things you've got to be clear about because you've got to talk to them about that. And lastly, about payment, especially when you are an SME, there are multiple ways to pay. And one of the ways is actually to make sure that the employment and labor area is very highly regulated in this country. So there is minimum wage that you can give people, and there's different ways that you can employ people. But for a business like yours specifically, you want to be able to have a minimum wage and have variable pay as the business is growing, as people are doing more, they're also able to get more. And when the Gen Zs have line of sight that for me to make 100,000 this month, even though my basic pay is X, I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they will do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for that month to be able to earn their 100. The next month, if they feel like, you know what, I need to rest more, they will do less. So you want to have the flexibility for variable pay and based on gigs. And as you earn more, as you get good assignments, you also pay on a commission basis. So those are some of the tactics that you can use.
Conclusively answered. The other area I could actually just add one thing is that when you are in a small business, you're just starting out, look at the number of college students who are looking for internship. Can you be a place where internship can take place in a professional way? That is an area for you to explore.
Can I add something?
Yes, please do.
Yes. I say that we have women and youth, and the majority of the women and youth who are in table banking are the young mothers. Those are those Gen Zs you are saying about. And when we started our first loan, we were 25 people, 4 mature women, and all others were Gen Zs. And we wrote a proposal to Wezofad. The first money that we got were 100,000. And after we were given that money, we the mature, we helped them to grow. And we started the first business because we were making bags, the material bags. And these young mothers, they were very much motivated. And that is how most of them even started their business. So I want to encourage you, wherever you are having such table banking groups, try to put some youth in those groups so that you can grow together. You know, when you motivate them, they also grow. And from there, that's why you can even see them on the road demonstrating, because they have already grown. Not unless we come to them and we mentor them
whatever we are doing, we do with them so that they can take our tomorrow. Ama namna gani? Yes, so we let us try to motivate them. And also, I remember, sorry, to take you back, in 2020, there was COVID-19. And during COVID-19, we as a group, that's why I'm telling you, the opportunities come especially for the ones who have already planned themselves. We were given the tender to make the reusable mask. And when we were given the tender by Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, we were given the tender for 10,000 masks. And the young mothers who we had already empowered are the ones who did the first tender. And you see now the opportunity of the business was so high. They made the first tender. We supplied. We were given the other one, so we added more youth. Now they keep on calling each other. And at that time, we were given the last, because we did 30,000. I'm telling you, we empowered so many youth. And the time we were releasing them, they went and started their own business. So whenever you are doing something, try to involve them so that wherever you live, you are going to leave them.
Thank you very much.
I just, on the youth, there's a lot of potential. There are a lot of young girls who are out there, dropped out because they got pregnant. They are huko mashinani. So through our foundation, Family Bank Foundation, I think we've graduated 750 of them, young mothers, in plumbing and electrical. So we have 750 plumbers and electricians who can self-employ, who can so to industry, which is very specific. I like what you were told there. Gig-wise. Eventually you will have a team of solid people you can trust, who you will go to even as you grow. So, and they're out there, they've just graduated on Friday, including my son, although not in gig, he's an engineer. But they're out there, they're waiting for you. They're waiting for you to call. They don't have jobs right now. So, how do unaita, unaanza na hao? Because they are not asking for 100,000 to pay, wako tu bado huku chini. And then you can base it on a gig and on commission. Do I take the question on the hotel?
Yes, I wanted to give you the question on the issue of inconsistent banking because of commissions, and yet I want a loan. How do I go about it?
I think I'll answer. Uko wapi, Mami? Yes, she was there somewhere, about the people who work on commission. Now, banks have different products. Na nyinyi mkikuja mnaitishanga tu nataka loan. Loan ni ya nini? Si ndio? So we have contract financing. If you're in commission, it means you're either doing some contract or you're doing something for somebody. So you can approach through that route of contract financing. Yeah? Have I answered you? And then on the lady of the hotel, can I pick that up also?
Yes, the one for the business registration is very different from what she is doing and would like to be financed.
The one of the hotel.
Yes,
Uko na
from
hotel,
Kisumu.
it is doing well, or is it guava? Oh, she does dragon fruit.
Yes.
And it's doing well. Mama, kuna jenga business, you don't even have to be registered, because we discovered women also trade in their personal names. So, amekuja na, clap for her. That is my kind of woman. Na umekuja na ngapi watu watanunua hapa leo? Umebeba mingi? Ati?
Okay, in order to treat you well,
yes,
it's supposed to be very fresh within 7 days. So this is just fresh. I brought it yesterday. So I just came with one. But if you need, there are some in the farm. You make an order, alafu nakuletea kwa parcel.
Okay.
Plus, okay, I also have seedlings. Seedlings for dragon fruit.
Seedlings?
Only, yes, I have seedlings.
Yes.
After only 1 year, you start harvesting. You harvest 4 times a year for 20 years.
Okay, wow. Listen to that. Na sasa next time ubebe tu kakaton. Ungepata bus fare ya kurudi na chakula ya watoto ya leo. So what we have loans in agriculture, and we give from inputs to processing to the whole process wherever you're playing in, because kuna wale wako kwa inputs, kuna wana process, kuna aggregators, kuna transporters and logistics. So whatever line you're in agriculture, please let's talk after this tuone vile tunaweza kukusaidia. The other thing about banking, tafadhali, business people, if you're in a business where you're trading daily, please weka pesa kwa bank every day. If you sell 10,000 today and you go and buy goods worth 8,000, si umeleta kwa bank 2,000? 2,000 times 30 days ni ngapi? 60,000, si ndio? Na ni pesa ngapi ilipitia kwa mkono yako? 10, si ndio? If you had put 10,000, it would be 10,000 times 30, which is? So sometimes ukiona we are turning you down is because we are not seeing you fully. So weka, hata simama hapo utoe. Tutajua ilipita, si ndio? Weka by the way na utoe, uende sasa ununue. But we will know that your turnovers are 300 and not 60. Are we together? Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rose. I would like for us to look at the last question. The one of a father with 2 daughters, where you find that applications, there is a call for application. Like now what we have, there is a call for application for Women Enterprise Innovation Program. And this is for women. But if it was for men, how many would have applied by now? And for us women, how many have? So how comes less women apply when it comes to a call for application, be it money, be it business, and be it jobs? Over to you.
Thank you very much. But allow me to, can you hear me? Let me just add to the entrepreneur, because I am one. There are times when you really do need a very specific employee. So what you do is, yes, what they've said is all correct, but you can go to somebody who's employed and say, I need 2 hours of your time a week for the next so and so to upscale somebody. Or can I meet you on Saturday? When I started my business, I was not great in marketing. So I was linked to somebody and she said, listen, I have a full-time job, but I can meet you every Saturday. So I went to her house 4 Saturdays in a row. From then on, I can do my own marketing plans from beginning to end. So that's just something else. The one about women not showing up, it is true, and it's a historical bias. And it's on both sides. When you're writing, the men will just put an advert. But for us women, we are so used to not being at the table that we are not at the table. So you don't see it's for me. And then when you go to a room full of interviews, how do you find women always say, kuna watu wengi, I won't apply? So it's a self-belief in ourselves, and a historical one at that, where you're told stay back. When I was starting my business, I told you, I remember I had no plan, so I wrote my resignation, I went home. The lecture I got from my father, I remember it to date. Girls don't do that, girls stay in employment, whereas my brother, just even half a mention, he wants to start business. Unataka gani? What do you need? So there's definitely a bias, it's there, it has changed a lot, but it is still there. So this is what we call women empowerment and gender empowerment, because adverts now, if you really want women to whatever you say, women and men will be treated equally. We've gone even further. In private sector, we have a gender policy that we created. It's very, very simple. All it says is gender needs to be started at the top. It needs to be tracked and traced at the top. It needs to be brought to every single meeting. If a CEO believes it, the rest of the team will start picking it up. And I remember one time statistics show that it was in the engineering field, women were still not applying. So do you know what that CEO did? They actually now came out and said, they put it in the KPI of the staff and said, if women don't apply, it's in your KPI. So if women don't apply, find them. And that is when now some of our organizations you've tended to find, and I can see Family Bank has done that, they've now gone back to look for the women, the girls in school, and actually say, why are women, because the science teachers are the ones who tell the children in school, don't do nini. In fact, when you're doing subject, they even don't give you that paper. They say literature, history, mathematics is too much for your pretty head. So those are the kind of so it starts all the way there. So when you see these programs and they're not working, go right back there. And I think I want to celebrate the men. I think I found men these days really, really empowering their daughters. In fact, somebody asked me the other day, he was the High Commissioner of Uganda, he said, you people are empowering your daughters so much, who will marry them?
Thank you, Flora. I believe we still have more time to take some questions.
Can I add something?
Oh, I'm being told we don't have time to take more questions. Let's just get one more. This is from a man. We can't leave them out. This is the last question.
Good evening. My name is John Serone. I'm the founder. I think it's very clear. My name is John. I'm the founder and CEO of Sumseron Coffee. I sell the best coffee in the world. Maybe you can look at me so that you don't forget. Yes. Well, you know, someone once said a goal, you know, can only be achieved through a dream. So allow me just to say this. Mutai, I think I've been following you for quite some time. And as a mentor, I started with tea. So I remember I've been to our office severally trying to ask what are the secrets for trade to this lady, such that she's doing so well in an industry that is dominated by men. So my question now here is to the panelists and even to the banker and to the women right here, because you know money follows. Live when there is value in an idea, you give out money to that idea. So one, to the team, you know, based on the topics that you're covering, what specific strategies, at least in the spirit of Mambo ni Matatu, at least give us 3 or programs which can be implemented to address the gender gap when it comes to access to capital for women enterprises, business. And 2, to the investors or to the banks as well, how can the investor ensure that there is actively support to women-led ventures which are aligned to value more than just any other business? So if you can really at least address those ones, it will give, you know, a clear view on how the women can really access the finances, and even, you know, through the venture whereby there is so much capital there. No one should say that there is no money. There is a lot of money, but so long as you have value in your business, money will always follow you.
Thank you for those questions. I believe that a number had been answered. So very briefly, I will ask Flora the strategies that has been directed to you. Then we have our bankers. We can have Rose briefly address it. And then if there is any closing remark, then we can just have Catherine do a last one. In terms of finance.
Mambo ni matatu, like you say. I think the first one is to continue what we are doing, which is being intentional. I think we really just need to start having quotas, measuring the quotas, and making sure that women are showing up. And if they're not showing up, finding them where they are. The second one is just to continue what we're doing again, which is capacity building. But capacity building in the correct way. This classroom, and then everybody sort of does the curriculum, and I have to attend this curriculum, and it's really not what I want. Maybe we need to go start looking at what are the nuances. Because like you said, there is a lot of money, but is it the right kind of money at the right kind of time? And I think the third one is for the banks to also continue to refine their products. Look at when am I asking for my business? Is it, I mean, my money? If I'm a seasonal business, can that be given at different seasons? If I need money for stock loans, can I have a specific? Can it be structured in a way that I cannot even misuse the money? I can only do it in that particular way. So for me, those are the three things that I would say that we continue to do. I'm proud to say we've come very far. This is not when I started almost 3 decades ago. I struggled to get money. I bootstrapped, I did my own. It is not as easy as it is now, but I just say it's different. I need way more money, and the struggles are more or less the same.
Thank you, Rose. 1 minute. Catherine, 1 minute.
So as she's saying, it's no longer, it is not what it was historically. We are there right now. We have women in wash, we have women in agri, we have women in. So it's for them to just understand. And then as far as the training is concerned, right now here where we are seated, we are mixed up. We are maize and beans hapa, bosho, nzo, kila kitu iko hapa. Sindio? But there are those specific trainings that we call you for. We had one with IFC, Women in Construction. Yesterday we had Agra, and I'm very surprised there are some of you who are in that agricultural space and who are not in that session. It was a very big session at Ole Sereni, and it had to do with value for her and what they're funding. We were there as financiers, and we were telling you where the opportunities, and it was specific to women in agri. So where do you play? If you're a woman who is importing or who is stocking up, who is trading, we have things like stock finance. Stock finance, we are giving up to 10 million unsecured. Karibuni. Hello? Tuko pamoja? Yeah. Watu kikomba wanajibamba. Sindio? So review what you're doing, see what you're doing. The products are there, and that's why we are here. That's why banks now have these CVPs that are specifically addressing women, because the need has been identified, and now we are working with you depending on what you're doing, where you are, and again, where you want to go. So.
Okay, Catherine, thank you very much, Rose.
I'll say just one thing, identify yourself. When you walk into the bank, you say, I run a female-owned SME. Who can I speak to? Okay? So let's not just walk in and say, I want some banking services, or I want this and that. I think it's very good to spend a few minutes and just write 20 words of how you're going to be describing yourself every time you walk somewhere. I am blah, 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 and I am looking to speak to somebody who is responsible for this segment. I think if you do that consistently, then you will find yourself in front of the right people many times.
Thank you. We must have a comment from Dr. Teresia.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to say something before we went to the last person, that we were asking why women do not apply such funds. One thing, it is also good to know that sometimes we get lazy and we don't want to go a big way of looking for money. We do a very good narrative when we are telling about our stories, but when it comes to lighting, I don't know what happens. I just want to encourage you, because I've been writing a lot of proposals, and when you write a proposal, the narrative is so good, but when you go to budgeting, I'm telling you, that's where the problems are. I want to request the SBDC, because we in Kiabu, we are part of SBDC, to try to partner and to link most of the women here with such trainings, and also bring them to the bank. You see now, when you go to the bank, sometimes you go and go back because you do not even qualify. But when it comes to something like writing, there is proposal, there is this budget, and you know, I don't think that the bank will sit down and tell you, do this, yes, watakwambia, lakini kuna mahesabu ingine atakwambia. So, kindly, I would like, if the STRATH more can bring the SBDC to try to link between the SMEs and the banks, so that the women will be able even to assess such loans, and also to write the proposals that are winning. Ama namna gani? Because we want to write the proposal which can win. It's not that we take a whole day writing proposals and then it goes, it is being rejected. I know there are a lot of money that is being given, a lot of us, but when it comes to that proposal writing, And again, to the budget tuwanga tunaanguka kabisa. Yes, what else did I want to say? Let me say thank you so much for listening unto us. It was such a good discussion, and I want to tell women, every woman can do a business. Let us go and empower other women and Gen Zs and tell them that business is possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Teresia. I'll now just request, I know Dr. Teresia has said her last word, and Catherine is saying, do you want one word, one sentence? Catherine has said, you must tell us one last sentence to the women and financing.
I think one of the things that I reflected upon is that running business and being successful is a gradual process. And so I'll just take half a minute and share with you. I once went to Tanzania and I went to a farm that actually has a business for milk. And I found they were packaging yogurt and different types of milk. And I said, how did you do this? Because I wanted to leapfrog and become that. And it was a family-owned business, and they told me this is the 3rd generation. So my parting shot is, it's gradual, it's all about growth.
Thank you. Your parting shot, Rose?
No situation is permanent. Tuko pamoja? So hata kama umefinyiliwa ni nani, wapi, lini, si from today, si umekuja STRATH University na ukakaa hapa the whole day na kesho. Si sasa tu jipe tu, yani I don't know, jipe moyo, inaitwaje jipe? Yeah, and then as you go about your business, weka makasiriko chini, weka attitude chini. Muliona mama moja ako na kipara. Jana niliamuka nikasikia nywele nikafunga tuka kitambaa na tukaenda, hatujakufa, si ndio? Si nimetembea hapa, mumeona hips? Sini zangu. So if somebody told me I'm fat, tunatoana wapi na yeye? Labda mzee alilipia hii vile iko na nikireduce naweza acho. Tena wengine wananunu na mimi nimepewa free na Mungu. So unajiangalia pia, unajichocha. And as you go about your business, just know that there are some people, just think about who taught you. Sawa? Who taught that person, who taught you, and then learn to live with each other peacefully. Learn to take what is yours. There's enough for everybody in this world. And like you are told, integrity is very important. Your name, your legacy. There are people I meet after very many years, and I'm still the same. Bubbly Rose, been through character beating kidogo, watoto unajua vile wanakukimbizanga, si ndio? Na wazee huko. Lakini tuko tu bado pale pa. Find Branis, jana nilikwambia unaitwa nani Branis? Branis Adongo. And I told you to find who? When you find Adongo, wachana na Rose. When you find Kamene, when you find, say yourself, ile akatikati, Achieng, Waboi, Wanjiro, Jerry, when you find that person, then everything else starts to flow with you. May God bless you. May God bless the work of your hands. And when you go on your phones, just type up kwa Google, according to your faith. You will see what comes out. According to your faith, the verse will complete itself. I was taught that by my colleague yesterday. Just on Google, type according to your faith. I wish you well. I salute you and I welcome you. You saw our CEO is also female. Yeah, tuko mbele. Sawa. Aya, so we appreciate you and we salute you for the good work you do.
Thank you. Brother?
So for me, first is just to congratulate you as entrepreneurs. I believe everybody here is an entrepreneur. So congratulations. It's not a journey for the faint-hearted. And I think you had the moderator saying, biashara yako, did you start it because somebody else did or not? And I think the gentleman who asked the question asked, what value are you bringing to the table? The secret to how I've been able to stand out in front of giants, when I was starting, there was only one company that had been a monopoly, protected by government, to package tea. I came out because I brought in value. We are the ones who brought in flavored tea into Kenya. Not only did I stop there, I've always made sure we use natural 100%. So if it's ginger, we are milling. If it's cinnamon, we are milling. Wengine wanaweka madawa or chemicals in there because it's cheaper, it's faster. For us, we are seasonal. Sometimes we can't find company. You need to have a business today that stands out. We are living in a world of abundance. You've heard, we are going to be by 2050. So if you want to just start at Imani as a saloon, you have to bring value to the table. People are consuming a lot. Urbanization is really increasing. So the market is there. And the good thing about this market, you've seen it especially with your Gen Zs, they don't want the same. In fact, I don't want what my mother has. I don't want. So find out what they want. Begin your business with what problem are you solving. Once you know the problem you're solving, model your business around that. Now, wale wengine already that you've started the other way around because somebody did, go back and interview your market and ask them, why do you buy mine as opposed to hers, or this one as opposed to that, and create your purpose. I think she mentioned purpose-driven businesses are the future. It is the future that is beginning now. So congratulations, the future is female, and please stand up and continue to be counted.
And for the audience, we thank you for your patience. It also beyond that, as you go out, just know there is enough financing for businesses. But what you require is the confidence to go and ask for it. So as you go out, know you are the boss in your business, own it, and ask for the money that you want. Thank you very much. And over to you, MC.
Just as the MC is coming up, we also run too fast for business. Sorry, allow me to say that again. We also run too quickly for money. Do you know in the order of what businesses need and why businesses fail? Money is not number one, number two, number three. So sometimes we are saying, I can't stand this, I can't do this because I don't have money. You can't do that because you haven't researched it. You can't do that because you don't know what you're doing. You can't do that because you don't know what you're bringing, and then unajificha hapo na pesa. So make sure you have your order correct.
Quality session. Let's give the panelists another round of applause. Well done. The future is female. All right. Mtukumbuke tafasal. Now we're going to go into the gifting session. Just to appreciate, we have a culture in Strathmore to say thank you to the people who continue to add value to us. So I will call upon Eunice Muthoni, our head of entrepreneurial programs, to be the one to give the gifts to this, to our esteemed panelists. We'll start with Dr. Teresia Njora, CEO, Baraka Women's Center. So much she's doing on the ground. We appreciate you. Rose Kamene, such a personality. I mean, didn't you appreciate that? Head of Women Banking, Family Bank. With a rich heritage and legacy, Flora Mutahi, founder and CEO, Melvin Marsh International. And last but not least, Catherine Olaka, HF Group, HR. She's farming, by the way. That was exciting to hear. Somebody actually did mention that most of the money is going to come from agri, yeah? That was an active statement that was made. Yes? The billionaires. Yes. We would not have done this without the able leadership and moderation of Esther Masharia. Let's appreciate her, CEO, G-Tri Company Limited. All right, let's appreciate them again one more time. Thank you so much. All right, day one done and dusted. That was amazing. Success? I will console myself that it's the amount of wisdom that is concentrated in your head right now. Success? Insight? Good. So if I was you, I am not, but if I was you, I'd sit down and reflect and have key action points, things that you will do. I think there's a very heavy lean towards the sentiment that mesoma enough. Now let's put something into action. And that would be something really good for you to think about as you head home. Just take some time, reflect, have some action points, put some timelines to it, so that now when you're going to see people like Catherine, and you're going to see people from Family Bank, the conversation is more structured. When she tells you what do you want, you're very clear-minded in terms of the kind of conversation that you're bringing to her, because that's something that's very important. My personal takeaway, as one who has not sat in such forums as many times as I would want to, is that change starts with awareness. And I can tell you, as somebody who's on the other side of it, the level of awareness that has come to me about the opportunity and the ability that women have is very encouraging, because very close to home, I know somebody who has had to sell a car because they did not have financing that I've just found out you could have given. They have stock in Gikomba, they're only looking for 400,000. Gave money to a Shylock, car, gone. And there are people here who can give up to 10 billion. Do you see how that information, 400,000 and 10 million, I'm talking about somebody very close to home, right? And so this information is very important. Let's go out, let's spread the word. We'd rather find chairs again tomorrow. But please call them in. Are we together? These are very informative sessions, very life-changing sessions. Now, to land the plane, help me welcome Juliet Tafadhali. I'm going to give her a better round of applause.
So I'm landing the plane, okay. So being that we're in a learning institution, I am just back here to do that trivia. I have gifts. Charles said from the goodness of our heart, we are giving gifts, just because we feel like we want to give you gifts. So you remember that question about the expo? I think the winner was on this side. Maybe I should speak more to this side. So you visited the booths, have you? So there's someone who visited. She was visitor number 5? Yes, visitor number 5. The business, Rose, you've spoken a lot about it. I think also Dr. Teresia spoke about it. Mambo ni mangapi? Matatu. Ya kwanza? Women. Kweli? Ya pili? Climate change. Ya tatu? Youth. So this business in particular is women-led, and it looks after young mothers. Dr. Teresia, again, I heard you speak about that, and Rose. So that business, visitor number 5, that business is called By Her. It's at the farthest corner. On this side, farthest corner. So visitor number 5 was, is it Zaiba? Zaiba, yes. Is Zaiba in the room? Zaiba? Zaiba might have left, right? So I'll go to the next business. Now that was women. This one is climate change. Until I find a winner, isn't it? Yes, you know, he's standing there with the gifts and he wants to give them away. So we have this business. This one. This business converts sewage water to reusable water. It's the first tent. First tent, same side. It's run by engineer Lucy Wanjiku. So the engineers again, so women can. Now visitor number 5. forgive me, they refused to give me the name. I had to take a screenshot. No, it's Esther Mwangi. I don't know it's which Esther Mwangi. How many Esther Mwangis do we have? Yeah? Charles, can I try? Oh, there's an Esther Mwangi. Oh, good. Let's give her a round of applause.
She has claimed it. If you are an Esther Mwangi, shida yako. This is the one who claimed it. Karibu.
Maybe we could ask her one thing she remembers about the business. Isn't it? Just one thing.
Which business? The one you went to? Wow, 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 wow. Should we give someone else this gift?
Yes, the sewage, they clean water, they clean the sewage water, and the water becomes